Hi everyone, I'm Daniel, and I'm very excited to join the PUBG Mobile Club Open Fall Split Global Finals.
PUBG Mobile Club Open 全球总决赛将会于11月29号在吉隆坡正式开始。
活动当天我会到现场支持马来西亚战队，
希望大家可以晒 out 并购票支持活动。
到时会有3位知名歌手在现场演唱，
他们是马来歌手 Daniel、K-pop 歌手 Henry Lau 以及印度 rapper Best Shot。
来，跟我一起支持马来西亚战队吧！
你们还等什么？快点来陪我支持他们吧！
那喜欢玩 PUBG Mobile 的朋友，真的不能错过哦
！Team Yodo，Let's go Team Yodo， 为我们马来西亚人争光。
Korang tahu tak yang PUBG Mobile Club Open Global Final akan diadakan di PWTC Kuala Lumpur?
Bawa kawan-kawan dan family korang semua untuk datang support saya dan juga tim saya iaitu Yudo Gang.
Dan kita akan bersama-sama dapat menyaksikan 16 pasukan terbaik di dunia dalam PUBG Mobile ini bertarung di depan mata kita.
Dia akan jadi special guest kat situ. So, korang kena sokong tau. Jadi kena beli tiket tau.
Kat situ nanti kita akan menyaksikan tim Malaysia beraksi nanti. Kita tengok sama-sama bos dengan saya nanti kat sana.
PUBG Mobile, PUBG Mobile,
PUBG Mobile,
PUBG Mobile.
Be the one.
Be the one.
Be the one.
Be the one. PUBG Mobile, be the one. Time to shine.
PUBG Mobile, be the one, time to shine.
PUBG Mobile, be the one. Time to shine.
PUBG Mobile, be the one. Time to shine.
PUBG Mobile, be the one, time to shine.
PUBG Mobile, be the one. Time to shine.
PUBG Mobile, be the one. Time to shine.
PUBG Mobile, be the one. Time to shine. To shine.
Hey everyone, it's Henry here. I'm very excited to join the PUBG Mobile Club Open Fall Split Global Finals.
PUBG Mobile Club Open Fall Split Finals. Make sure you tune in yourself.
I can't tell you how proud I am of PUBG Mobile to just be leading the way in mobile esports. Every event that I see them do just seems to be getting bigger and better every single time.
The PUBG Mobile Club Open is the biggest global mobile tournament in all of esports. So good luck to all the teams competing in the PMCO Global Finals. Get that winner chicken dinner.
PUBG Mobile Club Opens will be begin on 29th of November. Please follow PUBG Mobile Esports YouTube channel. Cheer up for your favorite team. PUBG Mobile, be the #1. Time to shine.
Me and Kino just want to say good luck to all the teams competing in the PUBG Mobile Club Open Grand Finals. Go out and get that winner chicken dinner.
So guys, PUBG Mobile Club Open Finals are up from November 29. Make sure that you cheer for your favorite team. Make sure that you subscribe to PUBG Mobile Esports YouTube channel because it's their time to shine. It's your time to shine. #be the one.
Imagino que ya lo sabrás, pero este fin de semana se juegan Malasia las finales del PUBG Mobile Club Open y yo voy a estar apoyando a Team Queso. Es el único equipo hispanohablante que queda vivo en la competición, así que si tú también quieres apoyarlos, desliza para arriba y vete al canal de YouTube de PUBG Mobile Esports.
PUBG Mobile Club Open Global Finals will begin on November 29th. So make sure you guys follow PUBG Mobile Esports on YouTube. Cheers for your favorite teams. PUBG Mobile, be the number one. Time to shine.
Good luck to all the teams competing in the PUBG Mobile Club Open Global Finals. Get that winner chicken dinner.
BMCO.
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 Be the one.
Be the one.
Don't be on.
Be the one.
Be the one.
Be the one. Time to shine.
Be the one, time to shine.
Be the one. Time to shine.
Be the one, time to shine.
Be the one, time to shine.
I feel like a piece of chicken meat on a grill under the blazing sun. Everyone hates desert because they get lost here. But there are some interesting people here, like that hip-hop kid. You know, the one on top of the car? He always has the strangest stickers. Supposedly, they're trophies he got from other players. You know how it is, kids and their toys. Oh, and that guy standing by the wall has a really good aim and is supposedly an assassin. Why is he dressed like that in this frackin' desert though? As for that lady over there, she values her gun more than her own life. That's about the only thing you can trust around here. Me? Who am I? Ha! Everyone knows the Lava Barret. Shh! I think we have guests.
Broken again.
Bird's been following us. Does it think we're rabbits?
No, you're more like a bug. A really lazy bug. Watch out!
Take cover!
We're surrounded!
Fly fast? I'll race you. Time to wreak havoc. Let's go! You could join us, little sidekick.
Companion. Let's go!
Hey! Wait for me!
Winner winner, chicken dinner.
Welcome back, everyone, to Day 2 of the PUBG Mobile Club Open 2019 Fall Split Prelims. This is brought to you by Tencent and PUBG Corp, of course, with Vivo being the title sponsor. I'm Jason Kaplan, your host over the course of the Prelims and the Global Finals, hopefully, if I don't get fired before then. And to my left-hand side, we got a new man on the desk. We got a slight upgrade, I'd say.
Ooh,
a massive upgrade from Icy Baby. We got Seven Worlds Gaming. How you doing today, man? We didn't get to see you yesterday.
Good to be here, man. I was yesterday doing stuff for the Ambassador section of this PMCO, and I'm excited to be here. There was a lot of great games.
There was.
And we also have Mustache Dave. Good to finally work with you, buddy.
Hey, I was kind of jealous of your Babe Crate gear yesterday. I'm not going to lie, you were looking pretty nice.
Maybe I'll surprise you guys later with a different outfit. Well, who knows? We'll see what happens.
I kind of want to see what potential outfit might come in there. But obviously, Mustache Dave, we got to, really dive into things on day one. Was there anyone out there that kind of impressed you off the bat?
Off the bat, I mean, you want to say Bigetron, right? But they only had really one explosive game where I believe they got 23 kills. That's what shot them up the leaderboard. I would like to see them be a little more consistent today. Yes, we have two of their members on the top kill leaderboard, but that was from one game. So we got 6 more today. I'm rooting for that squad.
Yeah, and we'll obviously dive fully into the teams in a little bit later on, but we need to take a look at the entire format of what the prelims are going to be here today, because there are 16 teams, but unfortunately only 3 of them can get through into the global finals. And you see the teams here if you didn't join us, and obviously you're hopefully going to be rooting for some of these. I'm kind of eyeing out on the 2 North American teams, unfortunately, because, well, Tempo Storm had a good start yesterday. No, a bad start, I should say, because they got knocked out in 16th place on match 1, but they started to pull it back. Omen Esports, though, they're the ones we're kind of left wondering, are they going to be able to do anything?
Yep, and that's the one I'm actually going to be looking for. Omen Elite, what are they going to go ahead and do, right? It seems like they were just split. They weren't working as a team yesterday. They were, for some reason, just splitting way too much. I was able to talk to the guys, and they said today they're going to try to just stay together, not be too spread out. And I believe in the last game, they stayed too long in a certain section that they shouldn't have stayed there for that long. And they should have maybe attacked and be a little bit more aggressive.
Exactly.
But yeah, Omen Elite and also Tempo Storm, as you said, they had a great game, 18 kills. They popped off, but they haven't been able to be as consistent as they want to be.
Omen Elite, like you said, they only have 12 kills from all of yesterday. They need to step it up. They need to remember what got them here in the first place and play that same game. I couldn't agree with you anymore.
Well, then taking a look at how the teams actually get through, we need to keep an eye on the points. Obviously, they have changed up when it came to the spring split. It was about 30 points for a chicken dinner, now about 20. But as you're seeing here, Mustache Dave, kills. That's still going to matter very heavily.
Yep, you will be receiving 1 point per kill. First place will get you 20 points. Second place will get you 14 points. Third place, 10 points. Fourth place, 8 points. Goes down from there. And then, for all the teams that do want to show up today and get 11th through 16th, you know what? Thanks for sitting in those comfortable chairs. You get 1 point.
Yeah, and I mean, Bigetron actually had 44 points per kills and 47 points for winning and just placing points. So super close for them. Definitely their kills are being able to carry them to second place. So kills are a huge, huge factor in this tournament.
And we've seen, thinking about, I guess, the South Asia region since we were there, Mustache Dave, like we saw some teams, like for instance, IND, they had no kills. They were actually 14th overall in kills for the region for those finals.
Yep.
But we're seeing that coming into this, it's so important to not only have the kills, which are weighted so heavily,
placements are 100% going to matter as well. You need to be able to do both.
You need to be able to do both, and in the case of TeamIND, they're kind of having a similar start, right? They're starting today in 13th position, and, you know, they're still going along with the whole low kill count, but what worries me is their placements as well. They're not getting that here today, or from yesterday, and that's a team that we are used to seeing in that top 5 when we are looking back on the Southeast Asia region.
And as you mentioned, 3 teams are going to be moving forward towards the global finals. And Tempo Storm was actually able to make it to 3rd place by averaging 12.3 points per game. So if you can get a good amount of kills and then at least get some mid-placing, you're going to be able to get into the top 3.
Well, the big interesting point we're going to have to bring up as we look at the schedule for today is you're seeing 3 Erangels, and you're going to be seeing that every single day over the course of the prelims, and that's so important because that means what? 9 matches in total on Erangel?
50% of the map pool will have been Erangel. We only have 6 more Erangel matches to go over the next 2 days. Then, of course, 2 more on Sandhawk, 2 more on Miramar, and 2 more on Vikendi.
And speaking about Vikendi, I was in the elevator with Bigetron going down to get here today, and I was like, what would you guys give? Like, how much would you pay to have Vikendi be a map that's played more, like maybe potentially 9 times like Erangel? And they said, well, the prize money. Like, obviously, that's something, like, they perform so well on that map, but the unfortunate part is you can't just be good at one map if you want to qualify into the global finals.
That's right, and the rotation wasn't actually on point on the regional finals. That's why they're currently here on the prelims, and that was something that Luxy told me, that they were just working on a different rotation, and it didn't work out for them. But they're going back to their basics, and it's currently paying off because they're in 2nd place here, and more than likely, we'll see them in 1st place.
Yeah. Speaking about that being in 2nd place, let's actually take a look at where everyone else currently sits on the overall standings from the end of day 1, and you're going to see MEGA Esports still maintain that 1st place position. More importantly, 2 chicken dinners to their name.
Yeah, not only that, they have 2 players that are in the top when it comes to damage. They got Stone up there sitting around 3.5k damage, and then Pons sitting at 3k damage. So that's 1st and 2nd when it comes to individual stats. That just goes to show you how strong that squad is.
And you also have Luxy and Suxy just in the top 5 for kills. I believe it's 15 kills and then 13 kills, which is just an insane amount. Now, other teams I do want to go ahead and look forward to is teams from India. You got SynerGE. They started off strong yesterday, but they kind of just faded away throughout the day. So I want to see what they're going to be able to do. As you see right there, actually, in 9th place. And I know IND, they were telling me that they also were dying just for being too spread out. So more than likely, we're going to see them playing more as a team and staying closer together.
And then you see Goskilla there as well. We had this happen in the South Asia region a couple times where, you know, teams would be able to get these chicken dinners, but the problem is just getting one's not going to be enough, right? You need to get the kills to match up, and you need consistency. And speaking of consistency, we're going to have to talk about at least these 2 mega players because they have been so consistent in getting these kills over the course of the first day.
Yeah, and, you know, Icy was actually kind of giving us a little insight yesterday how Zuxi is the scout, the entry fragger, gets the information, provides that to Luxy, and then Luxy goes out there and frags out to rack up those points, rack up those damage numbers. So will we continue to see the squad up there today? I believe so. Seven, you kind of touched on this. You were talking to the players. We were back there talking to them as well. They said today we are going full-blown aggression. If we get one knock on a squad, the whole team sending it. They're pushing it regardless.
Yeah. And it's gonna come down to the first game, right? If a team that's towards the bottom has a bad game to start off with, that is going to hurt them, I think, mentally. So they're more than likely going to go ahead and just look forward to starting hot, or at least get a higher placing. Goskilla, you mentioned, they got to win, but they're currently sitting in 10th place. That's not good. You need to go ahead and start getting more kills as well. So, yeah, aggression will be the key for today.
And of course, if you guys are in the area, or if you're not even in the area, but you're within flying distance, there are still tickets available for you to come and watch live here for the Global Finals. Make sure you guys head over to pmco2019.myinfo/tickets. You can see that right there on the bottom half of the screen. And make sure you guys buy your ticket. Come hang out. Maybe even Mustache Dave and Seven here will give you a little bit of a handshake, a little bit of a hug, and maybe they'll follow you back on Instagram. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get into our first match. Before we head to our commentators, though, I want to hear who's going to come out strong. Who's the team you're looking to take the first chicken dinner of day 2?
Bigetron, and then hopefully in 2nd place, Omen.
Okay. Going for some NA pride here. What about you?
Party gaming.
Party gaming.
I'll talk to you later
so
about it. I'll
Icy
talk to you later
Baby
about it.
is going to be very happy about that. I think he's over to my right-hand side. But that's enough from us on the desk. We'll be back later on after the match does finish. But it's time to kick off the first match of day 2. Let's head over to our commentators, John Allen and Blake.
Hello, we're back once again for another day of action here at the prelims. Of course, I'm John Allen. With me is Blank. We're going to be getting underway pretty soon. Oh, you are Blank, aren't you?
I am, yeah.
Got that one
Correct.
right. That's a good start. We're going to be starting off on Erangel 2, which is another good start indeed. everyone. Very familiar with this map. Should be nice and safe for a lot of these teams. Knowing those rotations, we saw how set all of those drops were.
Well, I mean, one team will not be safe because SWAT 69, they've been making the rounds on this map currently, dropping on basically everyone.
They've had 3 points of the compass so far. They've had Georgia Pole, South George Crates, they then moved over to Lopovka, and then I believe they went all the way down south over to, I think it was Novo, wasn't it? Or was it somewhere else? Have I just missed that one? I think it was Novo.
They went Lopovka, they went South George, and then they dropped also on, I think it was Novo as well, if you're correct down there. So interesting overall, the fact that they even try and challenge out versus BTR. They're basically, it feels like they're trying to get practice in because they were at SynerGE were like, wow, it's a really strong team, really aggressive team, very good in gunfights. Let's just drop on them. And then with BTR, same thing again. I think they actually were able to pick up McBoy in that first round, and they were like crouching around doing some moves, you know, before they took him out, which is kind of sad. But
yeah, well, the rest of the teams did sort of figure everything out, and I don't think we're going to see too much change today. Well, potentially, actually. We did say yesterday that, you know, overnight, that's sort of the big opportunity if you want to come in and actually change up your strats. So maybe drop locations change a little bit now, but I just don't think it's going to happen. I mean, we played Erangel 3 times already. Everybody's already claimed their area. They know where's safe. I think the change is probably more likely going to come through on rotation cards.
Yes, you might think that. I actually spoke with Sean from Asterion Myth, the general manager, this morning. He was so kind enough to give us a bit of insight into his team. Says they were feeling. Yeah, indeed. Thank you, brother. You're very, very helpful indeed. And we were talking about how the team, they weren't super happy with yesterday's performance. I think they did actually, in my opinion, I think they've drastically improved since the EU stage. They're looking a lot cleaner in their rotation, a lot cleaner in their gunfights, but they know that they need to make it the prelims. Only those 3 spots available going into the global finals here in Kuala Lumpur. They've qualified. So they're saying we need to play a bit more aggressive. We need to get the kill points on board, because that's the kind of stuff that is just going to rocket you all the way to the top of the standard. If you get like a, what was that, 23 kill game like BTR did yesterday on Vikendi, that type of 43 point with the chicken dinner as well, that just, they zoomed to the top. They were fast. It's
crazy fast, and really good to see. Hopefully some of those teams will be able to do it. Another team from Europe as well that you were talking about, obviously Asterion Myth before, FUTBOLIST. Now they have not really done anything spectacular, but they still find themselves actually relatively high up the tables,
fourth
place. They're doing incredibly well.
Yeah, they're a bit scary actually. I mean, they're probably lovely guys, but they come in every morning and they've got their little FUTBOLIST, and I'm like, whoa!
They do have a bit of a shout. I don't know if you guys have heard it through any of the mics so far. It's good.
It actually pumped me up to get going for casting.
Show some pride.
We are seeing these teams now drop into year-old Erangel here onto the island. Again, another really, really relatively safe playing path for these teams. We've had that so far. Very nice and easily done. And now we're seeing teams dropping down. And SWAT 69, again, changing up their drop spot, going north of Lopovka this time. Maybe a little bit closer to where they know the drop is going from. Victory 5 here. They're coming down as well. Now, it's interesting to talk about Victory 5 because they actually have 2 IGLs on the team. And I think that when we talk about Chinese teams, that's what really sets a lot of these teams apart from the Western teams as well, as is because Chinese teams have had so much time to practice. They've had so much time to practice against really top teams. They've got really high tier scrims going on. And all these teams have been together for such a long time that anyone on the team can IGL. And having a situation where you have 2 eyes on the board who can look at the lay of the land and say, actually, we should do this, and the team can back behind them, and they're all thinking as one collective unit, it really creates some strong rotations, which is exactly why you see them have some very successful third parties coming through a lot of the time. There's your circle, goes off to the northwest side towards shooting range and Severny. We'll see if it drops onto the northern side of the island, but for the now, we know that these teams on the east all have to start moving across.
Yeah, that's going to be the case. We've seen quite a few of the circles like this actually happen over, especially in South Asia, when we had those regional finals and prelims there as well, where it would zone in towards the river around Rozhok, just on that island.
Painful.
It makes us some very, very tricky final circles. But looking at the lay of the land as well, nobody's actually dropped over on military base.
Yeah, now, in my opinion, I wonder if this was a reactive drop from BTR here, which is where they see the circle go north. It's very difficult at the moment to leave South Africa at the moment because you have obviously RED Canids who play around western side, IND who hold the western bridge crossing down as well, INS who are up in Gatka, and then we've had MEGA FUTBOLIST who have this split between Shelter as well as just east of Pachinki. So BTR, they're like, this is really difficult for us to lead Sosnovka, and at the moment, we're really the only team who's dropping down here. Let's just go up onto the coastal side by Sharkfin, maybe loot up on farm, and with esports loot, you can effectively trash loot, right, and get enough loot on board early on. Just seeing SGE on our screen, these guys didn't have the major performance we saw that we wanted to see from them yesterday. I mean, there was a lot of good glimmers of hope in this team though, but just nothing came to pass. A few throws towards the end, and again, I say throws, but you cannot discredit them. They've been a team to be feared so far in terms of gun skill, so no one is discrediting them as yet.
A team as well that was dropping military base, RED Canids. We talked about yesterday how we wanted to see them change up their drop location because they were getting guarded by IND. Now, the question is, have IND spotted this out? Do they know that they've gone over to Primorsk? And will they try and guard that instead? Or will they try and take up those positions around the Western Bridge?
Yeah, I mean, even if IND do see them on the western side, you wonder whether they are going to even try and take that fight. Because right now, Canids have got a very easy rotation into the circle, just going on the western side. They go around Quarry, they've got a lot of cover that way, and you just come past Swamp and you're straight in. And they know there's teams in South George, so they can just carefully assert themselves potentially on the Wizard Tower, just off to the southwest of Everest. And TeamIND, they know they've also got a very clear path into the circle going north, which really at this point where they're very much lacking on points, they're wanting to get more placement points on the board. They're just going to go north side because they know INS's general rotation, which is through ruins over towards shooting range. You'd be surprised if IND do try to take this fight early. They're a very passive team, apart from the defending of the bridge, in which case they try and play that proactively.
INS, we praised them yesterday for some of their smart rotations, especially over on Vikendi, I believe it was, making a lot of sense in what they were doing. The moment they're split looting Gatka, the question is, for me, in general, what teams are going to head north of the river, right? Because you've got a lot of ground up there. Are you going to try and bank on getting some ground early on and see if the circle shifts to you, or are you going to try and stick to the South Shore and make that break on the next pop?
So on the northern side of the island here, John, it's actually pretty effective to go for a 2-2 split or a 3-1 split, especially on Yasnaya, because if you look on the, well, you can't really see it on your screen right now, but on the eastern bridge, there is a Wizard Tower and a nice little area where you can hole up just outside the roadside. And having a 3-1 split there means you control all of that area. You also control the crossing on the rotate that Victory 5 are currently making over the top of the lake. They're going early, just past Stalba. But I'd imagine that you will see teams try and take residence in the Rozhok Bridge and go for a 2-2 split there. And now's the time to do it in Phase 1. Phase 2, when things start to get a little bit tighter, you're more than likely going to see teams start to coalesce, come together as a 4.
Tempo have moved up north from Pachinki really quite fast. They're actually almost bordering on Rozhok, near FUTBOLIST, near Goskilla, and Asterion Myth as well. Could prove tricky to make this rotation. As you said before, that bridge is currently guarded by FUTBOLIST, and I think they might have spotted it out.
Yeah, there's a massive amount of teams in this area. You've got FUTBOLIST, Asterion Myth, Goskilla, as well as Tempo.
Oh, they go for a crash. Tempo, indeed, of the hour, seeing if NA can stand up. Currently 3rd place on the standings. FUTBOLIST 4th place. So it is a battle for one of those qualification spots as it stands. So okay, goes for the drop. Is going to get spotted out. Rattled half, but Nico goes down first. So does Chica. They're looking for the spray as Spec falls. Just one left now for Tempo Storm. Rain has that micro Uzi, trying to keep one of his teammates alive. Goes out wide, goes for one, but cannot make it happen. Tempo eliminated early on. A disastrous crash, and the guard works out.
Tempo, super confident coming out of the fight, and I mean, why wouldn't you? You come from NA with 56 kills, being the top of the leaderboard in terms of kill points. Obviously, they didn't get that #1 spot on the clear through to the global finals, and they're like, yeah, we can take this fight. We know we're strong. We saw from yesterday they have that gun skill. What you don't realize, you're going to EU teams. EU teams have been fighting since the beginning of group stages, since minute 1. These guys, they know how to take fights. They're very aggressive. They're scary in close quarters combat, and I think that's what a lot of teams haven't quite realized about Asterion Myth and FUTBOLIST as of yet. Sure, they're aggressive. Sometimes they make mistakes, but crashing onto them when they have control of the compound, it's not the best of idea, and I think Tempo just got unlucky there, really.
Right, so the thing that you see in general in Europe is that their micro-rotations in the close firefight, which I think is what you're really sort of getting at, are really very, very strong. One of the strongest regions, actually. It's just the question of, getting into the position where they can use that to their advantage that sometimes they struggle with.
Yeah, now that's why I'm interested in Asterion Myth taking aggressive rotations, which they're doing right now, is that they're going to place themselves in a position where they can take advantage of their strong skill within the gunfight itself, within those team fights that do occur around the map. I really like it. FUTBOLIST, Asterion Myth, both in the center circle. They set themselves for a success right now. I'm excited to see what they can do coming into the latter half of this game.
Currently, I think we have 3 teams now north of the river. Omen Elite have sent 2 up there. Victory 5 all on the north side. So are Orange as well as DeToNator. They're all up on top. But DeToNator, they've got that compound you can see on your screens at the moment, and they're trying to guard out. I think they've spotted Zute.
Yeah, Zute's in the water. We've seen this rotation from him quite a few times in NA where they'll try and just swim it across. You wonder where he's going. Carnage, though, behind, looking for the backstab. The team is very, very split right now. Most players aren't with one another, and Zute currently trying to use the water as cover. It's not going well for him. If he gets knocked here, he will be an immediate flush because of the way the water works here.
Niminori needs to be careful he doesn't slip into the water himself, otherwise he won't actually be able to rattle off these shots. Zute currently drowning, has to go up. The reload is in. Oh, Niminori just giving him time, but not quite able to do it. Of course, instant death in the water. Don't go down. The crate gets dropped and DeToNators pick up a kill on the IGL for Omen Elite.
Yeah, you're trying to understand that rotation, and really it's quite confusing, to say the least. You'd have thought this team was trying to get together a lot earlier. Zute going for a really, really quick rotation there, but just doesn't come to pass. And I said that you can go for a 2-2 split in the phase 1, but by this time, a lot of teams have already found themselves in the circle. Unfortunate for Omen Elite getting caught out like that.
Victory 5 and SynerGE just rattling on past each other. No bother. No harm done either way. They're going opposite directions, though. SynerGE want to head out to the west side of the North Shore. Victory 5, they seem to want to head east, sorry.
Yeah, I honestly think that MEGA and BTR got the best deal out of all this, to be honest with you, because they're playing edge, right? They have such a significant lead in terms of points. They can play edge and move in towards the end of the game and just push that lead even further. But with the fact that the circle goes down south and there's still quite a lot of water in terms of the river here, you can pretty much guarantee that the circle on phase 4 is going to hard shift to the southern side towards Pochinki. It'd be very surprising if we see the circle end up on the northern side. So all these teams have made the northern rotation, like Victory 5. They're all packing their bags and going back down south again. Victory 5 basically making the opposite rotation of what they just made prior.
They're making it a little bit tighter, though, this time. They're going around Yasnaya Lake along the cliff line, and they will be there. But over in Stalba Mountains, you've got SWAT 69 behind them. Now, this could prove interesting. If they aren't aware of that, there's potential for them to come in for the backstab. But now we're left with 2 teams on the northern shore at the moment, Orange and DeToNator.
Party Gaming, Dave's choice on the desk here, currently on Everest right now. They're holding it down. I believe Dave's already said on the desk potentially, but Party Gaming, they were saying to him this morning that, you know, they're just a couple of guys being dudes, you know?
A couple of dudes being guys.
Don't describe themselves as a professional PUBG mobile team, but being in 6th place right now, I would definitely describe them as a professional team. This is a really good work from them.
That's the thing. It's not an org that's backing them up, right?
Yeah.
It's just a bunch of guys.
They're having a party, you know? They're having a party, but in the PMCO.
It's the sort of party I'd like to be invited to. They've managed to make it all the way here, which is phenomenal stuff, to say the least. Bigetron able to take one of the little settlements just out to the west of School, between School and Pochinki. We'll settle on the south side of the road, not quite crossing over to the warehouse just yet.
Yeah, they love holding down roads. That's something I've noticed a lot of times, be it on Vikendi or Erangel. They hold down these choke points where they know people have to cross, and they're so confident in their ability to frag out. It's really, really strong.
Look how Victory 5 are rotated now. They went all the way from the North Shore. They went all out to the east, around Yasnaya Lake, and now they're down all the way in Potato Hill. These guys are really thinking and actually keeping their minds open. They're thinking outside the box on these rotations. Potato Hill, it's actually the most southerly team that is still in there because, of course, you've got so much open ground between Gatkar and Pochinki. No one really wants to occupy it.
Now, those fields are real dangerous, so everyone wants to hold north of Pochinki right now.
And there's still potential to go north of the river on the next circle, which is why they don't want to be too far south.
There is, yeah. I reckon it'd be quite rare that we see it happen. If it does happen, it's going to be a mad dash. You're going to see a mass migration of players, but the south shift, as I described earlier, does come through. It's a lot harder than I imagined it would be.
It's a Pachinki circle.
But right onto Pachinki, so, you know, hot drop Pachinki at the beginning, or we can just hot drop later on.
Hey, do you know who drops Pachinki?
Asterion
Tempo
Myth
Storm
as well. Tempo Storm, yeah. Asterion Myth dropped in EU. They dropped Pachinki a lot.
Yeah. And they were battling out with back-to-back, I think it was back then. But no, they changed their drop location this time around, and it was actually Tempo Storm who claimed it, but they're already out, so no one's in there. Oh dear. INS struggling. The bounce on the buggy not doing so great for them. They lose a player.
INS now have to take a fight 4v3. You'd imagine they just try and leave this one and try and get into the circle, but the problem is Goskilla currently are holding right in front of the rotation they need to make. Victory 5, though, really strong position. They took on Potato Hill, scouted out, and they've looked for a compound, and they're starting to slowly move their way back in. Asterion coming down from Apps and School.
Yeah.
But you imagine that maybe they just hold this position and wait for the teams to all have to make that southern rotation. They were waiting on the bridges.
Let's tune in again with DeToNator. They move south of the river now. A lot of rotations coming in. Omen Elite still vying for it. Church taken by Mega, and FUTBOLIST looking to go straight past it as well. As they continue to try and crunch on in that northwest side. A real tricky spot, as well as that northeast rotation around Potato Hill, which went well very well for Victory 5. Spring still trying to take the fight. They go out wide. One goes down. He looks for a second, but gets knocked. That's the end of Spring. Summer is here.
So for them, DeToNators will take them out, but it gives a lot of time to the rest of the players on Omen in terms of Wi-Fi and Carnage to make their way into the circle and just try and ladder up. And with a lot of players down in the blue, this is going to be an awful rotation for them. And really, DeToNators sealing a couple of deaths onto Omen has almost sealed their own deaths here as they try and make into the circle down past Ruins. Everyone clambering for compounds just on the outside of Pachinki. They don't want to fully make their way in as of yet and risk being basically choked inside, unable to leave. So right now, people are trying to stay quite center. No one wants to play on those fields. And Victory 5, they have a really good chance if the circle goes east because they'll be able to kill everyone who comes over the fields. They literally will become in the killing fields for them and take a quick rotation to the compound just on the east side. They've definitely scouted that by now. But Orange obviously had a huge rotation from the northern side. They're right next to BTR on the southern side of the map. But the next circle coming in soon. Right now, it's been a pretty uneventful game. Still got 15 teams alive, 15 teams alive and 56 players still within the game right now.
DeToNator still out in the blue. Do need to make their way in pretty snappy because Phase 4 is about to pop. This circle will not be something that you can ignore. They'll have to push in. Unfortunately, they are going to be pushing into exactly where Goskilla are currently on your screens. A heavy western shift. Victory 5 will have to make their way across, but a lot of teams going to be still in the circle, and quite frankly, they're going to be dead happy about that.
Yeah, Victory 5 have to make an immediate decision right now because they can only go clockwise towards the bottom of the map or anti-clockwise to the top of the map. You cannot make the cross across the fields, especially knowing that all these teams will have already taken position around Pachinki. So Victory 5 will be making a dead crash into Orange. Orange instead just making the dead push across the field. This is so dangerous, John.
My goodness me. Will SWAT 69 spot them? Will Victory 5 either? DeToNator, they've got one down in the zone, but INS are playing on the edge, and they're actually rotating through, taking a lot of damage. It's Cartoons. He's trying to get away with it. I think he might have just snuck past the watchful gaze of DeToNator. As they are there, Niminari going down, as well as they've had two down now out in the blue. They tried to go for the res on Niminari in Phase 4. You cannot do it, I'm afraid. It's not possible.
There's too much damage coming through, and like I said, I think DeToNators basically sealed their fate very early on. There's IND taking shots against BTR. They do lose one player, falls to the floor. Quite out as of yet. Really strong position from IND right now. BTR, luckily, they have the advantage of having a big hill in between both of them, so they have time to go for those reses.
I'll tell you who's really happy about this shift is Mega. They hold Church early on, and they have such great overwatch on pretty much everybody around them. They're holding on the north side of the road, though, so if it does move south, they're going to struggle maybe to move across there. Everyone vying for these hilltops at the moment. Mega, you can see they are pressuring against RED Canids, who at the moment are holding both Goskilla and INS on the outer skirts of the circle.
Yeah, you got to admit, it's an aggressive rotation from Mega. They start playing slow, and then towards the latter circles just go, they Hail Mary it, straight towards the compound they want. Now, I say this is a Hail Mary because, remember, there was a lot of teams around this area early on. They saw the circle coming through. Mega was playing towards the coastal side on the southern side of the map. they don't have time to scout Church out. They don't have time. You're going through so many teams. Yep. It's a hugely bold play to say, you know what, this is our territory. We're taking it now.
We'll see what they're able to get done from that. Currently, Pachinki Field's relatively unoccupied. No one has been forced to make that push, but the RED Canids are really struggling here on their hillside. INS want to go for the push and see what they can get done. They're down to, I believe, 1 player left for RED Canids. On the south side, Victory 5 have made this rotation against Bigetron that you can see on your screens. Holding it down currently. Victory 5 need to push in. They need to push past Bigetron and see what they can get done. They're playing with 3 against the 4. Zuxi and Luxi in the middle take a little bit of damage each against the nades, but it's 1 down for the Victory 5 on the push. Still 4 up for Bigetron. They go around the edge as Hung looks for the off angle. They're guarding it. They're playing it smart. Nanyi wants to try and stay in this one. Cruzy's there. McBoy goes for the peek, and he will get the knock. Hung, no way he gets back from that. A nice nade, and Wuxian's now on the ropes. Bigetron holding it down perfectly.
They're playing disadvantage as well, down the hill. It's ridiculous Victory 5 is not able to make this happen. Wuxian by himself drops the first aid kit now, but he's versus 4. There's absolutely no way he makes this in, and BTR are just going to leave him to his own devices.
This is smart from BTR and from Victory 5 as well. Both of them playing it by the book. No one really trying to play spoiler. The shift, pretty heavy there. South and a little bit west.
I mean, that's an evil play as well. They move to the top. They take away Wuxian's car, drive to the bottom of the hill, so there's no way you can even just jump in that. They've just secured this kill now, and they're going to be having a lot of a massively good time as this next circle comes in towards the southern side. Now they can walk in knowing that playing well, there's no team behind them.
Frustrating.
Yeah, he's done. He's literally done so.
I don't know if they spotted him, so he's healing there, and he's going to have to drive. Has to go for the full send. He does not have a lot of time. Rotates out around. Victory 5 trying to stay in it. I think Bigetron might have spotted this one, but he doesn't have a lot of time left on the clock. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to make it, but we'll have to wait and see. Goskilla on the north side, the final player for RED Canids, able to do a little bit of work. Victory 5 did get eliminated in the meantime on the south side. 2 players down for Goskilla as Orange skirt around the edge. Chowski, the remaining RED Canids player, holding them off. Yeah. And seeing what they can get done. A lot of damage being chucked on their way if they have Asterion Myth at their back.
Ice skates right on the blue rink here as they just skirt past all these teams that are currently in a fight. And they've done this twice now. Super aggressive rotations that you are so surprised they work out, but Orange seems to be very good with timing their rotations and when they go for things, and it looks like it's quite cerebral what they are doing, but they're now directly crashing into Omen as well as INS, IND, SGE, and Mega all on this southern side. Mega immediately made the rotation down from Church towards the southern side of the circle. Again, it's just a case of like, they see where they want to go and they're going there.
Chowski stays alive again. Beautiful play. It's a miracle that he's managed to get this far. How much further can he go, though? The circle is pushing him to cross this road now. Asterion Myth are playing the edge guard. You can see in the picture as well. A couple of fights popping off. SynerGE taking on, I believe that's IND on the southwestern side. A lot of nades going back and forth, seeing what they can get done. Poser playing the guard. Chowski did go down in the fray as we tuned into the southwestern side of the circle. Slayer is down right next to the Bucky. See if Servi is going to be able to spot it out. 2 teams from the same region. They should have a little bit of a decent read on one another.
There's a scary position for SynerGE to actually be in. IND pretty much just cleaned out now by SGE. They removed from the game. All 4 players still up for SynerGE, though. This is really good for them. We're wanting to see some more careful rotations. We know how good they can be in that last circle. They only had 1 chance to really show us that before on Erangel. They kind of threw it away towards the end. Daljit's the only one alive, as well as Trans here. So it's a difficult rotation for SynerGE coming up against IND who are on the top of the hill.
FUTBOLIST. I believe they're playing from the eastern side of Pachinki. They will have to make the break across the fields, but they're already up to 7 kills. We said we wanted to see a little bit more from them to try and breach that. Well, they're delivering here so far, but they've got a little bit of a way to go. It's a difficult push. See if they're able to do it. A lot of action currently happening on the southwest. Might give them the time that they need to get across. Nades are flying. Smokes are out. And first aid kits getting churned through like there's no tomorrow.
Yeah, next circle comes in, and you know why all these teams went for this position so early. It's so strong to hold this hillside, really hard to push you. But because there is so many teams looking to take it, it's become very, very chaotic, very difficult to hold it down. SynerGE have a really good chance to keep going though, but there's Orange actually popping off. BTR coming into the mix. Do knock out Mega.
FUTBOLIST from Pachinki actually took out one of the Bigetron players down all the way on the south side of the circle. Nice couple of shots coming out as they do make that break out to the west. On the northern side, you got Party Team. They are only on 2 kills, but Dave's going to be happy that they're still in with it. 4 players now. The only team with that many remaining is FUTBOLIST on the eastern side. They're pushing across, and on the southwest, you still got action as INS get eliminated.
INS now down.
Sorry, IND.
FUTBOLIST removes SWAT 69 as well. That's that Micro Uzi. We saw how good this guy can be with Micro Uzi on Vikendi before. He almost knocked down an entire team. But FUTBOLIST, I think one thing we've got to talk about here, John, is just the deliverance and the dedication from this team. Every time I see them out in the booths, they're always so focused. And you can tell they're coming today knowing that they're going for that number 3 spot.
Fire in the booth as they send it over to the west. FUTBOLIST have now got their foothold into the zone. See if they can capitalize on that, as again, the hillside, so treacherous for so many of these teams. IND trying to play spoiler. They've got a lot of strength here with 3 players alive. They can zone away pretty much everyone who tries to step up to them.
Yeah.
Party Team's still in it. They're sneaking both behind the same tree. They think they have their teammate out a little bit to the wide angle, but again, it's still IND atop the mound.
Yeah, it's all about to crack off right now. Omen Elite, only 1 player remaining. It is Carnage. But if we slice this circle in half, right down the middle, FUTBOLIST control the entire eastern edge. And there's a whole 5 other teams all on the western side. So FUTBOLIST control a lot of area right now.
Well, they did until they lost 3 of their players. And it just happened in the blink of an eye there. And Solke just goes down. Okay, FUTBOLIST eliminated.
Damn.
They couldn't quite make the push across the fields. Unfortunate to say the least, but a lot of points accrued in the meantime. We're down to 4 teams as INS also take a tumble. IND have the top of the hill, but the Party Team, they move into the center of the circle. Dave's smiling.
Party Gaming feeling really good right now. Northeast shift as well. No one's currently in there, so it's anyone's game. BTR currently have the most members with 9 kills on board as well. They can immediately take this rotation towards the southern side. Like I say, though, Party Gaming still in a good position to take the northern side of this, potentially even get a refill on the loot with the crate. But in come the nades, over the top, directly in the middle. Hits Kratos for a little bit of damage. Daljit takes just a chink as well.
But other than that, they're going to be all right. Bigetron can start to make this rotation. They don't want to push up because then they're going to be stuck at the top of the hill. And with the zone moving in, they will not be able to make that rotation. But it's just so difficult to make that break before IND. Good thing is that IND are on the long side of the circle. They will be pushed out first. Omen Elite. Oh dear, I think that was their last remaining representative. Eliminated, 4th place, still a decent performance.
Yeah, from a pretty awful start as well. Getting 4th place is really good. IND, it's Kratos though, that IGL looking to make it happen, but still 3 players alive. IND's really good in these last circles. We saw that from the South Asia region and the regional finals itself. When they get here, they know how to capitalize. It's just hard so far for them actually getting to this point.
Oh, you got to get out there, Trance, I'm afraid. You cannot take the blue damage for that long. Kratos and Trance both take a tumble, and now it's just Daljit atop the hill, making this death push, and might be a death sentence indeed as well. Party Gaming still with dominance over the zone for now. Daljit gets spotted out. The rattle down from the bottom of the hill from BTR as they push on through. Now it's just Luxy remaining up and kicking. We know how devastating he can be, but when there's 3 players bearing down, it cannot be that difficult. He's going to push away, actually gets the heal off, goes for a 1 versus 2 now. 2 players up, sorry. Ryzen still in the mix as well. They have a little bit to do as McBoy gets finished off. 2 versus 2 for Bigetron and Party Gaming. As they play around the rocks, they're playing around the cover. The breakout for Jihoon as Junshi ticking away. Not too sure they're going to be able to get to that one. Ryzen playing Snake right now as Luxy hits the deck too. They're pushing forwards. The next circle goes over the Party Gaming again. Taz goes down. Bigetron starting to step up. Just Jihoon now. Over on the other side of the circle, right next to the hill. I think they know what's up. Luxy sends the nade over.
That's a big
Could
one.
this be it? Goes for it. Not going to quite reach it. Jihoon doesn't go down just yet. Az takes the fall as well. 1 versus 2.
Luxy now moving into the tree. The Molotov between him and Jihoon will stop him from moving anywhere, but Jihoon is backed against the circle, and that'll be PTR taking the win.
Huge numbers of kills as well being racked up. Check that out. 14 kills, 34 points. Bigetron, a return to form, showing us just the metal that they're made of.
PTR all the way from the southern side. They made some dangerous rotations, went against some of the best teams, even knocking out Mega. They went to a location with about 5 different teams in there. It was crazy to say the least. Dave's got some magic in his words, though. I mean, Party Gaming getting the second spot. It seems to be whoever this man chooses, they go far.
They're doing pretty well. I don't know if does he have the script? Did someone give him that?
I think someone's given Dave the script.
I thought we weren't getting given that this time around. I don't know, man, but it seems like he's read the future and, well, it's done pretty well. An unfortunate start for the NA representatives. Tempo Storm coming in, FUTBOLIST. Just better into this fight. Unfortunately, it's really tricky when you go for those crashes, especially in third person, when you're going for those angles.
Yeah, I mean, that compound itself, usually they're quite easy to tackle because it is just the one compound. But specifically in that area, there is 2 buildings, and Zessie was actually on a really good flank there from the team and was able to just support from the back. And there's a really bold jump out from Solkay that you got to love. But NA didn't have a very good round this time round. I mean, Omen, just not a good start, but finishing in 4th is excellent.
Yeah, they will have managed to get plenty of points on board. You're looking for about the 13-point averages to keep on going through. But we are going to be sending it back over to the desk to break this one down. Jason, take it away.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And yes, Bigetron have come out swinging. It wasn't for Candy, but they're able to do it on Erangel. And maybe they're able to fix some problems from yesterday. But we got 7, and we got Mustache Dave here on the desk to break that one down. And what a game it was. Bigetron, they came out the gate swinging.
My goodness, it was. Just being able to, for them to go ahead and just finish off B5, that was huge for them. Even though they missed a player, he was able to go ahead and sneak into the car and leave. But just winning that 3 versus 2 at the end, that was really impressive. And I know you said Party Gaming.
Hey.
Party Gaming in 2nd place, baby.
It's party time, baby. I mean, that's what I'm talking about. We'll talk about them in a little bit. Let me get back to your play on Victory 5 and Bigetron. I liked it. The discipline from the squad was so well there because time and time again, we've seen squads stay in the blue, take some unnecessary damage, and try to get that last kill. Bigetron, though, knowing they had the advantage, go into the circle, gatekeep that last member. Like you said, they didn't get it, but they didn't take the unnecessary damage, which I really appreciated from the squad.
And the good thing actually from that play from Bigetron is that I believe it was Luxy that was alive behind that tree. He had all the attention from Party Gaming, which allowed Ryzen to just kind of sneak out of the way and then distract them a little bit more as well.
We're going to take a look at the standings from that first match of the day. And Bigetron getting their 2nd chicken dinner on the board and 34 points as well. But Party Gaming, we got to talk about him a little bit. I know you wanted to touch on him, Mustache Dave, so why don't you give us some insight about the team?
Listen, Party Gaming, later on it's going to be party time with me and the squad. All right, I was talking to them before today, and I was trying to get a little information. They are from Korea. I was like, so tell me about the team. And they're like, listen, Mustache Dave, we're not a professional team. We're just a group of guys. We're some friends that happened to qualify, and my mouth immediately dropped because I'm like, what? Like, you guys came in today in 6th place, beating out all these other professional teams. Not only that, getting a 2nd place in this game on top of that is just amazing.
It is. And now there's more than likely going to go ahead and propel them at least into the top 5. And as you mentioned, being a group of friends.
Yeah.
That's insane. And I mean, that's actually how everybody starts, right?
Yeah.
You're a group of fans, and then you realize, hey, I'm really good at this game. I can actually go ahead and become a pro and end up in the biggest stage of them all. So good to see what they're doing there. And also another team that we need to go ahead and talk about is FUTBOLIST, because they were in 4th place before this overall. And with Tempo Storm having such a bad start, finishing 16, which is kind of consistent to what happened in day 1, we're talking, Jason. Who knows? Maybe in game 4 they'll get a win. But Football is probably going to go ahead and more than likely pass Tempo Storm. And I want to see how Tempo Storm is going to go ahead and bounce back.
And the Footballists, they got knocked out a little bit early, too. You can see the winner points, only 6. You had IND place higher than them. You had Omen Elite. You had Insidious. So if they were able to hold on a little bit longer, maybe they could have went a little bit further. And IND we have to talk about really quickly before we look at 9 through 16. This is a team who gets most of their points off placements, and they've had a really rough performance in the first day, but this is a good sign.
Yeah, I mean, go for it.
Actually, something I want to go ahead and just top on was that they stayed together as a team. They weren't too spread out, and that was something I was mentioning that they told me that they wanted to stay together because they were just doing their own thing. So it's good to see that. And also from Omen Elite, they did that as well. And right here, you got RED Esports in 9th place with 6 points.
You got Orange, you got Red down there. MEGA Esports coming into today, first place, going to be losing their gap just a little bit. Goskilla, I'm still on their side. They're still going to be my dark horse coming into the rest of the days. I think they can continue to possibly get one chicken dinner. I mean, rough game number 1. I mean, Tempo Storm, they found out firsthand, like you mentioned, when they got crashed on by FUTBOLIST.
Thing is, though, we are seeing 3 teams that are in the top 5 in overall standings place 9th through 16th in the first match alone. And obviously, you want to have the consistency like we've seen out of FUTBOLIST. But Tempo Storm getting 15, Victory 5 as well. Like, this is not what we want to see out of those teams if they want to have a chance to go through. But let's take a look, though, at the overall standings that we have so far today with 7 matches played. And Bigetron, well, they're starting to lengthen a gap here in first place.
With that move, too. 58 kills, 10 more than MEGA Esports. And look at that. Football is now moving into the 3rd place, and Tempo just with that bad game moving into 5th place. They still have a win. I want to see how they bounce back from that.
Yeah, FUTBOLIST is also an interesting team because yesterday they were kind of flying under the radar. Nothing too special from the squad. They weren't doing great. They weren't doing bad. They were just being consistent, getting a couple kills here and there, getting a couple placement points. Actually, in the qualifier stages, they didn't get any chicken dinners either. So it's a team that is still on the hunt for the chicken dinners, but they told me that even if they don't get a chicken dinner here, it's fine. As long as we get top 3, we're going to save all of our chickens for the group stage, or the finals, that is.
Yeah, and I want to go ahead and see what teams like SWAT69 are going to go ahead and do, right? Because more than likely at that point, you want to go ahead and make a name for yourself, and you want to go ahead and at least start challenging certain teams. So as we get towards the end of today, I'm pretty sure we start seeing some of those teams starting to challenge. And then Omen Elite still in 14th, even though they did get that 5th place finish. So they need to start being more consistent and be a little bit more aggressive as well.
I mean, we talk about pressure on teams. We talked about how Victory 5 has said, being the only team from China, they feel the pressure. SWAT69 being the only team from the Middle East, North Africa region, at least in the prelims here, have been just tanking at the bottom of the scoreboard. So I kind of wonder, are they going to be able to step over the course of the next days? Is the pressure maybe just a little bit too much?
I mean, one thing that sticks out to me that we just saw, only 4 kills out of 7 games. I mean, come on. You guys can do a little better than that.
It happens. And then talking about kills, look at this. Luxy with 19 kills to his name. Average survival time, almost 21 minutes. So that right there goes to show you that's the reason why that team is currently in first place.
Yeah, honestly, Bigetron are doing some serious work here. And when we get back to Vikendi, I wouldn't be too surprised to see them actually take home another chicken dinner. And they've been able to keep this kind of progression. We kind of wondered, right? How would the teams play on day 2? Because obviously going into day 1, even with the scrims played the day before, you don't really know how the teams were going to play. But now that you have that footage to watch, that footage to go over, what teams would rise to the occasion? And seeing Bigetron already be able to do this, I bet you for a fact that Icy Baby, who's waiting for the interview, is going to be smiling. He's going to be happy, as well as Luxy. So we're going to throw it over to them so they can take this away and get into the mind of Bigetron.
Thank you so much, all the casters here. And here with me, I have the winners of the previous match. We have Bigetron RA against Luxy. Congratulations on your win.
Thank
you.
you.
Of course, you are currently in the leaderboard as well with the highest kill volume here, Luxy. How is that possible?
That's a competition for my team.
All right.
Finding a kill, gaining a kill.
Oh, you're still going for the king leader?
Yeah.
Oh, still fighting against each other. Okay, I like that here. And of course, I'm gonna keep holding your hand here just because, I want to take a little bit of luck from you guys because you are currently one of the best kill leaders, fraggers for today and yesterday overall in general. And yeah, we gotta keep doing this, Jason. Yeah. How are you, Jason?
I'm good.
Yeah. Congratulations. And
thank you.
So far, you're looking pretty comfortable about this. And as of now, I think we had a little bit of short interview with you just now. You said you were not too happy about that chicken dinner. Why is that?
Because I haven't beat RRQ yet.
RRQ is not playing here.
Yeah, later I want to beat them.
In the global finals?
Yes.
Why is that?
That's my target in this tournament.
Whoa. So, speaking of which here, we saw a couple insane plays coming from you guys. And truth be told, what do you think of today's performance or today's games here? Just that last match compared to yesterday's game.
This match is way more easier.
Oh, and you have anything to say that, Jason?
Trash talk. It's nice. It's good to hear it. I like the confidence.
All right, as of now, that's pretty much here from Luxy, and we're going to be taking a short break before we go into his game number 2. Last things, any final words here, Luxy?
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye indeed. Once again, this is the PUBG Mobile Club Open preliminary stages here. My name is ICBaby12. We have Jason Kaplan, and that's Luxy. See you guys in the next game.
Trapped in shelter. Asterion Myth, they push down, they're through the smoke, and they will have a nade chucked their way. This could be disastrous, they go in, they're lining up! Oh no, RED Canids shut Asterion Myth down, that's too bold, my friend, you're gonna get punished for it. TeamIND goes down around the edge of the smoke. Omen Elite needs to try and find it. It's just Wi-Fi, a sliver of HP. He's out wide, and he gets it done. Chica holds it down. Tempo Storm stay alive. Absolutely no health. They have such a difficult task. Okay, Mega, they're going super aggressive now. They're going for the full set. Go on, then. It's do or die. They've got to make it work. They're going down. Oh dear. He's got to get in now. He has to go for the push point. Get out of the blue, my friend. You need to heal up as fast as they can. DeToNator go down to a friendly nade. Oh, that's not what you want to see. Bigetron, they come out, they go for the side swipe. On the off angles, gets the job done. The rest of the team there to back him up.
All this really good third party. He's going to get this replay now.
Oh, look at Nico go.
1v3.
1, 2. Doesn't take a lick of damage. Look at that. Damn.
I feel like a piece of chicken meat on a grill under the blazing sun. Everyone hates desert because they get lost here. But there are some interesting people here, like that hip-hop kid. You know, the one on top of the car? He always has the strangest stickers. Supposedly, they're trophies he got from other players. You know how it is, kids and their toys. Oh, and that guy standing by the wall has a really good aim and is supposedly an assassin. Why is he dressed like that in this frackin' desert, though? As for that lady over there, she values her gun more than her own life. That's about the only thing you can trust around here. Me? Who am I? Ha! Everyone knows the Lava Barret. Shh! I think we have guests.
Broken again.
Bird's been following us. Does it think we're rabbits?
No, you're more like a bug. A really lazy bug. Watch out!
Take cover!
We're surrounded!
Fly fast, I'll race you. Time to wreak havoc. Let's go! could join us, little sidekick.
Companion. Let's go.
Hey, wait for me!
Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile Club Open 2019 Fall Split Prelims. As we have some handsome gentlemen here on the desk, more handsome as we do progress from the right-hand side or left-hand side to the right-hand side. It's a little bit different for me here. Anyways, I'm not saying he's the most handsome, but he definitely has the best facial hair. We can't argue against that, Seven.
Yeah, he does. you definitely can argue that.
Yeah.
We will need like patches filled in and stuff.
I mean, not as much as you, as me. But anyways, let's move past that because now we're going on to SynerGE as our second match of the day. And Bigetron, I kind of wonder, we talked about momentum a lot yesterday for teams. Like, you get that first chicken dinner under your belt. We saw it a lot in the South Asia region. When teams start to pick them up, they can continue to do so. Could we potentially see Bigetron pull off back-to-back like we saw yesterday with Mega Conquerors?
I hope so. I hope so because yesterday when they got that win, that big win, they ended up the next game just pretty much getting kicked on 16th place.
Yeah.
So I hope that doesn't happen again. I hope it's going to be a little bit different. And I think they're going to be able to do it, right? I was talking to Luxy, and he wants to go after RRQ, so they're looking to get that first place.
And I'm actually happy that they did pull off another chicken dinner here today so far, because that was a squad that I was kind of questioning, was it a one-off match? Because before that big game, they were doing fairly mediocre, I want to say. They had 44 kills in total from 6 games, and they got 23 of those kills from that one game alone. So they were at the bottom of the barrel, in my opinion. They got that one explosive game. They shot up the leaderboard. Today, they got that chicken dinner. Definitely a team that has changed my mind, at least, and I believe they're a top 3 contender.
Well, I think if you're Luxy, maybe you don't want to win again. Maybe you don't want to have to sit there and shake 2 people's hands for the entirety of an interview. But that's it from us here on the desk. We'll be back with a post-match to break down SynerGE. In the meantime, we're going to head over to your commentators. It's once again John Allen and Blank to cover all the action here on Match 2.
We're back to the jungle, SynerGE, the arena that we will find match number 2 of day number 2 of the prelims here. My name's John, with me Blank, as always, looking spiffing in his shirt.
Obviously. You know how
I
it
do
is.
like it. It's very good. These black bits, they're velvet.
They're velvet.
It's amazing.
They're very nice feeling.
It's amazing. Well, I'll tell you what else is a nice feeling. The chicken dinner that was just achieved by Bigetron as well. They're going to be riding high on that one. They showed their strength that we've seen in previous stages, you know, even in last globals. They made it all the way to the full finals, the global finals, and they did really very well over there as well. Luxy, obviously a standout sniper. Zuxi, really, really strong. Just in general, that duo, you can't break them up, the twins.
Well, you got your assaulter and you got your sniper, and they're basically in sync because they're twins, right?
Yeah.
That's how that works.
They're the same person. They're not the same person.
No.
That's really mean. They are their own individuals, but they work well, very, very well together.
Yeah, and although they are in sync, they probably don't handshake for a good 1 minute, and they're probably not used to that either. Yeah.
Well, there's plenty of other teams as well that are going to be vying for strength here. We saw a lot of action go down on SynerGE last time around. In general, it's a very aggressive map. It's played on foot for the most part, and the rotations are really quite speedy, quite nippy, and it's prone to third-party engagements.
That it is, John. A very chaotic map in general. You tend to see teams getting third party, like you said, a lot of times. And mainly what I'm looking for here is we had a lot of aggressive play in that last map on Erangel towards the end of the game. The start of the game was very calm, quite quiet, really chilled out. But here you're gonna see a lot more fights, and when those fights break out, the team who is taking that fight, who might not be in the compound, who might be on a hillside, is gonna be worried about another team maybe hearing that, because it is a small map. They are in gunshot distance in terms of being able to listen out for that one, and the third party could come through rapid. So a lot of these teams, they've got to be very, very careful. We are just getting into the game very, very shortly. We're currently just waiting on the ground, people throwing out the dance spoons and stuff. Obviously, you can't see it, so I'm going to throw out some dance spoons on myself.
Chuck on those apples around on the Sandhawk. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to demean myself.
Do it.
I'm not going to demean myself.
Do it.
Okay.
Thank you.
There we go.
There you go.
Oh, what was it? The one that Icy
Goosey,
Baby Icy Baby 1-2 taught us? The what was it? This one?
I don't know how to do it. Apparently, it's like a cool
something.
thing. Like
I don't know. It's pretty cool.
It's like a cool thing.
Well, I'll tell you what, this is pretty cool. We're going to be getting into the plane over Sandhawk. A little bit of an easterly plane, but again, very, very kind to pretty much everyone involved.
Yeah, most people can get to their preferred locations. BTR probably going to go down to Painan. I was asking the team just then about how they actually make those rotations, especially on Erangel, because obviously we saw them go coastal side towards farm, right? Usually they go Nova, and they said that they saw the map, they saw the circle, and they definitely, like I said, they were doing some reactive dropping there, and they went farm knowing that it was going to be an easier rotation, which is why we saw no one go down to Sosnovka. So very interesting stuff, a very smart team in general, and it's the reason why they got so far. But now they've got to contend with, obviously, SGE again, who have given them trouble on this map of Sandhawk.
Sandhawk.
Sandhawk?
Soinhack. No, it's
Sandhawk up the trousers, because you got to get it on now.
Oh, absolutely. SGE did actually beat them out in the fight last time around. If you remember, that it was then Orange that came in down from all the way in south from Bantai.
A big Orange.
Where they came in. They just rolled on through. We know how effective Omen Elite were last time around in boot camp as well.
DeToNators have dropped on them again, though. This is some kind of rivalry going on.
All right, okay, I see how it is. Both in the same building as well. This is relatively uncommon. Normally, if you see two teams drop there, it's one team goes center, one team goes outside. But you've also got Goskilla actually in Bootcamp Hills, right up to the north. They are very, very close, potentially looking to try and snipe away some of these kills.
And Carnage with S12K. Dangerous weapon in close range, especially with that being semi-automatic. That thing will absolutely rock your world if you get too close to him. But right now, Omen is opting to take a little bit more of an adventure around the entirety of the boot camp, really having a good explore. Whereas DeToNator's playing pretty scared here, all as a group. Omen taking a lot more space, holding a lot of boot camp down. Like you say, John, they got to worry about Goskilla, who again are in the wings. We talked about that third party earlier, and you could see something similar happening there.
Although there are only two of them nearby, they are trash looting around the gap between Paradise Resort and Boot Camp at the moment, so they only have two teams that are there, but they will be aware of this. And this is good scouting and information as well, so they can sort of give that a wide berth or rotate in a favorable direction, maybe try and go north early on, but they are actually looking to take the fight from the hillside.
Yeah, and if any of you guys watched the South Asia Regional Finals, you know that Fnatic actually did make this this rotation a lot that Goskilla is currently in, and they found great success with that, dominating boot camp time and again. Obviously, they weren't quite able to make it into that top 5, unfortunately, for the South Asia region. But Goskilla, they can definitely make this one work. You can get looted quite quickly with the several compounds around there and then move over to the hillside, which they are doing now.
Luckily for Bigetron, they don't have any contest anymore in Painan. SynerGE have left.
Yeah, I think that's smart from them. If they want to get a more central position here, last time they got caught up in Painan yesterday, for sure.
Whenever I see that skin, all I see is the back of Mustache Dave's head.
Really?
Yeah. Like, can you not see that? It's a similar hairstyle.
It is actually a pretty similar hairstyle. Usually, when we're out there, Dave, he wears a hat. He's got a hat on.
Yeah, and it says Mustache Dave _on it.
Absolutely. Do you know, the reason we don't see the back of Mustache Dave's head on the desk is because he's actually got Mustache Dave shaved into the back of his head.
With the underscore as well,
yeah,
for his Instagram handle.
Like a weird stamp of pride. That's why I try not to walk behind him, otherwise that's all I can think about.
It is, yeah.
Dave's Instagram.
It is quite perturbing, to be honest.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll see if we can check that one out later. FUTBOLIST currently occupying the river.
He has to do it now, basically.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's a bet. FUTBOLIST occupying the river just to the north of Painan at the moment. going on both sides of it. Relatively smart this early on, because of course the circle popping where it is, it contains the entire northwestern island, which is only currently IND on there, but it also has a lot of ground to the east and to the south.
Yeah, which is why you are seeing so many teams control the bridge signs, because if it goes northwest, it almost always finishes in the mountains. And if you can take a clear-cut position early on, you just have free reign. Now, we saw that actually in the regional finals for Europe, in particular, with Team Unique fending off against about 6 teams, all making the run up the hill to the top, but they just immediately took that one. They're an extremely aggressive, extremely powerful team who we will see in the global finals later this week. So very, very interested to see if this does go northwest, and we'll see who can control that area, who has the cojones to actually pull that one off and really hold it down.
The interesting thing is that we've seen a diversion from what we saw early. No early fights, and in fact, only a couple of scraps, especially even in boot camp. Now, Omen Elite have left. SynerGE left Painan early. No one wants to fight early on.
Well, let's talk about this yesterday as well, John, wasn't I? Where I was saying that Prelims Day 1, it's the day for big plays. It's the day for a lot of fighting. But now we're coming into day 2, right? Teams are getting quite cognizant of the fact that, you know what? This is day 2. There's only going to be 1 day left, and really that's the day when I've got to make big plays if I'm far behind. Day 2, I want consistency. That's what I want from a lot of these teams. You want to see consistency. You want to make sure you're not being left behind in terms of points.
SynerGE make that northern push from Painan, currently on the southwestern island, just to the east of Ruins, playing off against Victory 5, who stand in their way of progressing further north. Victory 5 currently sat as 3. Wushan takes a lot of damage there. Schreider maybe looking to get the shots off. Waits for him to peek out to the left, but it's not going to happen. He hits the deck, goes for the heal, and we'll be okay for now. But they only have 3 players pretty much in their line at the moment. Mana is all the way out to the west at the moment. You can see right at the back of your screen there. He is about 200 meters out, but he seems to have mounted up. He's found a vehicle, so he can respond relatively quickly. Austin, a bold push. Makes it as well. Nanyi doesn't get the spray.
And drops the floor. SynerGE, like you say, that they're in the middle of a lot of teams right now. FUTBOLIST on the other side.
Oh, okay.
IND also on the coast. So this could get very dangerous for SGE very quickly.
FUTBOLIST actually did knock one of them just then.
Yeah.
So teams are going to be looking to push this way and try and control it if they can. It's a very difficult hillside to hold as well. You know, everybody from the east is going to be looking that way and thinking, "Ooh, that looks like some good ground."
Oh, Civi actually...
Is my ground? Is my position?
Yeah, Civi actually went over and took a lot of pot shots there from FUTBOLIST. You can see they're starting to make the cross potentially. But here comes Nanyi.
Looking for the spray. Civi goes down. Will probably more than likely be confirmed. There he goes. Austin X trades his life.
I don't think that's a good trade at all, because Austin X got rezzed. But you trade Austin X for Civi. Now, no BM to Austin X, but you've got to look at Civi and you think this guy does so much more in so many situations. You want to keep him up in that situation,
well,
right?
I mean, they're just trying to keep anyone up at the moment, as they did lose another. I think that was Schreider. That's not what you wanted either, to bounce the nade. Austin X goes down again, and now it's just Major Alpha for SynerGE. More than likely, he wants to just get away from this situation, try and snake it as late as he can. The teams are starting to push down into his location.
So uncharacteristic of SGE. Usually super aggressive team. If a player goes down, it doesn't matter. They're going to take a more proactive and strong position to try and flush out players. Doesn't matter if they're playing 2v4 or 3v4. There, instead, they opted to try and keep everyone alive, and just didn't work in their favor. I don't think this is the way that SGE should play. They're an aggressive team, and they should stay an aggressive team at heart.
Bigetron now atop the hill that SynerGE wants occupied. Everyone now looking their way. People will be worried about it. Major Alpha seems like he doesn't have any meds on board. He doesn't want to go for it, or maybe he's just waiting because he's afraid of being pushed down on.
He's got a Vector and a level 1 backpack. In that situation, you can almost 100% think that, you know, this guy hasn't looted. They left Painan almost immediately and didn't really come across any other compounds other than the compound being basically set up by Victory 5. So it's been a pretty atrocious start for SynerGE, sadly.
Bigetron, though, they don't want to push away from their spot right now. They know how strong it is. They know how much control they can exert over the rest of the compound.
I like how we literally... Oh, that is a beautiful bike. Beautiful bike.
A little scooter.
But can the play be beautiful as well?
Oh, dear.
That's a throwback, right?
That is a bit of a throwback. I don't know if anyone was interested in the South Asia region, there was a brilliant documentary that was made around it. It was really quite good, giving some insight into some of the players. It was beautiful. Go check that one out. I think it's on the PUBG Mobile Esports YouTube.
It is, yeah. It is a really good documentary. I believe it is just called Be The One. And it's about some of the South Asia players. It's about Carry as well as Scout.
And Mortal.
Carry from Orange Rock Esports as well as Scout from Fnatic. And Mortal, who is actually in the global finals in Seoul. So a really, really cool documentary put together by the team over at PUBG Mobile Esports. Definitely worth checking out.
Yeah, definitely. And maybe you can learn a thing or two from how they go about their how they go about their practice. Of course, Seoul making it in, but the rest of these teams are all trying to get in as well.
Yeah, I think that it's probably the most interesting thing for me is that obviously it's the documentary comes from the South Asia region, and you get a little sneak peek into the life but behind the players in the country where it is so prominent down in India, right?
Absolutely, it's such a popular position, but in go the party gaming squad. 2 of INS feel the pain, and they're going to be a little bit of a wet blanket on INS's party.
Wet blanket?
Yeah, it's a phrase.
Oh, fair play. Oh yeah, wet blanket like a wet weekend. I see.
No, just a wet blanket. It's a phrase.
Oh no, you're a wet weekend for saying that.
That's really mean. I'm going to tell your mum.
Please don't tell Linda.
Oh dear.
Don't do it.
Oh dear. Anyway, INS still do have some representatives, some players still alive and kicking. Bishma driving out and making rotations. The next circle has popped.
It has, yeah. It goes down towards the very much the middle of the map here. A lot of teams rotating down, but with the majority of water coming in from the huge delta that comes in from the sea from the northern side that flows down past the northwestern island, a lot of the actual playing field is cut off. IND is the only one on the northwest island. We can be almost sure it's not going to end on the northwest island. So you've kind of got this half moon crescent shape down on the eastern side that all these players have to work around. Remember, south side's not very appropriate. Quarry is taking up a lot of room here as well, and there's just not many places to play. So you're gonna have a huge squeeze coming in soon with a massive crunch coming onto all these players. So we expect some action very, very soon.
What's interesting as well about this circle particularly is that it hasn't forced the funnel that we normally see between bootcamp and quarry. The rotations have actually been pretty safe around that area, which changes the dynamic of a lot of these plays, right? Like you're not seeing compounds occupied to the west of Barn on those crossroads, just around those roads. You're seeing a lot of safety there. And generally where the conflict has happened is around the confluence of all the rivers in the middle of the map. Right, you're seeing a lot of teams like FUTBOLIST, like IND, like SynerGE earlier on, and Victory 5 were all posturing there. And, you know, we've got so much pressure there, whereas we normally see that over to the east. So the rotations are very, very different. Which teams are going to be able to adapt?
Exactly, and I think it is very interesting, like you say. Usually, what we've seen from Sanhok at least is a lot of circles that force teams to flood through between quarry and boot camp, which is where most of the action takes place, because you use this phrase a lot, it becomes like a funnel, right? And you're forcing teams together at a bottleneck, and that's where teams are forced to fight one another to make sure they can take position within the circle. Here, the circle's so kind to a lot of these players, a lot of these teams, that they can all just basically hang out wherever they want and take up a residence in a compound nearby. Really, it's the next circle that's going to be most interesting, because that's going to actually cut off a lot of these islands, and we're going to go to a specific part of the map, be it east, be it south, and you're very rarely going to see it go west. But if we do, it could be a very interesting circle indeed.
At the moment, Mega, as you can see on your screen, sat very, very central near boot camp. DeToNators have not left there yet. They haven't needed to either. Omen Elite, after their first rotation, haven't moved as well. You can see Bigetron now have moved a little bit further north from Painan. SynerGE, not having the best of luck, but they managed to escape from Painan relatively unscathed and have moved north. They have a decent shout into the circle.
Yeah, I'm a fan of Omen's rotation actually coming down to the south side, because they understand that a lot of teams come through here, and if they want to dig themselves out of the hole at the bottom of the standings right now, they need to get some kill points on board and need to start playing a little bit more aggressively. We are now in day 2, match 2, so things are starting to get a little bit more heated, a little bit more desperate. Tomorrow is going to be all about that mad dash, that mad sprint towards the end.
Well, after next game, it'll be halfway through the prelims.
Exactly. So things need to start changing. Now that is an awful circle. That is a really, really nasty circle for a lot of these teams. It's one we don't see very often either. IND can still play on this western side, but they've got to move at some point, and really they've got to decide when.
Oh, Asterion Myth coming up against Tempo Storm. Last time around it was the FUTBOLIST from Europe. This time around, Asterion Myth trying to take down the NA squad who started the day in 3rd place. Unfortunate first showing, but they're looking to try and pick it up. They will have the information now, and of course Nico not going down means that they've scouted it, and they know that there's a team in this compound.
It's true. Tempo have got so much of this tree line to play around as well, and Asterion Myth playing in 4 separate compounds gives them a lot of sight around the surrounding area, right? But what it doesn't give them is the ability to help one another if they do get knocked inside the buildings, at which point Tempo can immediately speed things up and just aggress onto them. Don't say up the tempo.
Up the tempo a little bit.
Up the tempo, yeah, indeed.
Oh, dear. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
It's okay. But they continue to just go for this scout, and Nico doesn't even need to take the fight. Knowing that there's someone there is actually really, really quite useful for them. They can start to take presence over towards some of the hillsides at the moment. You can see Orange still on that northwestern island right now. So they do need to make the crossing. It's going to be very tricky, and the fact that they haven't pushed up means that they haven't caught IND in this rotation, and they don't just get a couple of free kills there. So that's lucky for IND, unlucky for Orange, as that crossing will be made all the more difficult, given that there's a team that has just done it and will have hit the other shore as well.
Exactly. Now we're looking down here to BTR as well as DeToNators. DeToNators not making a single movement as of yet, has actually played into their favor, but now they got some big dogs joining them in the boot camp. Almost the sergeants, you would say, come to actually train them down in boot camp. We'll see if DeToNators can be the private upstarts versus BTR, but from what we've seen so far, you would imagine that BTR are able to yoink this one away from the hands of DeToNators.
Have to wait and see. Normally boot camp, the stomping ground of NA teams. That's where they like to practice hot drops. Just a little bit quicker. The plane gets there fast. They do everything right. But Tempo, they found Mega, and they're pushing in from the southeast as well. DeToNators holding it down. Zuxi gets rattled.
Yeah, so already DeToNators holding off BTR. Not what I expected.
A lot of teams heading to boot camp now. IND have just made their way in.
IND down here, remember, in the regional finals, they were actually able to have a really good showing here in boot camp towards the end versus Fnatic as well. Kratos obviously being a really strong player here. He's an amazing IGL, and like during these fast fights, he's able to call things very, very quickly. But here we got Asterion Myth versus RED Canids, and RED Canids, they need this fight to go well.
They're very much on the back foot as well. Asterion Myth getting some healing done, but they are close to the circle. They will have the advantage. RED Canids have moved down to the south. You can see the line of 3 there, with one player up to the north, and they have tried to skirt around the edge. Chowski left on his own. Poser takes a couple of bullets, but he will get away with it for now. Orange looking to make the push across as the fight continues to go on between these two teams. Chowski now completely separated from his squad. Asterion Myth need to push in. This circle, phase 3, will start to tick away pretty heavily. I don't think Chowski is going to be able to do too much. Might just try and stand up outside the circle.
We're going to
try and get some sprays. He has the nade in hand. Asterion Myth maybe looking to push on down. One goes down for RED Canids. Where's that nade gone? Not doing too much.
Here comes Poser on the side. Chowski just healing up, and Toso does go down, but really well played from Asterion Myth. That's some deep map knowledge from them to know exactly where that little outcrop of rocks were. They could push through easily to get a central position. Orange now swimming across, but it is Mega taking shots from Chica and Tempo. After that last game versus the FUTBOLIST, they're looking to regain some kind of control of the game.
Tempo need to be careful, because as well as the fight they're currently in, there's this fight that we're looking at the moment on screen that will be pushing into their direction. Asterion Myth did take down Chowski on the outside, and now 2 of the RED Canids left alive and kicking. Yeah, they are fairly far away and probably not going to be wanting to take the fight.
Yeah, and even though Tempo currently are winning versus this fight between Mega, Asterion Myth and Mega will become like a vice. And they'll slowly over time, they're just turning that valve, and it's going to get ever closer to them squeezing Tempo out in the open right now. But you see, Rain and Nico are both looking towards Asterion Myth. They're taking 2 fights at the same time. This is dangerous.
Chowski finally does go down, and he spotted it. Hits the shot, but he's saved by the level 3, I believe, on Prolord. Hits the second one, though. No problem.
Hell.
2 for 2, looks for a third. Yep, okay. Doesn't take the damage. It just nips at the heels, but not going to do too much. I'm very interested in the rotation that Victory 5 have made here, Blank.
Yeah, Victory 5 does something very similar to Orange. Orange and Victory 5 take some really wacky rotations. We saw from Erangel, Orange 5 just dashing across the field with no care in the world. Again, it's timing though, and Orange seem to be very good at this. Rain is just hitting shot after shot.
There's no way that Pro Lord gets away with this. They just leave him there. Asterion Myth send on out. They go for the counterclockwise rotation. As Bootcamp's still in the next circle. It's shifted out to the northeast of it just a little bit, so the teams will have to leave there. Pro Lord does finally bite the dust.
Party Gaming, I thought seemed like a very silent start to yesterday. Have been slowly creeping up the standings right now. You see him on the screen, and it is Omen who is pushing over to them. Orange Gaming just on the top side, though. Party Gaming off to the north of Asterion Myth. Victory 5, they're almost definitely done here. They made the crossing too late, and Orange made it at the right time. But Omen just behind them right now, looking to dash towards, and they can smell them on the coastal side.
I'm going to be honest, I'm not a big fan at all of the rotation that Victory 5 made. I know you spoke about how it was similar to the one Orange have made, but they just did it far too late, and now they're trapped 2 out in the blue. Mana's down on a central island in the river. It's kind of disastrous for them. Everyone's fighting on these cliff sides as well. You could see INS need to make their way over too. You got SWAT 69 up in the north as Omen Elite hold it down very close to Orange Rock. Oh, not Orange Rock, sorry, Orange. They do get the nade sent on over. They're not going to take too much damage. 3 players still alive for Omen Elite.
Yeah, Lover's in out in the circle right now in the blue. Almost certainly doesn't make this happen. Omen right now having a very tough time versus Orange. Orange just finished off Victory 5. Pretty much Victory 5 is just done out in the water. Wuxian is not getting in.
There's no way he makes this. Unless Omen Elite go for the fight against Orange right now and everyone else gets distracted. Potential there, but
this is the time to
more
go
than
for
likely
Omen.
not. The shift comes through as well. It's north. It's going to push people out of boot camp, and Omen Elite and Orange are going to be very happy about this. Well, whoever wins the fight is going to be happy. Victory 5 do get eliminated.
Omen really should go now. SWAT 69 are currently taking the fight versus Orange, but it's actually Goskilla crashing into them.
They're split 2 and 2. There's no way the SWAT 69 get back up here, unfortunately for them. The 2 of them remaining are still over on the coast, and you've got the Party Gaming team pushing into the compound that the fight did just take place on. So they have the info. They're trying to take the zone. Goskilla might just come a cropper here if they're not careful.
Yeah, this is the perfect time to go with the third party. Leon pokes out, does take down Spring. Zute is there next, but a great refrag.
Able to get it. Leon's down. The remaining player actually down in the water as well. So they're going to be all right with that one. Pov stays alive, but Omen Elite get position. Now they can start to push into some compounds. They're going to have to fight off against IND.
Is the start that Omen needs. They're on 2 points. Oh no, still far away to go. Zute stops the vehicle in the tracks by basically just shooting the head off the player in the vehicle.
So close on the vehicle, does not take the damage. Bishma and Pov both down on the cliffside. I don't know if they know each other there. They are just in the water, so they're both just treading at the moment, trying to ladder up a little bit. Tempo Storm out in the blue on the southeastern side are going to be struggling, but I think they're only down to 1 remaining alive. The circle, heavy shift.
Heavy shift off to the east, straight onto Asterion Myth. This is exactly what they wanted. But Party Gaming, they're also in the vicinity as well. It's DeToNators versus TeamIND right now.
They need to try and push out to the east. They need to leave these compounds and go for broke rotation. Bigetron actually eliminated. They could not make the move out of boot camp. They went in early, unfortunately couldn't make it out. Goskilla as well, taking a fight with Party Gaming on the northeastern side and actually winning it out. Az and Janshi both going to struggle. Asterion Myth, though, they are so happy right now.
It's a really good position, but what they need to do is remove Party Gaming and Goskilla from behind them.
Oh dear. Niminari very close to going down there, looking for the heals, but the blue zone's in. Will he get the heal off in time? Yes, he will. I don't think you can res there, I'm afraid. Andon, they need to just go for the run at this stage. Push on up, maybe. Try and smoke in, maybe. Nade in, potentially. That Molotov actually going to do a lot of work to give them some space to move. Niminari makes it close. IND will try and hold it down, but he's got so much to do against 4 players from IND. Will not be able to get it done. DeToNator go out in 8.
Unfortunate start for them, but they suffered the same fate as BTR. They went into boot camp. They did not leave early enough to the presence of the new circle. But here is Omen Elite.
Here they come. Zute still
Actually,
alive.
remove IND.
Wi-Fi might just be able to crawl in if he is lucky, but he cannot be rezzed where he is currently. IND also going down, as we saw in that compound. Oh, the shot goes on to Zute. That's disastrous. Spring now, the last remaining player, needs to make it in. Goes for the spray. Will make it. Will he take the blue? No, Omen Elite. Oh, it's so close, and it's so unfortunate. SWAT 69 playing spoiler. They go down. So unfortunate. And now Asterion Myth looking to try and take Central.
A needle to whip away from getting into that circle right there. A great shot from Wi-Fi. They will get some points on the board, though, going out in fourth. And it might be the little springboard they need to keep them in this prelim tournament.
2 versus 3 versus 3. 7 kills for Asterion Myth. A relatively even frag board at the moment. We'll see who's able to pick up the rest of them. There's 8 players left remaining.
Circle goes towards Asterion Myth again. Goskilla coming down from the northern side, but Party Gaming have yet to move. They're going to go uphill, and currently Goskilla's really in a strong position, but obviously they have to move down from here, so potentially we'll try and take advantage of the high ground whilst they have it.
They are staking through. A lot of shrubbery to keep them covered. The undergrowth is providing sanctuary for now, but Party Gaming might not be so lucky. Asterion Myth, they're going to spot out Janshi, no problem. As soon as he makes this push, he goes down, as is there as well. I think Poser is going to be able to finish that one off. Goskilla, they get the information as well as they start to crawl on through. They now have the north side of the circle. They're in, as eliminated. 2 teams remain. Poser goes down, as it's now a 2 versus 3. Goskilla go out wide. They're trying to play around these rocks. There's so much smoke in play, though. Really nicely done, but low go Asterion Myth. Goskilla, they're going hard. They're going in. They're seeing what they can do. It's 2 versus 1 now. As they try and pick it up, he goes out wide, will get 1, tries to pick it up more. Lunatic trying to pop off, confirms one of the kills, and now it's 1 versus 1. Playing ring around the roses, around the rock. Poser giving him all the information he needs. They know exactly what's going on. Will just finish that one. And they're so slow, they go left, they're going right. The circle's going to go to both of them again, Blank. They keep it going. They roll it down, a heal off. He's just popping some boosters there. As players getting confirmed left and right. Picks up some loot, maybe trying to heal it up, maybe trying to heal some damage, but he cannot do it. He just doesn't have the time unless he goes for the bold play. Lunatic now at full HP. Aldic actually there. Again, we're down to a 1 versus 1. He makes the break, he goes for the spray, gets the first shot in. Will he be able to capitalize? No! It's Goskilla to be able to hold it. So tense right at the end, but just at the end they eke it out.
That is a clutch medkit, though. He got a medkit, got the full HP, committed to that really long channel time. And Asterion Myth, they just do not take the moment when they could have had it in that last moment. That is so unfortunate. Give it 1 less second, and that jump out there could have been treacherous for Goskilla. Goskilla were definitely biting their nails in that last moment.
However, Asterion Myth picked up plenty of kills there. I think they got all the way up to somewhere around 9 even. And a second place, so a very good performance for them to kick things off. Omen Elite getting in very late as well. Remember, I think they went down in 3rd there, technically. Unfortunately, SWAT 69 playing. Did they? I thought they eliminated SWAT 69 before they went down. Oh, no, they did come out in 4th. You're right. 7 kills as well. So that is a pretty decent game. So they're going to be happy with that. Again, another good showing. We'll see if they're able to keep it up, though, over the day. They do have a little bit to climb. That was one of my favorite shots. Rain just finding a sliver, and then hits the second on the run in target. Nicely done.
Yeah, a really nice place from Tempo. They're just not quite able to make it into the circle, sadly. Omen, just like we were saying before, had a much better game here. That was 1 sidestep and a half to get out of the way of some hot rubber there. And here's TeamIND doing a really good job to remove detonators here. Yeah. Sadly, TeamIND take a lot of fire. It's an immediate, so they do ladder up in the last second. That's a very good play from Spring.
Yeah, they were able to get it done, so great stuff. It was very confused right at the end, though. Goskilla and Asterion Myth butting heads. The horns of the bull meeting against the gorilla from Goskilla. But we will be heading over to the desk to break down the chaos. It's Sandhawk.
Well, with the next 3, we see Goskilla take home the glorious chicken dinner, and a glorious chicken dinner it was indeed. Their second now of the entirety of the prelims. They're already in the 9th through 16th place at the end of the last match, and that has to have bumped them up quite a bit.
They're definitely going to be able to bounce back from that. They had a bad first game, and hopefully it's going to go ahead and push them at least into the top 8. Now, how are they going to go ahead and react after that win? As we mentioned in the when we first started, before any games, there were, I believe it was 9th place, even with the chicken dinner. So they need to go ahead and be more consistent. Another team that really hasn't been able to be very consistent after winning is BTR, ending up with the 12th place.
Yeah, very unfortunate for them, but then again, it is Sandhawk. It's one of those toss-ups. You can toss it up there.
Can I bump in here real quick?
Yeah, what's up?
Because we were talking about this actually watching the game, and we talked about it at the end of the last match at Bigetron. They take a chicken dinner, but then they start to fall off. And I was looking into like the details. They finished 12th here, like you said. And yesterday, after taking their match on Vikendi, the chicken dinner, they finished 13th in the game after that. So I kind of wonder what's going on with the team where they take a chicken dinner and then they can't carry that momentum over.
I'm not worried about it. All right, it's Sandhawk. It's Sandhawk, guys. And we still got 2 more Erangel games to come today. That's their strong map from the previous days, so they should make the comeback.
Now, the only thing I am worried about with that is just them not being able to carry that momentum, right? Because they say they want to go ahead and move on to the global finals and beat RRQ. RRQ is one of those teams that they can definitely carry that momentum. Now, they need to go ahead and just figure out something else. Obviously, they're going to more than likely qualify by the way they're playing.
Yeah.
Especially, we're going to go ahead and see what they do in the next game. So I'm looking forward just for them being able to carry that momentum a little bit more, as we're seeing the leaderboards right there for the previous match. Goskilla with 7 kills, 27 points in total. That's definitely going to go ahead and bump him up. And look at that. Omen Elite being able to get 15 kills. They also been consistent, now getting back-to-back 4th place.
Yeah, I mean, you like to see it. I called out Goskilla. They should get a chicken today. Here's their chicken. Hopefully, they don't throw like they did yesterday. If you can recall, they got 1 chicken. I was celebrating in the back, and then from the rest of the games, they kind of, disappointed Mustache Dave over here. Omen Elite, though, they had a very challenging game number 1, in my opinion. They were kind of spread out. Things were kind of loose on Erangel, but this previous game, they were rotating up on that coastal edge, trying to gatekeep a couple of those teams swimming in from the Camp Alpha Island, and they ran to Orange.
And one of the things I actually liked about a push from Omen Elite is that they actually push as a team. It's good to go ahead and see that. And another team, we need to go ahead and start talking about the teams from India, because TeamIND is doing a lot better than yesterday, and I'm super happy to see that because they're playing also more as a team. I think some of the teams that were playing yesterday were just not being able to be on the same page, which if you're not in the same page in this stage, it is going to be very, very hurtful.
There's a couple other names I want to mention. Obviously, Party Gaming starting to play consistent here today. MEGA Esports able to get into the top 9, at least this time, or top 8, I should say. But SWAT 69, the team in 16th place, able to finally break through into a 6th place position at the end of this match. But we need to look now at 9th through 16th, because there's definitely a team there I'm going to be looking at. Besides Victory 5, there's a certain team in particular, and it's going to be FUTBOLIST, because they have been so consistent to do well in almost every single match, but this is the first time we've seen them drop out.
We have, and at least they were able to go ahead and get 2 kills, but you want to see a little bit better than that. Another team is also Temple Storm. They had a bad game 1. Now, 9th place is not exactly where you want to go ahead and be. You want to be at least top 5, so I hope they go ahead and pick it up. More than likely, they're going to try to push for that high kill win game.
On that note, they got 16th last match, right? And that gave them 1 point. They got 9th here, and they only got 4 points. So that really shows, like, you really need to pick this up. You really need to get these kills, which gave them 3 points there alone, but they have to get the placings really under the belt.
Yeah, and for FUTBOLIST, yesterday their issue was that they were moving as a team, but when they took those team fights, they would have maybe 2 or 3 members from the squad engaging on Party B, while 1 member is engaging on Party C. So when they did get into those fights, they were just kind of scattered in their comms, is what they were telling me, and they weren't necessarily certain on which team to focus on. I feel like in game number 1, they worked as a unit. Like you said, they were focusing on the teams. This previous game kind of falling apart, but we do see them looking good still up there on the leaderboard.
And look at that. Party Gaming, the group of friends, being able to be in the top 3 at the moment. They will be moving into the global finals. I love seeing that. And now Temple Storm into place. One thing, Bigetron is going to go ahead and start getting a pretty good lead. If they can just get consistent placing with their kills, they would have an insane lead over MEGA Esports. So MEGA Esports is actually getting pretty lucky with Bigetron just not doing so well.
Yeah, I think Mega,
starting games.
Yeah, Mega definitely got not a little bit lucky. Oh yeah, they got lucky a little bit. They could be happy at least with Bigetron dropping out early in the last match. But again, Mega wasn't really able to pick up too many points beyond that. One thing I want to keep our eye on here is that Goskilla on 26 kills. Now let's look through the 9th through 16 placing and see if it was just based off kills alone where they would currently be, because you can see they would easily be under the 8th place at the moment.
I mean, the 2 chicken dinners, right? That's 40 points just for those 2 chicken dinners alone. So you can kind of tell what their play style is.
Yeah, they would be in like 10th, 11th place at the moment.
Yeah,
just
so
on kills alone.
Good for them.
Geez, it's good to also see, as I was mentioning, TeamIND. I'm happy to go ahead and see them moving up. Also, Omen Elite, they're starting to move up as well. So it's great to be able to go ahead and see that. In SWAT 69, even though they were able to go ahead and get some kills, they're still in last place.
Yeah, they don't want to dig a grave a little bit deeper. They're trying to work their way out of this one. Let's take a look, though, at the kill leaderboards now over the course of the, 8 matches we've had now so far. And you can still see Bigetron locking down that #1 and #2 position. But we are seeing a new player come into the mix.
Yeah, I believe, what is it, Orange Stalker, right? With 14 kills, or is it Kowalski from RED Canids?
Yeah.
So 13 kills, so pretty close when it comes here. If you can recall, yesterday we had 3 members from Mega. They're slowly losing that lead here for the kill leaderboard.
Yeah, well, you're seeing at least Luxy and Rising kind of keep the #1 and #2 positions, but that's just only the first 2 matches of the day. That's only 8 in total now done. That's going to wrap it up for us here on the desk, I should say. Let's head over to Icy Baby with another interview here with the winners, Goskilla.
Thank you guys so much for having me. And here with me, we have the winners for the game #2 here in the preliminary stages in day #2. Here with me, I have Goskilla, and of course we have Satsura. Congratulations on your win. But as of now, Satsura, I gotta ask you, you are a new face to the tournament as well. And at the same time, I heard you guys have a little bit of a roster change here. What happened from yesterday and today's game?
So we were playing quite good for yesterday, but for example, for such maps like Erangel, we had some problems.
Okay.
So we did mistakes, a lot of mistakes there. So yesterday we had some trainings in midnight, and today we are trying to use our known tactics.
Okay.
And our friend, 5th player, Kosie, he's a little bit got sick, so I just changed him because of this one.
I get it here, a little bit roster changes here, but I gotta ask you here, so how are you guys feeling here? Because this is your 2nd chicken dinner so far. I know it's been a tough spot, and you guys made it all the way in the overall standings, currently in top 6 here. What's going through your mind right now?
So we a little bit stressed because it's first our offline tournament. So we think that we are doing quite well, but we will try to do our best today. So thanks for your support.
Okay, so is there anything you want to say towards the fans all the way from Kazakhstan, all supporting you in this tournament itself?
Yes, can I say it in Russian?
Oh, sure.
Передаю привет всем нашим братьям-казахам, кто болеет за нас, PUBG. Ребята, спасибо за вашу поддержку.
Okay, could you translate that for me in English?
So, thanks to our guys from PUBG community from Kazakhstan who are supporting us. So thanks to them.
Okay, I'm looking forward to see more games of you. Thank you so much, Satsura. And of course, for those of you watching at home, stay tuned because we're going to be having more games for you guys here for the preliminary stages here to find out which tree is going to be qualifying in towards the global finals. Once again, my name is ICBaby12 and he is Satsura. We're going to be taking a short break before going into his game #3. This is the PUBG Mobile Club Open Fall Split 2019 preliminary stages. See you guys in the next game.
feel like a piece of chicken meat on a grill under the blazing sun. Everyone hates desert because they get lost here. But there are some interesting people here, like that hip-hop kid. You know, the one on top of the car? He always has the strangest stickers. Supposedly, they're trophies he got from other players. You know how it is, kids and their toys. Oh, and that guy standing by the wall has a really good aim and is supposedly an assassin. Why is he dressed like that in this frackin' desert, though? As for that lady over there, she values her gun more than her own life. That's about the only thing you can trust around here. Me? Who am I? Ha! Everyone knows the Lava Barret. Shh! I think we have guests.
Broken again.
Bird's been following us. Does it think we're rabbits?
No, you're more like a bug. A really lazy bug. Watch out!
Take cover!
We're surrounded!
Fly fast? I'll race you. Time to wreak havoc. Let's go! You could join us, little sidekick.
Companion. Let's go!
Hey! Wait for me!
Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile Club Open fall. I almost said spring. I wasn't even there in spring. Kalaris was there, though, and I bet he wishes he was here right now. It's the fall split of 2019, and it's going to be the prelims. I'm Jason Captain, still joined by the lovely gentleman to my left-hand side. And before we dive into our next map, which will be Miramar, Mustache Dave, I think you have something for us.
Yeah, I mean, it was very interesting. We'll pull up the clip right here, let the viewers check it out. But last game, I mean, we had a solid squad-on-squad fight right here. We see Nikolai with the nice jump shot, but let's get it going just a little bit right here. Okay, so this is what I want to point out. All of the downed members, pretty much, and how key that they played in this game, in my opinion, when it comes to information. All right, so if we are looking on Lunatic's side, we got one down member right there, Posa, another one, OK Lab. Posa's right here, trying to get as much information as possible right there on that fella. They're going to be relaying it. Posa's going to go back and forth. Posa's going to be getting up close and personal, relaying all the information to Lunatic finally low-key will realize this, take out Poser, but then strategically, we still had OK Lab back there. Remember, there's 2 down members. OK Lab's going to also attempt to pop on up, get additional information, was taken down right there.
And let me just go ahead and barge in here real quick. Now, as soon as you're going to be able to see him clear that member, that previous member, he's going to actually be able to heal up, which, if we're able to go ahead and fast forward towards the end of the match, being able to heal up and picking up that health, as you were able to see, he was picking up something from those dead bodies, he is actually going to be able to go ahead and clutch the game. If he would have left those members alive, pretty much that would have been a win for the other team. Right here, he moves to the side and able to just win.
Yeah, exactly. If he wouldn't have taken out those down members with that information, he would have been healing, and Lunatic would have received that information, and Lunatic would have most likely have pushed immediately. But since he had no information, it was kind of a risk right there at the end, and they got taken down and out. Goskilla getting the chicken dinner. So
see, I love that I can sit here and watch you two do this live. And if you guys are at home, you actually have the opportunity to watch them do it live as well. Coming up to the finals on November 29th, head over to pmco2019.info/myticket and make sure you guys pick up your one. Oh, they're trying to give me a fist bump there. Maybe I was just dreaming for it. Make sure you guys pick up your ticket. Come on down. Come say hi to these two. You can say hi to me as well, but these are the real stars we have here for you. But now moving into Miramar, focusing on the next match. This is going to be an important one, I feel like, for both teams, for all teams. I don't know why I'm saying both teams, because this is the halfway point, if I'm not mistaken, for the entire shebang here.
Mega. I want to see what Mega is going to go ahead and do. We haven't really seen very high performances from them. We haven't seen any wins from them today. So I hope they can at least get like a top 3 or maybe a win. Another team that I want to go ahead and see continue the consistency is Omen Elite and maybe Tempo Storm from NA starting to step it up a little bit more. Around this time yesterday is when they go ahead and just snap out of it. But Omen Elite definitely continue that consistency and hopefully be able to go ahead and get some of the kills. I know the players are happy and they're actually not arguing as much now.
That's always good to see and hear. And talk about players with that momentum. Every single game, you got to give a shout out to FUTBOLIST. There was like, FUTBOLIST! They're the loudest squad back there, getting hyped. I agree with you, though. I hope Mega can pull back and shake off whatever nerves they have going on, because each and every game, they're slowly losing that lead. And they're watching my squad of the day, Party Game, and continue to get and gain that league. I mean, I'm going to be riding the party train all day because after tonight, you know, I'm trying to party. And, you know, with the group of friends. I mean, it's the only squad from Korea as well. So you like to support it.
All right, so we got Party Gaming. We got Mega and Omen Elite here.
And also, just want to add one more.
No.
Bigetron.
You got like 4 squads.
They got to bounce back from the awful game previously, and then they had a win before, so they're definitely going to go ahead and bounce back.
Well, you
I
can
hear
FUTBOLIST. You know what that means?
It's game time, baby.
It's game time. Let's head over to our commentators, John Allen and Blank, once again to bring us some Miramar.
Thank you very much, Jason. Of course, my name is John. With me is Blank. Very nice to be here. We're going to be getting into Miramar really quite soon, hopefully flying over. It's a lot more rotation dependent terrain play, as we're going to see in Miramar.
Yeah.
A lot of teams kind of changed that up, and it was very different moving through from
hand signals there as well?
From Sandhawk and Erangel. It does change quite a bit.
It does, yeah. I mean, this is a much larger map. Obviously, you're going from Sandhawk, which is the smallest, immediately. We're going over to a huge map here on Miramar next. So it should be an interesting game. I think what Seven was saying on the desk here about Omen being much more consistent is hugely true. Getting that, I think it was fourth place after immediately knocking SWAT 69, which has got to feel bad, getting knocked out there just before you hit that 4th place spot. So really well played to Omen, and they're starting to heat up a little bit coming into day 2, and it's super necessary for this team as well. Tempo, on the other hand, the NA team, they talked about on the desk, just not having that same moment. We'll see if 7 is right, and they do indeed just snap out of it now, and we start to see the Chica train coming back on track.
So what I'm going to ask you now is similar to what Jason was asking them. Who are you looking at on Miramar to sort of take this one away?
I'm going to have a think about it.
Having a little think.
I think that if someone's going to take it away here on Miramar, I'd like to see it be probably Mega. I think that more than anything, they need this game on Miramar to get back in top form. And at the moment, I think a lot of the times the reason they've been struggling is because they've been crushed into situations they don't really want to be crushed into. Specifically, we're seeing Mega a lot of times get caught out by 3 to 4 teams, and they're just not able to play their own game at the moment because other teams are forced into play theirs. here on Miramar. There's a lot more room for them to play around, a lot more space available to them. I also want to see FUTBOLIST. I'm becoming more and more of a fan of the FUTBOLIST team every time they chant their hearts out over in the other room. And I feel it. I feel it in my heart, you know? My EU heartstrings are playing right now.
I'm feeling a little bit South Asian. I think the INS, you know, the intelligence that they displayed on their rotations last time, we know how Miramar can affect those. I think they're going to be able to do it pretty well. We'll see if they're able to take it. However, the plane going from the top down to the bottom middle, going on in there. What are you doing?
Give me the handshake.
Okay, there you go.
I'm the champion handshaker.
Absolutely. No, but we are going to be getting in. A lot of teams actually dropping out early. There's quite a cluster going out very, very early on and heading north.
Yeah, I mean, we saw yesterday, obviously, the circle did go northeast. It was terrifying a lot of these teams. This time, they've got a contingency plan in operation here. They want to make sure they can actually rotate out. So what we're actually going to see now is a Minas del Sur circle, absolutely. Or potentially even an island circle, one of those rare chances. Come in here, come on.
Here we go.
Come on. Can I have the other, please?
There we go.
I don't know how we're going to do this. There we
they
go.
have
Perfect.
sent a lot of teams very far north, and that's probably going to be a very difficult rotation that you sort of talked about if it goes down south. But teams like Omen Elite down on the south side of the map are going to be pretty happy with how this one has actually turned out, because they're now pretty much isolated, although they are pretty close to a player from SWAT 69, which they might not be too chuffed with, Southern Circle.
That's exactly what I like to see, you know, the circle really messing with everyone. I can finally disengage the handshake.
Don't know what you're talking about. We're still shaking hands.
Don't lie to the viewers. We never lie.
Never, ever.
We're a true, honest duo, okay?
Okay.
Leave it that way.
I'll take your word for it.
Here's Orange versus Asterion. We know that Stalker and Leon are a fairly bloody strong duo, indeed. I kind of like the Zuxi and Luxi of Orange right now. Lunatic inside the building. Stalker opting not to throw the nade yet. Actually predicts where Lunatic went. That's a really good nade.
Big nade in through the window. Doesn't quite find him. Lunatic out of there just in time. A little bit longer on the cook. Might have seen him safe. Orange want to pressure this one out. They know that Asterion Myth are a little bit split. Leon is close by. Has already taken some damage. Orange have them surrounded. But Asterion Myth could potentially think about pushing out and going all in one direction to win out the fight.
Harry style. Asterion Lunatic now facing off against Stalker.
Just the smoke. Oh, he pushes in. Will he pull out the gun in time? Stalker. Heavy fragger will be able to win it out. Whips out the double barrel.
It was actually a really good play there from Lunatic, actually. You bait with the smoke. It's quite obvious, like, after the first second that it's a smoke. But in the original moment, it sounds exactly the same. Not exactly the same, but very similar to pulling out the pin on the nade. So
and that's a whole second
position.
That's a whole second that you get, which is phenomenal in a close range fight.
It actually forced him to move out his position. But we're watching SWAT 69 versus FUTBOLIST right now. Zassi does go down.
Ooh, that's not going to be fun. The mutant proving devastating. SWAT 69 love to spoil people's games, don't they?
Yeah.
That's what they're all about, really.
Absolutely. It's so unpredictable to deal with SWAT 69 because you just don't know where they're going next. Omen have a pretty decent position here in Commissara, right? They can rotate down through the Dark Foothills down here and move down into Los Leones. The difficulty with this circle, really, though, John, is that no one really wants to go into Los Leones too early. It's basically in a massive ditch. I think most people will be looking to take the high ground surrounding it and try and take some pot shots down to teams below. But what I'm most interested in is the fact that Party Gaming currently in Campo Militar, Victory 5, and Torre. INS just beneath Campo Militar, and you got SynerGE just north of El Azahar with Orange and Asterion Myth actually inside El Azahar proper. So all these teams are going to have to make an eastern rotation down to Impala and Puerto Paraíso. So all these teams are going to start like crunching up on the eastern side because it's the only viable option for these teams. There's no way at this point of such a southern circle that any of these teams make a complete rotation off to the west, come down El Pozo, unless you're a Victory 5 and you are a wacky rotator.
Picardo occupied by two teams currently. You can see on your screen Bigetron and Tempo Storm. But Tempo Storm, they want to move on out. I don't think they want to be there just yet. They want to be in the hillside. You see they are just gathering those vehicles. On Miramar, having more than... Well, you want essentially 4 vehicles in your arsenal because you want to be able to give them up if necessary. But you also want to have that rotational power and using them for cover in that terrain is really, really strong. They're taking a little bit of fire from Bigetron, from Mikado, from the south point, but seems like they've managed to run to the hills.
Yeah. Bigetron just giving a bit of hassle, and Tempo now just going to leave out of there, take a central position just outside Los Leones.
With a red dot. That's bold.
The thing is, though, is that Luxy is this guy who actually hits these kind of shots. And I think the reason he does hit those shots is because he takes them. You can never win. You can't win if you never play the game, right?
Exactly. It's you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. That's the philosophy that he goes for. We do see the ones he does land, but still peppering, keeping pressure on Tempo, sends them a little bit further, maybe changes up their rotation path a little bit. Throwing a spanner in their work can be all important. And for a team like Tempo, who came off not the greatest set of performances just there, you know, they were middle of the pack on Sandhawk, out in first over in the first game of the day on Erangel. They need to put in a good performance here to sort of keep them in the running. You know, they started on 3rd place today.
Yeah, they need to start waking up a little bit, like Seven said on the desk. I think it's time now to do it. They want to retain that top spot position. FUTBOLIST, though, obviously we don't have on the screen right now, but they've moved down into Los Leones, which is a very ambitious rotation for a squad with only 3 members on the team. They'll be residing there alongside TeamIND. Tempo also making their way down onto the roads just outside of Los Leones, potentially hoping to cut off some rotation. But right now, it's the entirety of the southern side of the map, which is just completely free.
There's no one really dropped there. Everyone dropped out early, surprisingly so. So we'll see what they're able to achieve now on this southern rotation. Teams are starting to move. Victory 5 still out in the blue. They rotated late on Sandhawk, and it seems like they're going to do the same on Miramar. Hopefully they have some vehicles to back up that rotation, but you can see IND have the majority of Los Leones currently. They are split quite wide. They're gathering some info to try and figure out what they can what they can get in terms of that ground. But as you said before, up to the north of them, you've got FUTBOLIST who want to try and eke on N2.
This is true, John. FUTBOLIST, they want to go for a good game right now. They've been slipping slowly down the ladder a little bit at a time, so they want to kick the crampons in and spike down, keep the foothold. But now it's all of INS, Orange, Party Gaming, Asterion Myth, moving down to Impala now. Like I described before, it's the only really definite rotation they can take. And guess what, John? Victory 5 is still in the north in the blue.
They love it. They love to be out there. You know, they are basking in the fields of blue. But DeToNator, they aren't out in the blue. They are, as you say, south of Impala, picking up the party bus, picking up the pickup truck as well. They're rolling heavy.
They are. Nimanari actually almost flipped it, but this guy seems to have some decent control. He's used to the 2-wheel action.
Oh yeah, he's heading on through.
I think he actually has spent more time on 2 wheels.
A little bit bouncy on the bus, but it's a little bit bouncier for Major Alpha from SynerGE, who does take a tumble near Junkyard on the northern edge of the circle.
Yeah, pretty sure he ran himself over.
Kumal just making it through with the lovely tunes of Alan Walker blaring across the radio. Big fan of that one.
Oh, excellent. At the last global finals, that guy was popping off.
That was crazy. Loved it.
Yeah.
It's phenomenal to see live. Fetcher taking a defilade as well. They get the hills to the east of Los Leones. FUTBOLIST, they are in Los Leones. They have the building as Goskilla take the hillsides up to the north.
What they do, John. Just looking down to FUTBOLIST right now. This is what I was talking about earlier. Is FUTBOLIST are taking a position a little bit far away from a lot of teams, and it's like a nice close quarters area where really it's only possible to take one fight with another team there, which is what they need, right? If you're playing with 3 players, you can't hold down all 4 angles like you'd like to. Yeah. So having a close quarters combat area is really, really beneficial.
The circle centers on towards Los Leones again. Bigetron get delivered an airdrop with a AR suppressor and a Grozer in it. I'll be pretty happy with that if they can get there. You should be able to, with Volt Mechanics, you should be able to achieve the roof on that one.
It's so confusing watching Victory 5 rotate, John, because they ignore all principles of just basic PUBG mobile, right? Because Graveyard, most people know that rotating through Graveyard is basically a death sentence because it is so open. You know that there's going to be teams towards Picardo, towards Junkyard, who will be looking down onto that area and taking shots. You can see all the cluster on the eastern side. Sure, it might not be ideal, but it is better than having to rotate through Graveyard, let me tell you that now.
It's pretty tricky to do, but there's not too many teams going to be in his way just yet. There's actually quite a lot of dead ground. As we said before, you know, between Graveyard, San Martin, near La Bandita, it's very difficult ground to play. SynerGE, they're taking the fight with Orange currently. Fire goes low as Osanex takes point on the fight. CRV comes in to back him up, stalk around the edge, lobs a nade in, but takes a lot of damage in the meantime. 4 players are alive for Orange, but for how long? Osanex dips behind the Defilade, dodges around the bullets, and the damage doesn't ding him. The nade over the top, beautiful from CRV, and now it's just Leon. I don't think he wants any more of this.
And this is the SynerGE that we are used to seeing, and it's just not been enough of it. And I think they have maybe not heard my words from last game, but at least felt them in their heart, like I said. They're an aggressive team at heart. I want them to see them play aggressive. That's where they thrive. That's where they shine. I'm seeing that right there with that kind of gameplay. I want to see more of that from SynerGE. It's how they pushed themselves towards the prelims in the first place, and it's how I think they'll push themselves to the global finals.
Party Gaming again. They're just continuing to bounce over these hillsides. Nicely done. Nicely controlled. Very difficult on the party bus.
That is. Nice little bit of suspension. Not. Goskilla on top of the hill there. Red down here. Chowsky with 13 kills. I just want to highlight that. They are they're really not high in standings whatsoever, is RED Canids. Yet Chowsky consistently is putting in the work for his team. So when you go versus RED Canids, it's not as easy as you might think.
No, it is pretty tricky. We know that RED Canids like to take high ground. That's where they sort of tend to find themselves, where they tend to gravitate towards. We'll see if they're able to actually displace Goskilla right now, because they have the high ground. And playing north of Los Leones would actually be quite powerful on here, because no one's really going to be pushing in from the north. You can control people who are trying to funnel in around the sides.
It's interesting that you'd say that, Don, because I think the major thing for a lot of these teams is basically understanding where people will be coming from. And I think it becomes a lot more, I guess, chaotic towards the end of the game where we get into phase 4, because there are so many more options for teams to ingress into the circle. But right now, the rotations are pretty standard coming down from the east, inserting yourself from Puerto Paraíso. So a lot of these hillsides are already taken by Mega, by Asterion Myth, by Party Gaming, waiting for these teams to come into the map. So it's very interesting. You're not expecting many teams to come through La Bandita, which is why it's not been held down. But Victory 5 actually come down from the east as well, so
they're still out in the blue.
I don't know what they're doing.
Next circle does come in, as you can see on your screens. It heads out to the southwest. Currently, SWAT 69 slap bang in the center, in a couple of buildings as well. Omen Elite very close, so a Tempo Storm.
Yeah, so we might see the clash of North America come through at some point. You do see Omen actually taking a couple shots on the map, but FUTBOLIST on our screen again. Goskilla. They've been taking their time moving down to here, and it looks like they're finally ready to push on to Los Leones, knowing that it's going to finish around this area at least.
Goskilla and FUTBOLIST both pushing very, very close to one another. Almost parallel. They don't want the fight, though. They don't want to go down here. Party Gaming going to be figuring out where SynerGE are, but they are on the long side of the circle. Victory 5 are very close by as well. As we said, though, Victory 5 going to be super low on meds. They've been out in the blue pretty much since the start. Since it hit them in phase 1, they have been in the blue, and they're going for a super long rotation. They're not even out of it just yet. They're still out in the blue, so they better have something up their sleeve. They want to go for a crash. They want to have a fight, try and get some loot from one of the teams that hasn't been so reckless with their health bars.
Interesting thing when we saw SynerGE rotating on our screen there, right, is it's the perfect actual time for them to rotate. Well, you might see, oh wow, it's a lot of teams at Eastern Side. How is it a good time to rotate here? All the teams at Eastern Side have to move as well at this point to go over to the west. Now, if it had gone east, SynerGE would be in a worse situation, because those teams on the hillside would be able to hang around for much longer. But now the urgency to leave has been upped massively.
Bigetron over on the northwestern side will be relatively uncontested in their position. The question is, if it does shift away from them, will they be able to push? There's so many teams now in the middle. By the way, Victory 5 update, they're still out in the blue. Don't worry about it, it's fine.
They're coming through a really obvious spot though here, just towards the bottom. I mean, they were going to come through Graveyard and then they were like, no, that's too unorthodox. Let's just go for complete standard rotation instead. So they flipped the coin on its head. Interesting to see. But we're back with Omen. Goskilla have made their way into circle much more.
Oh, he spots the feet.
And it's Goskilla who are very central, actually just directly next to Omen right now.
Spring not quite able to hit the sprays there. Tempo Storm. A little bit of a scouting rotation. Two of their players hit the warehouse, and they do make it across the road. They now have either side of the road under control. Nice position set up for Tempo Storm.
Yeah, currently Omen are actually supporting that rotation from Tempo Storm because it's Goskilla who were looking towards Tempo that entire time, and now Omen is given Tempo, let's call it almost a little bit of respite for their fellow NA brethren. But Omen actually in a pretty good spot. I like this compound a lot. It's very, very desirable. And with all 4 members up, which is a rarity for Omen, let's cast our minds back. They rarely ever have 4 members at this point in the game. And they can hold down all these angles really well.
The shift comes in and it's Omen in the middle. So they have the high ground. They have a lot of oversight. Will they be able to hold it down? That's the question. RED Canids taking punishment. So are Party. At the moment, though, RED Canids getting rolled on by Mega. 7 said he wanted to see him step up. That's what's happening. And they're pushing on over. Very, very low here. Pons takes a forward spot. Doesn't want to go aggressive and allows the heal to go off. His team not quite there. Natoso tosses out the nade. Looks for it. The nade, that's a whiff one. That is with them. I don't know if they figured it out. I think he thought it went past. Maybe going to inflict a little bit of team damage. Will it go off? Might have been a smoke there. They are just going to hunker down, as you see Stoned off the angle. Looks for the spray, will get one. And now it's just Netoso trying to heal on up. They know exactly where he is. Those bullets are flying. They're super deadly. Both of them go down.
Hang's the only one who's made it in from Victory 5. Good job from Mega, though. That was a really... Oh, actually, maybe... Oh, my goodness me. Pons, what a shot.
Able to get the spray down. 3 kills now up for Mega as Victory 5. They go from the blue out of the frying pan into the fire. Mega make sure of that.
Yeah, I spoke way, way too soon there. That's Victory 5 now out. Really weird rotation, and rightly so that they die so soon. I mean, I think it was 3 players who went down in the blue.
Yeah.
Asterion now pushing onto Tempo. I think 2 of the players are still on the other side right now, so if Asterion can make this quick and not take too much damage on the way in...
I just don't think there's any way they could do it. SWAT 69 are right next to them. They've got Bigetron looking their way as well. Tempo, at the moment, I really like their spot blank. They have both sides of the road under control. They have rotation ability. They have hard cover, and no one's going to be able to push through Omen, through Goskilla, and through the block on the south side.
It's very smart. You see... I can completely agree here. With Omen, they have so much room to play with, so much visibility around them. On the other hand, Omen, looking back into the eastern side, it's going to be quite difficult for them to actually find any kills until teams come very, very close. But by that time, it might be a little bit too late. Here's SynerGE. INS currently pushing onto him. It's Sirvi.
Oh, they have spotted out. They know where they are. You know, there's another one in there, and they get rolled on down. INS still with all 4 alive.
That's such a shame as well. Schreider was about a couple of seconds away from actually sticking the med kit and getting full HP, and that might have changed how that fight progressed, but SynerGE out quite early. In comes BTR. It is a crash onto the 2 players from Tempo. Potentially they have scouted this. This gives a lot of room for Asterion.
Potentially looking to move on through, but it's difficult. SWAT 69 still up the hill. Bigetron not pushing onto the compound of Tempo Storm just yet on the western side. Mega need to try and push on up through SWAT 69, as you can see them right in front. There's a lot of open ground they need to try and cross, but Asterion Myth make this so difficult. This is what I was talking about with the southern block.
It's very good, but at some point they will have to move. This is the only thing, John. They have a lot of space to do it, though. So much cover really ahead of them to the north. The problem is that you're going northwards into BTR and Tempo. That's where they want to be, but it means they have to dethrone 2 players, 2 teams to get rid of it. And that's the next circle. Pretty much right on top of Goskilla, and the Gorillas will be beating the chest with resounding roars of victory there, feeling very good about themselves.
Fantastic stuff. Tempo's still right on the edge, though, so they can hold it down for now. Mega pushing on to SWAT 69. Satan goes low at the front for the defending squad. Up the hill they go as Bigetron, they send Zuxi on in. Maybe try to distract, maybe allowing for the rest of them to breach the hillside. He's gone for a full circle. I think that might have been what they were looking for. No, it was just the scout.
Yeah, I mean, Xerxes, their assaulter and scout, so really well played for them. Usually your scouter, if he makes something dangerous like that, will go down. The fact that he doesn't, gains information as well as retaining his life is really, really good. And now they know there's only 2 players in there. Xerxes will have definitely fed that information back. And with Tempo taking fire on the other side of the road, this is the problem with the 2-2 split, is that if you get crunched by a huge team like this and the smokes come through, you're almost done.
Look at this utility usage here. Tempo, they know what's up. They need to get out of there as fast as possible. They do just yet, but they're not out of it just yet. They're not out of the woods. Tempo from the other side of the road, holding it down, and they regroup. They have their retreat path figured on out, and they squad on up. At the moment, though, on the south side. Oh, dear. What? Pro Lord. What? He jumps up, and Lord falls. You see, the issue was there's one Pro Lord and one Lord. What are you going to do against it?
You're a semi-professional, mate. Look at the big boy doing the work.
Well, in comes Satan, though. He might just be able to smite him down. See what he can get done. They're healed up between 2 dumpsters. Oh, but there's shots from the sidelines. Oh, dear.
Asterion and Myth are like, yeah, we're here for a reason. So, yeah, don't do that.
Oh, they've been spotted as well. I think it was Bigetron who spotted them out. Maybe even Tempo on the outside. FUTBOLIST get eliminated. That was on the northeastern side. They could not escape from Los Leones. Currently, there's a huge cluster of players out on the east. You can see just lining that hillside on different tiers at the moment, trying to go for these pushes.
Satan, so low here. And BDR with 4 players coming in from the western side. Tempo, though, I want to go back to that rotation because it was so quick, so smart. Nico recalled the players as soon as possible. They knew that there was an issue on board, and the fact they were able to speedily make that rotate out of there when they knew the push was coming in has actually saved them and given them 4 players on board. I mean, it was a risky play going for that 2-2 split, but salvaging it like that is very, very impressive indeed.
Bufflar. He's up top. He has oversight. Asterion Myth all pinched in. The nade goes through. They split. They squat. They managed to get away from it as well. Nicely done. Satan has another one, though. He's loading it up. This time sends it through the other doorway. Is it cooked enough? No, no damage. Yet again. The one from the top. Send it on through. I don't think that was cooked either. They're just running around. They're playing dodgeball right now. That one found some damage.
Yeah, they absolutely are. Getting ready to catch the ball and throw it back soon, though. There can be only so much utility, but here comes Mega. Smokes are through, allowing the push to come afterwards. They've smoked this perfectly off from any team upside the hill. There's literally no space for them to see. This is really well played from Mega, but now they have to play versus 2 teams. Do they know BTR's watching this? Do they know that Asterion and SWAT69 are in here?
Oh, there's no way he gets this one done. He's playing so dangerously right now. Will not even be able to take the first one on Stone. Wins out the trade. Asterion Myth taking heavy casualties. Poser goes all the way down and out. The next circle shifting up north as well, straight towards Goskilla. They won it when they got shifted on towards before. Looks like they might be looking for a repeat performance. Tempo have crossed and crashed as 3 teams still vie for this warehouse.
INS currently towards the top with Mega with 4 players alive and 5 kills. We know that Miramar is their map. They enjoy this one the most, where they had the most success in the South Asia Regional Finals. In comes Mega, though, and that's Asterion Myth out.
Straight through the smoke. They will be able to clean it down, as you say, but there's still SWAT69 to flush on out. Bufflar up top. Mega cannot be stopped here. 8 kills.
That was insane. An incredible push from Mega.
Pushing in IND onto Omen Elite as well as Goskilla, all trying to play for this central compound. Tempo can't believe their luck. Everybody is just vying for this eastern side, and only Bigetron at the backs to worry about, and they seem to be controlling that one pretty well. Smoke Boy goes down, but the nade is there. Straight onto the buggy. They find it on out. Oh, that's brutal from Slayer. He forces Zute to crawl out wide, and the damage is through. INS really struggling as well. It's chaos here, Blank.
DeToNator's just going off. The dynamite comes through, but it's Gonzo on the top side of an excellent nade. IND, so many compounds occupied by multiple teams right now. Omen go down to 2 players. This is not what they were looking for. And Tempo, they hold the crates.
They're really happy with this. This is what I was saying. They're thanking their lucky stars right now that they are not in this building that you can see right slap bang in the center. Omen Elite, they're split currently. They have Carnage on the south. They have Wi-Fi on the northeast. And there's no openings to be seen. IND and Goskilla still trying to go for it. Goskilla, by the way, all 4 of them still alive.
Wi-Fi now coming down into the fight. He knows that up there he's not safe. He needs to get closer. Carnage actually hits Stoned. Pons immediately returns though. Now Wi-Fi's in the fight. The best that Omen can hope to do is ladder up again. If they can keep having a consistent day like this, it'll be really good for them.
It'll be really great for their standings. The smoke's going down, and Goskilla, they've occupied the rafters right now. The next shift goes their way again. Oh my goodness me. They're going to be really, really happy with that. IND currently with 2 players as Bigetron lose 2 on the rotation. No kills for them yet, and they are getting rattled down. Now 1 player left standing out on the western front. It's just Ryzen left kicking. He has no way of really escaping this one. MEGA have control of the hillside. Tempo have control of the crates right next to them. And oh dear, it's unfortunate, but I don't think Bigetron are going to make it much further.
MEGA again on the warpath as per usual. When they get a roll in, they really start going quite fast. What's interesting though to me is Goskilla, 3 kills short, 17 for MEGA, but Goskilla is a true wildcard team.
Ooh.
They don't rear their heads often, but when they do, they really, really go for it.
Oh dear, Spec gets knocked, Rain down very, very low, and it's Nico at the back to try and anchor it. The res is there as Chica has got some presence on the ridge line. Ryzen gets spotted out, and that's another team gone. Tempo eliminate Bigetron on that rotation. MEGA have taken heavy damage as well. They might need to drop some smokes to get past MEGA now.
MEGA now starting to push in. Tempo looking like the next victims on their kill list. But Tempo have something to say about it. They're the first ones to actually start pushing back against MEGA. MEGA starting to feel some resistance for a team.
Well, not too much, it seems, as 2 of them are down. Chica, the third to drop.
My lord!
And now it's just 1 player standing. It's Rain at the back as Spec gets confirmed. They should be able to get the heal off for Nico, so they are 2 players strong. MEGA pushing on up. 4 teams remain as IND are still in the fray.
4 members still up and 19 kills. The fact that they've taken so many fights and are still yet to lose a player yet, John. They're looking to go for the 23 kill mark that BTR set earlier in the prelims in day 1. They're looking just to smash that one out the park.
They're looking for a 28 kill game potentially if they were able to swipe everyone off. That'd be pretty heavy indeed, but I just don't know if they're going to be able to do it. They have to take faces 1 at a time, which Goskilla will probably let them do, to be honest. I don't think Tempo Storm are going to try and play spoiler. It's very difficult to try and operate around it. It's the final building, and quite frankly, Goskilla have a phenomenal position. They have Overwatch on every single entrance.
It is a ridiculously good compound hold they have going on here. Whatever happens, they have a refrag angle on this, and they're holding this one down perfectly. But they've had so much time to set it up, though, John. The circle has gone their way so many times.
Massive shifts to them.
It would be a huge shame if they lost this one out now versus MEGA. And MEGA have to do something mega good to make this one work.
Well, they've already done something mega good. They've racked up 19 kills and laddered up to at least 4th place. Pons over the top of the nade.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, it finds Aldic. Beautiful nade, but they can res this. Surely they can make the push.
They have to give up a position, though, to do it, though, John. And then you only have 2 angles if they go to res Aldic. MEGA have to go now. Tempo understand this, too. It's time for the third party to come through.
Oh, Pons just baiting out those shots, but Nico doesn't bite. Rain is actually going bold. He's managed to cross 1 entrance. I think he might know something's up. Oh, Nico. So close. They go for the loot. That's what they wanted.
With fire, yeah,
right in the middle. He's dropping the first aids.
Why have you done that?
Oh, no, Rain. There's no point rezzing. There's no point rezzing. You just need to heal here. Tempo Storm on the ropes, but they made it to 4th. That might be all they can do. They push on out. Tempo eliminated. 3 teams now left standing. IND with 2. Goskilla with 3 standing, 1 down, and MEGA start to go for the push now, but Stone has taken a dive. Slayer very, very low. Goes around the corner. The drop shot not strong enough. MEGA now 21 kills are accumulated. They're looking to try and find 4 more. Could put them up to 25 total. Aldic has already been knocked. Stoned can get rezzed here. They push it on through. Zone 8 starts to close, and Goskilla, they are crunched into the corner right now. The outside owned, and MEGA have all but won this.
MEGA, the SEA team, played 140 games in their league. They played almost every situation. Can Goskilla take them out here, or will MEGA go for a mega massive game?
They're looking to try and go for the push. There's not much they can do. Unfortunate for them. The smoke is there on the door. They go on out. They go for their last ditch. Push Stone goes down. They're looking to trade it, but Online's there. 2 go out. Pons and Online still standing. They did take some casualties there, but only Satsura. They're on 23 kills. Are they going to deny them the record? Oh, Goskilla, you can't. Oh, that's so cruel. He's healing up in the corner. Satsura. Oh.
Now, you wonder if they send online in. You wonder if they send online in to try and get the 24. I mean, they've got players outside. Oh, I really want them to do it.
Oh, man. Come on. Satsura's just going to get close. He doesn't want to do it. He's just going to tick away. He needs to start the healing as soon as he can. And unfortunately for him, I don't think he's going to be able to survive this. He's got the full boost if he's going to get it. No.
Oh, too late.
No, he's not. MEGA with the 23. They bring it even on the record. Unfortunately denied by Goskilla, but it's a huge chicken dinner nonetheless. 43 points.
Yeah, we're saying they're slipping down the standings, but then they grew a pair of frog legs and just leaped to the top again. An incredible game from them. 4 players at the end as well with 23 kills is just unheard of.
Yeah, and both Omen Elite as well as Tempo Storm getting quite late into the circles. Good news for the NA squads. Bigetron, 0 kills. Uncharacteristic for them to get 5th place and get 0.
I mean, they pushed onto teams, but it feels like teams are now starting to wise up. The rotations are really strong. The rotations are really tight here with Tempo leaving almost immediately. Here's this beginning from Stalker. That's a pretty cool play. The smoke did force him out, but Stalker, you know, this guy is an absolute legend.
Absolute madman. Can't be stopped. Someone take away his gun. It's not fair. It's just not fair sometimes. But a couple of teams, you know, with some weird drops right at the start, you know, everyone crunching up towards the north side, which is really very strange for Miramar.
It is, yeah. I mean, they were potentially looking to almost predict that northeast circle. It didn't come to pass. We went straight down south. FUTBOLIST took an early position with 3 players, but not able to hold it down. And it felt like there were a lot of teams who played this map very passively and didn't want to move too often. This was sad for SynerGE. They were so close to taking a few of these players down. And just look at the dominance from MEGA right now. They went to a compound. They wanted the compound. They took the compound.
Goskilla, we have to talk about them as well. Hugely lucky with those shifts playing.
Yeah, Goskilla were massively lucky. I mean, in a way, it's a shame because they've actually taken a lot of points off other teams who desperately need it. Omen were done in by an insane nade, much like this nade from Pons, which was just ridiculously good and actually opened it up for Goskilla actually to be taken down by MEGA in the end.
They were dominant throughout the performances. We're going to head back over to the desk to see what they have to say.
Honestly, what can we say about that? That was a hectic and crazy as hell game. But again, MEGA conquers. They take another chicken dinner. They must be getting full because that's their 3rd so far over the course of these 2 days.
It's like they almost heard what we were actually saying, which was they needed to go ahead and just get that win. And they did that win with a statement. 23 kills, tying Bigetron for the most kills so far with a win, man.
Yeah.
That's impressive. And I saw some other teams also being able to wake up even more with Goskilla.
Yeah, and you like to see it because yesterday, comparing the Miramar stats, MEGA got 10th place with only 5 kills. So now we only have one more Miramar game to come tomorrow. But Goskilla, if you can recall, yesterday they won their first chicken on Miramar. I had high hopes for the squad. They got second this game. Of course, positioning played key in their victory in second place, with the compound being favored time and time again. But can we talk about that end battle for just a second? I mean, we had a 4v4. MEGA was on the outside. MEGA had the middle circle zone 9, right? Because it centers up. I feel like Goskilla's only option there was to pile up the meds onto one player and have a med battle. Instead, they decided to funnel out that one doorway.
It seems like they were trying to figure out what they were doing, and they were split. They should have pushed either all at once or just do what you just said. Give them all of the health. But as you can see right there, MEGA Esports with 43 points in the chicken dinner. And then you got Goskilla, 18 points. Omen Elite still being consistent, 11 points. And then Tempo Storm starting to wake up as well with 10 points. I love seeing that. And Bigetron still, for some reason, not being able to just stay consistent with all the points.
Yeah, and then we had some South Asia on South Asia violence that last game. TeamIND, they were pushing SynerGE, flushing them out. Now, we heard them, SGE, they were raging at each other after that. I believe because there was 2 members in that closet, that bathroom, one of them fat-fingered and gave away their position, and IND rushed in and took them out immediately. we started to hear the screaming. Hopefully, over the lunch break, they can calm down just a little bit.
Luckily for them, they were able to get kills.
There is one thing I do want to point out, on that note exactly about kills. IND, we talked about them being a team that placed 14th in kills overall in the South Asia Regional Finals. Here they get 0, unfortunately. Having a very, very rough match.
Yeah.
Getting placement points, yes, but we talked about this so many times. Placement points alone will not get you top 3 here. So I wonder, what are they going to do to change things up? They have to do something.
Yeah, and just to go off that, remember when we started the game, when Tempo Storm was in 3rd place, they got to 3rd place by being able to average 12.3 points per game. So if Team IND can definitely start piling on the kills with that consistency that they're having on placing, that would be one of those teams to definitely keep an eye on.
Yeah.
And right here, we're being able to see DeToNator with 9th place, 5 points. Party Gaming having one of those bad games with 4 points. And FUTBOLIST, it seems like they kind of dropped off the consistency that they were having by just ending up with 1 point to their name.
Yeah, you know who else is having a really rough day? Victory 5. I mean, hopefully after the break they turn up because they definitely need to make the comeback. Coming into today, they were in 7th place on the overall leaderboard, so let's see where they are at.
I do want to talk about something, by the way, Dave, before we do get to the overall standings about Victory 5. Because we talked to them on day 1, right? Like, we had a little bit of a time with them, and they said they are going to drop at their drop spots every single time and fight for it every single time. Regardless. But they had a couple of good games, like game 1 and 2 yesterday worked out well for them. But since then, we've just not seen them do much of anything.
That is correct. And as we're going to be able to see here, the total overall standings with MEGA Esports now moving into 1st place, 73 kills to their name, 161 points. That is going to be quite a lead from Bigetron after they're not being able to be consistent. And look at that. Goskilla started the day in 9th place, sneakily moving into 3rd place, and they're also being consistent.
If you're Mustache Dave,
yeah,
or your Icy Baby, the dark horses are coming alive here. Look at that. Goskilla in 3rd, Party Gaming in 4th. That's the 2 teams you guys picked as potentially like being the upsetters here, and they're starting to do it.
Yeah, I mean, you like to see, especially, you know, when it comes to these teams that aren't really well known within the entirety of, you know, PUBG Mobile as a whole, because a lot of other regions definitely overshadow them. I know Seven might be a little disappointed because we're both North American fans. We are going to be seeing
it's all good, though.
Tempo Storm slip away just a little bit. I mean,
just going off that, Tempo, even though they haven't had the highest placement and the most consistent day, they're still in 5th place.
Yeah.
So they're still within striking distance to that 3rd place and being able to go ahead and qualify to the global final. So they're getting very lucky on this. And a lot of teams are actually getting very lucky on this. And look at that, Team IND in 9th place, 27 kills, 45 points on just placing. They need to go ahead and start bringing up the skills, and we're slowly starting to see also Omen Elite starting to move up. I love seeing that. One thing I didn't like seeing from that previous map is how split Wi-Fi and Carnage were. That's just something you do not want to see, especially with the high caliber of gameplay that we're seeing here. It's just not going to play in your favor.
I mean, they had really good positioning for a while, too. I was really liking it, but then I guess they lost 2 members along the way, and, you know, maybe the team comms, they had different opinions on where they should rotate, and we saw that clear as day. One thing to note, though, they started today in 14th. They are currently in 7th on the overall, so they are slowly working their way on up, and kind of the reverse. Victory 5 starting in 7th place today. After 3 games, will find themselves in 14th. So they kind of swapped.
As we see this graphic here, the kill leaderboard over the course of these 2 days, I want to just bring up a topic that we can quickly discuss. At how damn good Mega Conquer seems to be at like clearing these compounds. Because they were so efficient and they took basically no damage and they really never lost a player during that entire time doing it.
And their highlight is the way they go ahead and use those smokes. I was actually talking with Icy Baby, and that's one of their strongest abilities in that game. Just being able to smoke their way in and being able to get in and just fully destroy those teams is the highlight, and is the reason why they were able to go ahead and get 1st place and that 23 kill win.
Yeah, and they used up all their smokes after that fight because we saw them later on. I mean, they already had like 15 kills at that point. So, I mean, if we're going to push open terrain, why not at that point? And that's how we saw them set themselves up for that victory at the end with Goskilla. But like you said, using that utility, coming in such an important role for them this previous game because they had so much open terrain to push and rotate around.
And not only that, they also have great close range, right? They're able to go ahead and just juke around. They got some nice hot jukes out there, and they're just going to be able to, if they can go ahead and continue that, they're going to be able to just skyrocket. I'm pretty sure they might actually go for a 2nd win today.
I mean, why wouldn't they? They did
Right.
it yesterday. Maybe they can do it yet again today. Maybe we can ask them that now with our post-match interview with Icy Babe and, of course, Mega Conquerors.
Thank you guys, and of course we have the winners from previous game here. We have the current kill leader here from Mega Conqueror. We have Pawns beside me, and also the masters of nades coming in from the map of Miramar. So Pawns, first things first, how are you feeling? You feeling good? Yep, feeling good.
Yeah,
I like that. So first things first here, a lot of us on the desk, we were kind of wondering as well from the side of Mega Conqueror. You guys had a great start coming from yesterday's game and coming into today as well. You know, you guys like kind of went down a little bit, and then now you finally picked yourself up and going on a killing spree here. What changed from yesterday and today?
ก็เราก็กลับมาเล่นแผนในการแบบว่าเข้าดันแบบว่าไล่เคลียร์เพื่อเข้าวงนะครับผมแบบว่าไม่ต้องเลี่ยงเพราะถ้าเลี่ยงแล้วจะสู้ยากครับต้องแบบดันเคลียร์ไปทีละตี้
Okay, so basically Prawns is saying that yesterday they were trying a new strategy here, playing a little bit of a close quarter combat, but today they're trying a little bit of mid-range to long-range kind of fights here. So that's pretty much you switch up the strategy a bit. But as of now, seeing how that you guys are going on a killing spree here, I like how that you guys were doing so well, but it feels like a lot of the fans here, especially predicting that Mega Conqueror and also BTR is going to be potentially making it to the global finals here. What's the difference between the C League and coming into us currently now in the preliminary stages?
ก็ต่างตรงทีมที่มาแข่งขันครับผมแต่ว่าสไตล์การเล่นของแต่ละโซนก็จะแตกต่างกันไปซึ่งเราก็ต้องปรับตัวครับผม
Okay, so basically Pawns is saying that the teams that are playing currently in preliminary has a different kind of strategy and different kind of placements as well, and the drop spots are very different compared to C League here, so they have to adapt a little bit more. Last but not least, Pawns here, is there anything you want to say towards the fans and from Thailand or anyone from the world here who's currently supporting you guys?
ก็ฝากติดตามเพจพวกเราด้วยครับ MEGA Conqueror นะครับใน Facebook แล้วก็เพจผมนะครับเพิ่งสร้างครับเพจปอนไซครับผมแล้วก็ YouTube ปอนแซดครับ
Oh, he says keep watching their Mega Conquerors YouTube and Facebook channels and keep supporting them. That's pretty much it here coming from Pawns. And of course, for these guys watching here, this is the PUBG Mobile Club Open 2019 preliminary stages day number 2. 9 games has played in total coming from yesterday and today's matchup. We're going to be taking a little bit of a longer break from today before we head into this game number 4. So remember to stay tuned, keep watching. We're going to be having more games to come. My name is ICBaby12 and see you guys in game number 4.
piece of chicken meat on a grill under the blazing sun. Everyone hates desert because they get lost here. But there are some interesting people here, like that hip-hop kid. You know, the one on top of the car? He always has the strangest stickers. Supposedly, they're trophies he got from other players. You know how it is, kids and their toys. Oh, and that guy standing by the wall has a really good aim and is supposedly an assassin. Why is he dressed like that in this frackin' desert, though? As for that lady over there, she values her gun more than her own life. That's about the only thing you can trust around here. Me? Who am I? Ha! Everyone knows the Lava Barret. Shh! I think we have guests.
Broken again.
Bird's been following us. Does it think we're rabbits?
No, you're more like a bug. A really lazy bug. Watch out!
Take cover!
We're surrounded!
Fly fast, I'll race you. Time to wreak havoc. Let's go! You could join us, little sidekick.
Companion. Let's go!
Hey! Wait for me!
Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile Club Open 2019 Fall Split Prelims. You love to do the finger guns.
Why not?
All right, well, you know, you might not be the two-time, maybe the one-time champion one day. But anyways, we're going to get back into this game with match number 10. Don't hate me, Mustache Dave. Please don't.
What?
But yeah, Erangel coming up now, right? We have the next 3 matches we have. Erangel's been played twice. We've already seen what teams can do on it. We had Mega take a victory on it yesterday. We had things switch up a little bit now today. I think it was Bigetron to take it the first time today. They've been a little bit lackluster since. Do you think this is the time for Bigetron to come back?
It is. It is the time that they need to go ahead and just wake up. If they don't right now, the other teams are going to go ahead and start creeping up on them.
I hope so.
They need to be a little bit more consistent on their placing. We know they can get the kills. Obviously, they got Luxy and Soxy almost pretty much at the top of the leaderboards for kills, but they need to go ahead and be more consistent with placing.
Yeah, not only that, there's actually teams that have spoken to me on the break and said, we are going to be hunting for them. SWAT 69. They're dead last. Everything they've been doing up until this point has not been working at all for the team. They recognize that they're you know, confident with saying how they're probably not going to qualify. Right?
Yeah,
they're at terms
I'm
with
happy
it.
to hear that, though, because I mentioned towards the end of today, we're going to start seeing teams at the bottom start pushing for other teams that are at the top.
I don't like that.
That's
I don't like it.
Make a name for yourself.
Yep. Exactly.
Make a name for
but
yourself.
that's like them being a defeatist, right? Saying, well, we're not going to win, so you might as well just try to
dead
attack
last.
the better.
They're dead last.
So, was it Nepali Honi in the South Asia regionals? They were like out of contention, but like came through last second in the last game.
They're just being real. All right.
Well, you know what? We need to be real about Mustache Dave _ on Instagram.
Hey.
You have, don't follow him. You have something you want to show us about the last match.
Pull up the clip. A little recap from last game.
Pull it up.
Pull up. We want to kind of talk about it. You know, we made a slight mention of it. Mega, the smokes, the utility. I mean, we're going to talk about it right here. The smokes are already out. And look at this. The reason why we got 3 different teams with sight lines on this little passageway 7.
Yep, and that's beautiful right there. I'm glad you showed that, because look at all the smokes that they're putting right here. 1, 2, 3, 4. And as you mentioned, all of them are just going to go ahead and stop them from seeing where they're going. Even if they might not have an eyesight on them, even if they're not going to be able to see them, they still want to be just a little bit careful. And we mentioned they are very strong with just pretty much their smokes, and that allowed them, actually those smokes allowed them to go ahead and push into that compound and just take over, and then being just so good close range is what allowed them to just get the win as well.
One thing to note, they only have 4 kills at this point. So after this is when that steamroll started to occur, once when they got behind her, once when they closed that gap.
4 kills. At
4
that
kills,
point.
Exactly.
Gee,
they
went ahead and got
23.
19 kills in this short span. And as we see right there, them just taking over and just taking out everybody. Making sure, look, I like this right here. I like to see this from them. They're all close, but not too close, right? They have one player right here, then the other one right there, and they also have some more people in the back while they're waiting. So I love seeing that. They're not too spread out. They're closing out. Whether they go down, you're going to be able to go ahead and pick them up.
We just saw another smoke right there. That is to block the sight lines, because we had Bigetron back here looking at this as well. We actually saw SWAT 69 try to pull out over here, get a couple kills. They were killed in process. So these smokes were crucial for the Mega team. I mean, I loved it.
Yeah, and meanwhile, you were able to see them right here. Look at that. They're going inside, clearing out, and this
on
team,
the inside and the outside.
Yep, yeah, and then right here, as you mentioned, they're keeping an eye on in case SWAT 69 did decide to go ahead and push.
So calculated. I love it. What
That's
a great
something
team.
that I was kind of mentioning, that how efficient and how good they are at clearing out these compounds to get in there to really open things up. And honestly, I think they deserve to be one of the best teams here today. I'm just gonna hit some random numbers in there. That'd be nice.
No,
I wish
2
I could
smokes.
get some time on there.
Smokes.
But obviously, like, I think they deserve it, considering the fact that, you know, during the little break we had for dinner, they were the only team I saw out there while eating. We're discussing the matches, but they were also watching back the VODs. They were watching back the matches to make sure they can figure out some problems. Obviously, see the big picture, which is what it's all about, what the other teams are all doing. And speaking of big picture, you know what's coming up on November 29th? As you hear footballists out there getting excited, we still have tickets on sale for the global finals. You can head over to PMCO2019.info/myticket, and you guys can pick up your own tickets yourself. Come on down, meet the guys here, meet the talent, more importantly, meet the teams and root them on as well, because everyone wants to see how well they're going to do when it comes down to the main stage with everything on the line. But you know what's on the line right now? Another chicken dinner for some team We're going to find out which one's going to be with our new commentators coming in. We got Alex Byfield and Icy Baby 1-2.
Thank you, Jason. We're here now. Game 4, excuse me. So we're at the halfway point now. This is the time, this is the test for these teams to really kick it up into 6th gear. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling good here, and of course, it's a pleasure here to definitely, be casting alongside you, Alex, here, and we're going to be having a little bit more games to come, and definitely we're going in towards the map of Arigale again here, and why?
My goodness.
Why?
Trying to steal the swagger.
No, it's, my hands are sticky. My hands are sticky. Anyways, we're going to go into the El Clasico map. Erangel here, fantastic breakdown as well coming from Dave. And also 7 here with that Mega Conqueror's push into the map of Mirror. That was fantastic here. Making full use of those smokes are exceptionally important, especially games where there is going to be a lot of traveling in terms of distance here. And Erangel might be one of those maps as well, considering that it's 8 by 8 kilometers.
It's true. We also saw as well for Mega, they were so close to trying to break that record from Bigetron yesterday on 23 kills. They matched it, but they couldn't quite finish off the job. They got the win, thankfully, but the last player there dying to the play zone instead of giving them that, crown of most kills in one game here so far in the prelims, nearly getting to 24 kills, but they're still going to be very, very happy with the amount of points that they did claim.
Definitely here, from the Southeast Asia teams here, we're always expecting them to try to achieve record-breaking games here. Like in this case, Mega Conqueror and also Bigetron, they're still trying to beat RRQ Athena's record here. Remember in my previous interview here with Luxy, right? He did mention that they were not too happy because they could not beat RRQ Athena. Currently, from what I know, RRQ Athena is currently having one of the highest record for the most amount of kills in a single game in the PMCO stages.
How much was it?
With 25 kills.
25? I mean, they were close.
They were 24.
Close. Yeah,
almost.
As said, England, close but no cigar, unfortunately, for them. But some of the teams we really have to start to mention here is we do actually see the playing path going from the western side or from north to south across that western side is teams such as SynerGE, Omen, around that middle of the pack mark. Now that we're halfway through the event, they need to pick up the pacing still. For teams like FUTBOLIST, for example, have been inconsistent so far with top placements, then bombing out later into the early stage of the later games as well. They need to find consistency here going forward before day 3, because otherwise there may be too big of a discrepancy between the Goskillas, Mega, all the way to the top.
Definitely here. It's now or never for them to actually pick up some steam here to try and catch up with those points. We know BTR Mega Conqueror is going to be in top of the charts here. However, like you said as well, ladies and gentlemen here, this is game number 4 in the map of Erangel. We can see as well the flight path. We see all these teams already split out as well. We see DeToNator going back towards Georgiopol as well. Orange Esports going to try and make their way towards Yasnaya, Unaya.
Wow.
GSK heading towards Rozok. Mega Conqueror going to try and stretch their way into Milta here. A little bit too far off from the usual spots here. So they may consider looking for a couple of vehicles to rotate in, but I'm a little bit worried here. Will they get contested into a later phase of the circle here? But where do you think the circle is going to be here, Alex?
I mean, I'm not sure. Obviously, we don't know just yet. We'll see it shortly. But what really surprises me is the amount of teams that are going towards the north. And as I said, that we can see the first circle actually going to be towards the northern hemisphere of the map, which is very favorable right now for Asterion, as they can just stay put. I mean, just north of shooting range, and they can try their hardest to get inside the center circle. But right now, center of the action is going to be Asterion versus SynerGE. We mentioned that so far they haven't found their footing here in this event, as ProLord is trying his hardest to get away from the action. Instead, they're going to be caught off guard there by one of the players out in the open. I don't think Asterion can get back in time.
Well, SynerGE here, usually they head their way in towards Lipovka here. Seems to be they switch up the drop spots here. They're going to be contesting Asterion for this Lucian in 70. So far, looking too good, very good here. Major Alpha getting the first blood, taking one of the members from Asterion. And I think like they have to wrap this up quickly here. But still, as of now, the circle is kind of favoring them here. They have all the time in the world. And Lunatic is going to be on top of this church roof.
Problem is as well, only 2 minutes into the matchup, they haven't had the time to loot up properly. We can see it's a battle between an Uzi at this range versus the M4 from Austin. And even in the last game as well, Austin did have a few nice kills, but SynerGE, it seems like they're stuck between playing too aggressive and too passive. In India, they were aggressive, they were hunting for kills, and they were so effective coming here into the prelims before the global finals. They can't find their footing in the meta shift playing versus the global teams here at this event, but Asterion, they're going to be cutting their losses here. ProLord is down, as you said, and now healing up to full. Maybe the best option is just to wave the white flag of surrender, get away scot-free and then try your hardest into the latter stages of the game.
Yeah, speaking of white flag here, they need those take the vehicles here and actually build, maybe try and loot up into the shooting range here. But at the same time, SynerGE may be trying to flank or maybe box Asterion into this town itself, and then maybe try and take them all out here. But at the same time, look at this. They're not playing super aggressive just because it's still early in the phase of the stages in the game, and you don't exactly want to lose out here, considering that SynerGE had a great start in yesterday's game, and currently they're on the second half of the scoreboard. And I'm a little bit worried here, just because will they be able to finish this fight quickly here, and do they have the economy to bring it to the second stage of the game?
It's very true. I think what's interesting as well with how much water as well is inside the southern side of the circle, the river there just by Rosshok, does mean that the circle may be shifting northward again towards Asterion, as they still are going to be locked in here with action, as Servi shooting away into the distance. Unbeknownst to him is the fact that there's still a member from Asterion lurking here in the shadows.
Yeah, very fortunate there for Asterion. They found themselves a UAZ to bail themselves into shooting range to loot a little bit more. However, one of the members from Asterion, Posa, is pretty much left out all by himself. He can't exactly get to his teammates in time. However, he's going to play the ninja game right here, so hopefully he'll be able to get a couple of lucky kills here, or maybe even a surprise attack to pay back for what SynerGE did to one of their members here.
But even so, I mean, they're so close together that even if he does go for that one kill versus this player from SynerGE, most likely going to be traded instantly, which does mean it's rather futile. And at that point, we're going to be seeing them only at 2 players left for Asterion. But they've been quite quiet so far in this event, but they're doing fairly well in the placements as well towards the top half. So if they only have, what, 1 or 2 chicken dinners either today or tomorrow, they can try and get in towards that top 3. Kind of got Bigetron as well, one of the best teams we've had so far this event. And what's also been really interesting to see for Bigetron is, yesterday we mentioned as well when we first started casting, Terrence, was the fact that they weren't playing for kills, they're playing so passive, and they were slow starters, and then towards the end of the day, they're one of the teams that were getting at that top of the leaderboard in terms of kills. We mentioned before, they share the, well, tally for most kills so far in this event with MEGA at 23, and they found so much more success actually finishing number 1 on the leaderboards after the 6th game yesterday. But today, it seems like deja vu, starting off cold.
Yeah, I agree here. Early into today's games here, Luxy was currently the kill leader on top all the way through here, but was overcome in the previous match coming in from Mega Conqueror with all 4 of the members here. In this case, Pons was one of those members with the highest kill leaderboard here. And look at this, he's got 494 average damage here. This is how strong Mega Conqueror is. But at the same time, I want to bring back to the point in towards the map of Serenity here, because they have 1 member all by himself from the side of Asterion here, which may be a surprise factor for SynerGE, just because SynerGE, they don't exactly know that Posa is there, so he may be able to pull something off. But in this case, if they bail Serenity, Asterion may have the upper advantage here to regroup their members to play towards the next stage of the phase.
Yeah, and as I mentioned before, the southern side being mostly filled by that river, as we see now, the circle does actually match that and go northern. And I think right now, for my money, it'd be interesting to see what you say here, Terrence, is the fact that Goskilla have the scouting range across the river. Obviously, Tempo Storm as well going to be coming across the bridge. We may see them actually go into action and see a firefight shortly, as we do see a player from Party Gaming go down, another team that's been performing very, very well at the end of yesterday. Back to my point is the fact that if you control those 3 bridges, you have that scouting for information. It's so effective in placing your rotations and knowing where to be.
I definitely agree here, but you can see early shifts in the Great Migration from all these teams just to push into the northern section of this map here. And all these movements for all these teams is a really smart move, just because they know the northern sections is consisting of a lot of open fields here. So having those vantage points is going to be very helpful into a later stage of the game. However, on this kill feed right now.
Oh, damage coming out as well. We've seen Party Gaming lose a player early as Omen Elite, who are actually doing fairly well today as well. We saw yesterday finishing 14th. Today they're currently 10th, around that 9th mark, actually finding some consistency today as one of the big storylines we saw earlier from Blank and John. Although for Party Gaming, they did lose or get that player down earlier, but they have revived him here as we still have 63 players alive. Only player going down was from Asterion, as we mentioned early on.
Oh, Alex, I've talked about this off the camera as well. We've talked about how important this compound is, especially cutting off any kind of intersections coming from any team passing from the east side to try towards the Georgia Bowl here. This intersection compound that Omen Elite has is one of the strongest points to actually cut off any sort of rotations that's trying to push into the northern section here. However, you can see right here, they're going to be a little bit contested here up towards the Mount Gatka in this case here. In this case, Mount Everest here. INS on top of the mountain.
Yeah, they have the high ground now, and they're shooting down upon RED Canids. It's going to be Bishma with the Scar doing so much damage as well to the vehicle. But actually, Unable to connect the bullets just yet. The spray is strong, though, as one of the players goes down. It's going to be actually Cartoons getting the drop onto Maxen, as he is going to be finished off here. You can see Red Canids is going to be fleeting away off into the distance, going in towards the river. And with that, we're going to be seeing a conceded kill from Red Canids up against INS.
Nice pick off here coming from Insidious, getting off one member off the bat here. And this is what I'm talking about. Setting up this kind of early roadblocks here, cutting rotations is super important, especially when we know the circle is pushing everyone kind of towards the northern section of the map. But unfortunately for Red Canids here, they will lose Maxen, and they are forced to rotate away here. And they can't seem to find the best possible angle because they heard a lot of gunshots towards the eastern side of Georgebo. So they may need to find a quick path here to cross this river padding, who may or may not push all the next phase of the circle into the northern section. However, DeToNators, they've got themselves a lot of UAZs and vehicles to work with. So fortunately for them, they're going to try and play the stealth game right now. Hopefully try to bait someone into this compound.
They may have vehicles, but you can see on the standings they don't really have points. And that is what is the commodity across the 18 matches that we are going to be witnessing here at the prelims. Only 3 teams going to be making it all the way to the global finals next week. As we are still into the phase 1 circle, it's going to be 1 minute 15 seconds left on that. Still 16 teams alive, of course, as we wait the patient game. Or maybe not. DeToNator's going to be losing a player, going to be down, so they can revive him. It should be able to be revived as Andon is inside the compound. So yeah, he is going to be back up on his feet. The question is, though, Terrence, do they now actually pounce on a weakened DeToNators? That's obviously Omen Elite here, trying to find a better position potentially to flank upon this compound.
They may consider that, but at the same time, the circle is closing in. A lot of teams are trying to find those best spots to work with here, but fortunately for Omen Elite, they have the information to work with, so they are going to rotate away to try and find a better vicinity to hold here. And like I said as well, the northern section is super hard to play just because there's a lot of open views, not a lot of compound to work with. And previous scene here, we saw FUTBOLIST in towards the patrol station, which that compound here is fantastic for holding anyone coming from the north section here because they have this mini barricade behind the patrol station. All you gotta do is just park a car on top of it and stand on top of it here. But they have to wait at least 2 to 3 phases as if the circle to make sure that the mountain terrains are pretty much clear before actually focusing on the guys in 70.
Yeah, I'm really a fan of that play, actually, as you said, from Omen Elite. They didn't contest the compound versus DeToNators because why? I mean, you said it's towards the western side. You may as well take a new compound for free, not risk any of the players, and it's more centralized. Even better for you in terms of the odds going forward. As we can see the map now, so many teams going to be rotating from the western side. SWAT 69 have been struggling so far. They need to get a big finish here in this matchup. IND as well, 10th currently, or 9th at that point, still out of the running in terms of top 3. And then Team INS, who've already found themselves a kill versus the likes of Red Canids. But on our screens right now to the left, Victory 5 could be the sole team coming into the circle from the eastern side, just above Yasnaya.
Oh, DeToNators, they found themselves another target here. They heard Party Gaming Janchi all by himself, and he's pretty much thrown out and open here. And Jihoon tries to try a little bit of suppressed fires. Unfortunately, will not pick off any guys from inside DeToNator. So in this case, will they try and save Janchi? Jihoon going to be moving away his UAZ to try and provide a little bit of cover to work with. But DeToNator, they want to remain in this compound. They want to defend this to the depths of their lives as of now, before the next phase of the circle comes in.
Yeah, many teams now trying to fight for positions in Severny, trying to get some good compounds and good locations there. We can see INS and IND rotating that way, and obviously many teams having to rotate past DeToNators. That's why there's so much action going on around this area, and you can hear the noise as well of the vehicles just buzzing past them for now.
Yep, as of now, going to be a stalemate here. Party Gaming, they have to close it up a little bit quickly here because right now they're still out in the open and they may get flanked from multiple teams here. But fortunately for them, the terrain still favors them a little bit just because they have the vantage point. So not many teams will tentatively fight a team who's out in the open here. But DeToNator, they may consider that here with Nemo Nari standing on the outskirts here, trying to go for a couple of lucky taps.
Yeah, it's going to be lucky here. Reason being is we can see them inside the smoke using the headshot angle as well at the corner of the ridge. Very difficult shot to land if Nemo was to try and go for it.
Uh-oh.
Oh, he's going to be trying to go from the other side as well. The problem is that he's on his lonesome here, Terrence, as he is as well in the open, in the vehicle. Maybe we're going to go for the battering ram here in towards the squad of Party Gaming, but no, gonna get cold feet there, switch it around 180 and go all the way back into the safety net of his team's compound.
Oh, I like what DeToNator was doing right there. Nemo Mari was trying to bait for overextension coming Party Gaming for the rest of the teams to actually go for the pickoff here. Unfortunately, Party Gaming, they're very disciplined this year. As soon as the circle popped up, this is where they know, hey, they need to get out of there here and find the best next compound. However, the circle, everyone thought it's going to be on the northern section here. You can see it's actually pushing towards the lake sides of Yasnaya. So this is where this compound currently from Tempo Storm has one of the strongest here. And BTR always love this compound as well. It looks like they want to contest them.
Yeah, they need to fight for it here if they want to have a strong position into the later game. As Tempo have two of the players inside the compound, Grenade's going to be raining and sailing in here. As it seems to be, you just smoke up, cause cover, grenade in, try and do some splash damage up against your opposition, and then raid and crash the compound, hoping that a few of the players have been taking some damage from those HE grenades. But right now, damage is going to be inflicted onto players from Party Gaming, as Jihoon as well, caught in the open here, both just trying to hide as carefully as possible behind this one tree. Maybe a smoke to go out, but instead it's going to be an HE grenade coming out from DeToNators, and that should be then finished off easily. As another player as well from Party Gaming is going to be hitting the hay, as he does go for the prone. Still alive onto 5 HP it seems, but on his lonesome, very easily going to be cleaned up here by the likes of DeToNators.
Yeah, nicely done here coming from DeToNators. And Party Gaming, they held this ground for too long. They had no information going into the compound here, and DeToNator, good call in closing out their rotations here. Because of that, they find themselves 2 lucky kills and maybe even a potential 3 right here. Janchi, he doesn't have first aids here. He's only 5 HP.
Yeah, a breath of fresh air, a pinch would take him down at this point. As you said, no bandages, but inside the vehicle is going to give away the sound as well. This should be an easy kill here for Andon. As what the hell is going on? How is he able to get away? But not for very long, as we mentioned before. Low HP, easily going to be dispatched off there by DeToNators. So they have claimed yet another kill at 3 so far. Although 16 teams still alive here as we are into phase 3.
Oh, that was desperation there coming from Janchi. We know Party Gaming, they need those placement points. They had a great run here, but because of that, they will leave with one member left alive with her from side Party Gaming to try and pull the win here. However, Bigetron, they still want to contest the guys from Tempo Storm here as they try to pick off Chica, who's outskirts here. It seems to be Orange Esports going to tag team against Tempo Storm right now. And it seems to me, Tempo Storm, they have to take a chill pill here because currently they have 2 members out on the lakeside. They're exposed from multiple angles across the lake.
It's not as if they have positions where they can help each other. The 2 splits there from Tempo Storm, trying to see if they can maybe shoot together at the same targets. Instead, they got these awkward exchanges both on different sides of the road as they are actually going to try and mount up in the vehicles and get across to safety and join up the likes of their teammates. And actually one of the players has managed to make it. X-Rain is going to be that player. INS though, action going across the other half of the map as Joker slowly trying to crawl his way closer to an angle against Survey and catch him off guard if he does go for the play. Smoke coming out may actually give him a false sense of confidence as he is still going to be taking damage versus the bullets here. Cartoons to his right. He's also got a player as well onto his left. This is going to be the demise, surely, for Survey. He does do some more damage here against Cartoons, but he's going to be fine, as eventually will be taken down fairly easily. But backup is starting to arrive for a Shrouder from SynerGE. Spots on a few of the players' heads, but again, it's this idea of the peripheral of the hill, making it so hard to actually capitalize of catching players off guard.
Oh, SynerGE is going to try and gatekeep the guys from Insidious as of now, but you can see Strider needs to keep them at bay here. Austin trying to go for the saves here. They are going to go try and flank the guys from INS, and they're pretty much start out in open. They do not have vehicles. Will they come on top? But on the bottom side of kill feed as well, we see MEGA Conqueror pushing the guys from V5.
Yeah, you mentioned Pons. I mean, more kills for him. Currently the highest killing player so far in this event. As one of the players has been down, but the real action here happening in the forefront of our peripheral vision. Bishma going to be mounting up as well into the vehicles. He's going to be fine. Joker is as well in a bit of a vulnerable position. Survey actually wasn't converted into a kill from INS, so there could be a potential here for SynerGE to walk away with 4 players still alive.
Oh, on the bottom side, so we see MEGA Conqueror is still engaging the guys from Victory 5 here. Nades being tossed out from the side of V5. Tags up Online 24 for a little bit here, but MEGA Conqueror, they're going to try and reset and regain the composure, wait for Online 24 and maybe even Stone to get their hell back and then try to make this push here. We know MEGA Conqueror, they're going to be aggressive, and it seems to me they're waiting on Stone here. They may consider going for the push here. However, they've already lost Rod Fiat in the process right now.
Yeah, 3 versus 2 here. This compound just at the edge of the circle. Hang.
Uh-oh, the
He's
nades.
towards the right side. The nade is good, as you said. It's going to do some damage, but he is going to be fine for now. Could even just heal up, take a painkiller, and try his best to do some damage in just a few seconds. He's actually going to be leaving the compound as well. That's a smart move. That maybe not so much from Online 24, as he's going to be doing about 24 points of damage to himself. Self-inflicted.
Ooh,
and
another
now
nade.
this gives time as well for them to actually heal up and just reset.
Ooh, the nade from Wu Xian as well, almost knocking off the guys from Online 24. But like I said, Rodfred is kind of not down as well. He's a little bit away from the team right now as this perfect scout, but he's coming in to try and provide a little bit assist to try and tackle this compound. They know how important this compound is. They need to take it from side Mega Conqueror. But you can see they're starting to go a little bit aggressive. Pawns getting knocked here.
Knocked indeed. There's more action as well to come. As SynerGE going to be knocked out in 14th. Online 24 going to be backing up his teammate Stoned as Nani is down. Smoke grenades going to be coming out, allowing for the revive to happen. As Hung may actually try and capitalize on the fact that one of the players is down and one of the players is actually reviving that down player. But no, going to be quite tentative here as the final player, Rofiat as well, coming from the flank side for Mega. The question is, can he get here in time as Hung just going to be conceding this one? You can see he's the final remaining player from Victory 5. As now maybe just Victory 1 as he is all alone. And Tempo Storm out in 13th as well. They were third party we saw earlier from Squad 69. And just like that, V5 hit the deck, 12th for them.
Very clinical clean here coming from Mega Conqueror. And because of that, they will secure this compound, one of the strongest here in the southeast corner. And because of that, they are going to dominate the eastern shots. However, DeToNators and Asterions, they're going to go head to head here. Asterion lost already one in the early phase, and now Pawns is going to get rushed here. Lunatic.
Oh, Lunatic here with the saw. Trying to see if he can saw off a few heads with this gun up close. However, DP29 for Andon as well, as he can just try and go for the spray, and he's going to be jumping down here. My goodness, how is he still alive? As with all the bullets he has, 70 of that, he can try and just wage a war here. Battle of attrition versus the like of Asterion, as there's only 2 players remaining for them as he goes for more. Actually gets the knockdown 20 with the headshot going to be coming down for more. Gets down a second player. This is a 1 versus 3. Oh my goodness!
Oh!
He's done it! What have we just witnessed there? Oh my goodness, Lunatic there with the 3K taking and wiping out that squad. It's a flush draw.
What a clutch there coming from Lunatic. He could play the battle of attrition just because he had N249. The damage output, the DPS was favoring him. All he gotta do is just play the right cards, and he walked right into it here. What a play from Lunatic indeed here. Insane plays coming in. However, now on towards the Yasnaya bridges here. This Lakefield, we see SWAT 69 and also the rest of the teams here going to contest and cross this bridge. We can see Omen Elite getting contested from 69 Lord here. We see this M24. Can he line up those sniper shots?
Look at who's alive as well as the big boys, Mega and Bigetron. 4 kills, 4 players alive, 3 kills, 4 players alive as well for them. The 69, Squad 69 to be precise, who've been struggling so far in this event. They mentioned how they've been feeling not the most comfortable so far. The setup here at the event, they just can't get adjusted to it. Maybe with more LAN experience that can change, but they need to qualify for those LANs. So we need to see some bigger performances for them going forward if they want a chance and making it to the global finals. And right now, they're versus the team currently locked in at 3. That's Goskilla, just south and under the bridge.
Oh, this is super risky coming from Insidious, SWAT 69 Asterion here, because right now they're going in towards a battle warfare here, and across the roads they have the guys from BTRs also gatekeeping in the patrol station. They have to clear this out here because they are exposed from multiple angles. You can see mayhem happening here in this vicinity, and RED Canids just casually takes out one of the guys from Omen Elite here alongside GSK.
Multiple kills and multiple teams now making it to the scene of the crime. RED Canids, as you said, going to be joining into the action versus Goskilla and more. Mega, taking out more kills as well versus Bigetron. Asterion losing yet another player. They may be going out very shortly as they're down to just 1. Same as well for Omen Elite at 1 as well. So maybe try their best to just hunker down, stay alive for as long as possible, and claim those victory points. Although FUTBOLIST trying to go for some kill points here with the DMR at range.
Nicely done here coming from FUTBOLIST to concede the patrol station to BTR, coming down south, taking the Harry Potter here, and because of that, they have even better vantage points. And that tab here from Lovazine, taking out the guys from Outing. He's gonna try to steal the kill here. Can he get it? Yes, he will. It seems to me, FUTBOLIST, they're back in action, ladies and gentlemen.
And you can see as well the circle to the top right, just at the center of where those 3 bridges connect. It seems like fate here, as we spoke about it during the game. The fact that those 3 bridges are so important to control here, just at the river. But maybe for Goskilla's under the bridge, it can just be water under the bridge for them. As SWAT 69 are still alive underneath it, but they're very exposed here, Terrence.
Oh, they have to be really careful here because they have to cross this river. 45 seconds on the clock. I don't think they can out-tank the zone and cross the river with so many people angles here. INS, like I said, they're going to get gatekeeped by multiple teams. Asterion is having crossed. GSK, BTR is also waiting here to reclaim their kills. Same goes for RED Esports, who's on the other end of that lake here. But 25 seconds here, they have to make a push coming from Cartoon. They're going to try and pick him up here, but 25 seconds, the circle is going to close. How would he cross this here, Alex?
I mean, your guess is better than mine, it seems. as they need to try and cross the bridge. But as you said, footballers at the Harry Potter Tower, they have such a surveillance on lock right now for them. MEGA as well going to be inflicting, or having damage inflicted on them, excuse me, as it's going to be Red Canids. Going to be having the better angle here as Pons tries to get inside the vehicle and come over and help his teammate, but instead he's just trying to have to help himself as the grenades come sailing in. The car going to be going back as well, just slightly, maybe using his cover as well to protect him from that right side flank as INS go out in 10.
Oh, this is going to be the next phase of the circle here. Every single team is going to be out in the open. BTR conquering the north. MEGA conquering and from the side as well. And Levi goes for a couple tags here, but unfortunately doesn't take down the guys from MEGA Conquer. He has to play this patiently here. Goes for another more sprays. And Alex, I have no idea. Is it going to be hoo-ha? The circle is closing in. Everybody needs to push in here now. And the Molotov. Ooh, burn. Oh, ow. Ow. Ow.
And the grenade. Oh my god, this is perfect.
Ouch.
Yeah, that's a 2-pointer from the mid-court there coming out from MEGA. As you said, they have to try and cross this river here. They managed to do it. The zone is now coming in. So much damage as well into the 6th phase. As footballers have just opened up this door. They've opened up a whole new world of angles to try and shoot down on the opposition who are going to be afloat from the other side. As they took care of Omen Elite across the river, and now they can shoot at players across the stream.
Oh, 7 teams alive, 22 left here. MEGA Conquer splitting up their forces here with Pons and Rodfield, making sure that the Red Canids cannot cross this ridge. But at the same time, you see Omen Elite and FUTBOLIST here gatekeeping these guys from Red Canids. They have to play this patiently. The circle already making his move here. Everyone is taking a chill pill. Who will make the first move? It seems to be the guys up north.
Oh, it's Bigetron, as you said, up north. Doing some damage down onto SWAT 69 who have made it here in towards the top 7. Only one player alive right now for Omen Elite as the grenade goes in. It looks like it's going to do the job as well. Ooh, no, actually Satan is still alive, but more players from SWAT 69 going to be going down. That grenade, actually the second one coming out from Ryzen, going to be finishing for the job versus SWAT 69. Omen Elite as well, I believe that's them out of the count. Yes, it is. They're going to go out in 7th. Only one player remaining currently for SWAT 69. 6 kills though so far for them, so in terms of points, it's going to be strong. One of, actually, their strongest performances so far in this event. Orange Esports, they've been so quiet so far. Just going to be collecting those placement points for as long as possible.
Oh, they're going to be playing this in the northeast section here. Fortunately, the only one contesting it is going to be MEGA Conquer, but they have to wait for the right moment here because at the same time now, the circle favoring MEGA Conquer. Every single team is going to push them here, and this time they have to capitalize on the chaos to actually push the guys from MEGA Conquer. They have to set up the perfect defense, and how will they do it here? RED Canids staying still, FUTBOLIST as well. Same goes for Rodfield, making sure that RED Canids and FUTBOLIST doesn't push it uncontested here. Orange Esports on the edge of the circle.
Oh my gosh, you can see they're all stacked up there. One grenade would finish off 3 of the players from Orange. As MEGA, it seems like they're always in the most favorable positions. That can't be luck. It's got to be obviously skill, but preparation, rotations. Jason mentioned it on the desk as well, the fact that they're the only team currently watching their VODs between the games. Right now it's showing because they are looking composed, working together as a team, as we see another team as well dip out of that in 6. So only 5 players remaining, or excuse me, 5 teams and 18 players remaining, make that 17, as more players going to be hitting the deck here as the spray comes out from the M4 from MEGA.
Oh, they have to play this patient here. The circle is going to close in by Stone. He's going to divert his attention towards the western side here. FUTBOLIST and BTR, they're going head to head here. Everyone is pushing BTR. They're making sure to get some kills. Futron is trying to save for his team here. He's pretty low now.
He's going to have to go Ultron here if he wants a chance to this one. Bigetron as well with more kills coming in their favor as FUTBOLIST are forced out of the Harry Potter Tower. They need to do some wizardry here if they want some more kills as they're going to be stuck down. 3 players are down. It's all really down to, I think it's Zesty there at the corner. No, it's going to be SoulK as well trying his best. But they are going to be eliminated. Out go FUTBOLIST in the 5th position. And MEGA still going to be in the center of the circle with the vehicles as well to use as covering fire for themselves. If it does come to that, Bigetron are going to be out in 3rd as well. It's all down to RED Canids versus MEGA. It's 4 players alive for MEGA. They're going to be hunting now like vultures around a corpse, trying to find where Levi is. He may actually go down to the play zone here as well, not give away more kill points. And yes, it's going to be yet another win for MEGA. 9 kills in that game. Again, they get the first place placements in terms of placement points. And that lead, that discrepancy at the top just continues to grow.
That was nice execution coming from MEGA Conquer. They took control of the circle perfectly. They zoned out everyone in that vicinity, and because of that, they came up on top. You saw how aggressive they were in that fight here. But for those of you watching here, this is going to be a recap for you guys in this map 4 of Erangel. We saw starting off towards this map, Asterion was going head-to-head with guys with SynerGE, with SynerGE contesting the home grounds in 70, taking out Prolot rather early in the phase of circle. And because of that, the guys from north, they were struggling to push down south, whereas the guys from the south, however, they were figuring out that the circle could be ending to the northern section, and no one expected the circle end towards the vicinities of the outskirts of Yastaya Bridge here, and because of that, Mega Conqueror, they had a really smooth sailing from the southeast rotations.
Yeah, obviously you mentioned just then at the start of the matchup, Asterion losing 2 players early, but as I say, that perfect timing. This has to be the play of the tournament for me, just leaping down and in midair with that sword, utilizing the fact that he has 100 bullets in the chamber, just annihilating all of the squad of that team. And again, Goskilla, you know, taken out fairly early versus the likes of FUTBOLIST. I think they fell quite short in terms of the placements of the circle. We saw actually they had to cover so much terrain in the open, and here it is obviously with the DMRs. I think we had 2 or 3 DMRs as well for FUTBOLIST, and in such a strong position it made it so much easier.
Yeah, that was really nice here. But at the same time, Mega Conqueror, like I said as well, uncontested. They made sure they held this circle here. They pit everyone in the sides here. BTR, they have no choice but to go for the kills. But it was a smart play from Levi to go for that healings here. But at the same time, let's take a look at what the Des thinks about that game here. Des, take it away.
You know what? I think Mega Conqueror is going to go home after this event, after they've already won the entire thing, and go buy themselves the next 3, because clearly these glorious chicken dinners coming through time and time again. That's their 4th, if I'm not mistaken. What is it about this team? They're so damn good.
You were mentioning it. You were literally mentioning it before.
I wanted to give it to you, though.
Lunch. Like, they are just being now more consistent. Now, what I want to know is, after these 2 games, yesterday they got 2 wins. And then they got 10th place and 16th place. Is that going to happen again? I hope not. I hope not. I want to see maybe they can just go ahead and win every single game. Because they can do it. And they've been watching the freaking... They've been watching the bots. I'm in awe right now.
I mean, that's what you want, all right?
That's what I want.
If you're the other 15 squads in the lobby, that's the last thing you want, because that point gap right there is just not going to be attainable for these other squads to catch up. Yes, top 3 are going to be sent, but with Mega so far ahead, realistically, only 2 spots are going to be available.
A little bit of a shame, though. It wasn't as explosive as a victory for them, but still a victory nonetheless, getting those 29 points, but only 9 kills. But again, you can see Bigetron, they technically came in 3rd in standings of how they were eliminated, but they still were able to take 2nd place because, again, they're picking up kills.
Yeah, they definitely are. And they want to go ahead and stay within striking range of Mega, even though they have been getting chicken dinners and a lot of kills. And I think it's something that Bigetron might be able to do. Now, FUTBOLIST now coming back with 14 points, trying to become more consistent again. That's good to see. And Orange Esports, we saw them there towards the end all huddled up. It's good to see them be in the top 8 at least.
Yeah, I mean, FUTBOLIST, they had the Harry Potter tower. They were kind of pinned down for some time. I was surprised that they were actually able to successfully push out of there and push over the road without being punched so hard. Here we go for 9th through 16th party gaming. Partying a little too hard earlier on in the day, I guess. You know,
the break.
They're on the break as well. Hopefully they can make the comeback. I mean, they've been doing great all day.
And another team that hasn't been doing so hot is Tempo Storm with just 1 point to their name after that game. TeamIND kind of slowing down a little bit more as well with just 2 points. And SynerGE with 3 points. We saw them, we kind of heard them fight a little bit after that performance. And Omen Elite, team that was being at least a little bit more consistent within the top 7 in the past 3 games, ending here in 10th place.
Well, I mean, for SynerGE, the kind of unfortunate part was that they were up against Insidious again. Back-to-back matches now, and they weren't eliminated by Insidious, but they did have the pressure put onto them by that one. And I do want to give some props to SWAT69. You know, hey, bottom of the scoreboard, able to get into the front page, the first page for the first time. But let's take a look though at the overall standings. Let's see where the teams are currently sitting here. Maybe SWAT's been able to move up from 16th place, but Mega, they are building themselves a lead, 38 points currently with 190 total.
Yeah, I mean, Mega, they definitely deserve to be sent to the finals, in my opinion. Watching their gameplay, their map awareness is just so good. There was one fight earlier on before they started to steamroll against Victory 5. Victory 5 had 3 members alive. They were split up. Mega had the wall. They were laying down some grenades to kind of suppress the cover fire and sent a flank around. They wrapped around Victory 5, took them out just like that. I mean, they make it look so easy.
And look how close it is between 3rd place and 6th place. Just 12 points. So anything can definitely change here. All you need to go ahead and do is just get some placing, get some high placing, get some high kills, and you're more than likely going to be able to go ahead and move on to the 3rd place, especially if Goskilla continues that kind of performance that we saw in the last round.
So you brought up SynerGE, SGE. You know, they're getting a little frustrated with each other. You know, they're throwing, they're making lots of individual mistakes, but they were telling me during the dinner break that their main goal here for the final games is to secure their knocks. They keep getting a lot of knocks, but they keep getting stolen. So when they do get these knocks, they're going to prioritize trying to go for the flushes. As we see here, their points are kind of reflecting that with only 29 kill points so far.
I mean, there's one thing that kind of stands out to me there. 11, 12, and 13. All of these South Asia teams sticking together that we had come in with 3rd, 4th, 5th place out of the region. So at least they're doing that. Unfortunately, it's not number 1, 2, and 3. Kind of a little bit of the wrong spot on the scoreboard for them. But let's take a look now at the overall kill leaders. We had 4 players from MEGA Conqueror in the top 5. Will they be able to maintain it yet again?
Ooh.
Well, not quite, but they still keep 3.
Megatron with the top 3 at least. And they didn't, I believe they only had like 1 player at the start of the day. 24 kills, 20 kills, and 20 kills. That is a lot, man. And look at the average survival time, 23 minutes. That's the reason why they're currently sitting in 1st place.
Yeah, and it was also interesting, you know, Mega, they got 1st place. Bigetron, they got 3rd place. They were down there on the West Bridge near Military Island very early on. It looked like they might have gotten to an engagement, maybe a drive-by. They were in the blue. They were trying to outrun that. And for them to have such a disadvantage earlier on, because everybody was already in the circle at that point, to get such well-placement points is just amazing. Like, the rotations are just,
Well, you know, we've already seen, honestly, some crazy things when it's come to PUBG Mobile here, especially in the prelims. But have we seen some lunacy out of some players? Dave.
What do you think, Dave?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah. Maybe. No.
Well, I thought we saw one.
I do want to go ahead and see a game, pretty much a gameplay that you were able to grab of a 1 versus 3. That was
I'm just gonna say
that was beautiful.
I was saying lunacy because his name's Lunatic.
Okay,
so I was trying to make a play into it, but clearly we're not on the same page there. But let's get up on the screen. Let's actually bring this one underway because that was a hell of a play.
All right, you could have just said that, by the way.
Just trying to, you know, be cool
Lunatic. You know, last game almost getting the chicken dinner, right? This game attempting to do that once again. We're gonna start the clip. M249 though. I'm just gonna lay it out there, but break it down, 7.
M249, and as we're able to see it right there, he's just going to be able to kind of pick them apart. Let me go ahead and just go back a little bit more because that team kept on just looking at him. DeToNator, they didn't want to pull just trigger. I don't know why. They gave him so much time to try to figure out what was going to happen, and right here is so smooth. Once he's able to go ahead and get the first knock, let me see if we can actually get that. See, he keeps pushing down. He wants the aggression, and I think they were trying to maybe figure out if, for some reason, they had grenades. And right there, he gets that first knock. But I want you to go ahead and pay attention. There's only one guy going to be pushing, and the other one is going to go ahead and be here somewhere. So that's quite a distance he's going to have to cover to get to his teammate and back him up. It seems like they just weren't on the same page, which allowed this man to just go ahead and do what he needed to do. Push up and start knocking them down and then just get that beautiful, beautiful 1v3, man.
I got to ask you, all right? This is always something that kind of threw me off. What's up with the jumping and the pre-firing? Like, is there anything special about that? I always see players doing that behind rocks and walls, but what's the whole idea behind that?
So with the jumping, when you're going to places, you definitely want to. You're going to be able to see a lot more stuff if you're able to jump a little bit. But then that kind of gives you the disadvantage that you might get spotted.
Yeah.
It's a good thing. It's a good mechanic.
Okay.
Pro players use it all the time. So jumping definitely works.
Okay.
So I'm not a pro by any means, but I do want to say there personally, correct me if I'm wrong, but don't do it because I'm going to be really mad at you, is that DeToNator actually messed up quite a bit because they gave him 3 1v1s.
I mean,
he jumped down,
he jumped
down,
There's a tight
got
space.
it, jumped down again, got another one, and then the third one like came up the stairs into him. It's not like they pushed him as a team. He got 3 1v1s.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
They should have all pushed
good.
as a team.
Good, so I'm right.
Yeah,
all right.
Good job.
Thank you. Thank you. You know what? You guys can actually tell me good job. If you come on down to the venue on November 29th, there's still tickets to be had. You can come watch live here. If you're in Malaysia, come on down. If you're not Malaysia, fly on over, swim on over, take a boat. I don't care, take a bike maybe. I think there's some bridges to get into here. And you can head over to pmco2019.info/myticket and pick those up. But for now, we're done here on the desk. I think personally that these guys are going to be tired of talking because they've been letting the gameplay do it, and they've been up here so many times now. It's Icy Baby 12, of course, with Mega Conquerors.
My, oh my, we have here with Online 24 from Mega Conquer getting another chicken dinner. Wow. How are you feeling, Online 24?
รู้สึกยังไงคิดยังไง
ก็รู้สึกตื่นเต้นครับ หลังจากที่ได้กินไก่ด้วย
Well, basically, you know, just another chicken, I guess. But at the same time, I gotta ask here, what was going through your mind? Because it seems to me you guys switch up your strategy a little bit. Just now you said, you know, yesterday we were trying close quarter combats. Now we're trying mid to long range here. It's been working out for you guys. And what's going on? Is it going to be a pattern here coming from yesterday's 2 chicken dinners and then today you get another two chicken dinners? Or is it going to be like getting even more here coming from you, Online 24?
ถามว่าคือเรากินไก่มา4 เกมแล้วเกิดอะไรขึ้นถึงเรากินไก่ได้หลายครั้ง
ด้วยการแผนครับ เราเอาแผนจากวันแรกครับ เราเอาไปปรับปรุงครับ ดูแผนการเล่นของทีมอื่นๆครับทำให้เราได้กินไก่ได้ถึง2 รอบติดถึงวันนี้ครับ เราเอาแผนไปปรับแก้
他说的是战术计划的问题，然后按照第一天的战术计划，今天做了调整，所以能够再一次吃鸡。
Okay, so basically what Online 24 says is that, you know, they're still following the plan coming from yesterday's game, but they just made a little bit more improvements coming in towards this game itself. So Online 24, before that, you know, I see that you guys have really going on a killing spree as well. But I've got to ask you here, you've seen the clip coming from Lunatic with the 1v3 here. What do you think about Lunatic's play right there?
ฉากเมื่อกี้ในจอเราคิดยังไง
โอ้ผมว่าฉากเมื่อกี้ใช่ไหมครับ ผมว่าโหดมากเลยครับ1-3นี่โอกาสชนะยากมากเลยนะฮะ
他觉得刚刚1对3的场景非常的激烈。
Well, he thinks 1 versus 3 is pretty interesting, I guess. Last but not least, here, Online 24. I know a lot of fans are here to support you. You guys got 4 chicken dinners here. Anything you want to say to fans who's watching you all the way through?
มีอะไรอยากพูดกับแฟนคลับไหมคะ
แล้วฝากติดตามพวกเราด้วยครับ MEGA Conqueror พวกเราจะทำให้เต็มที่ครับ พวกเราจะผ่าน Global Final ไปให้ได้ครับ ฝากแฟนๆด้วยนะครับ
请持续关注我们 MEGA Conquer， 我们一定会尽自己最大的努力进入决赛的。
Oh, keep watching Mega Conquer, keep supporting them here. They'll try their best to make it towards the global finals. That's what Online 24 is saying. And ladies and gentlemen here, for those of you watching at home, hope you guys enjoyed this games here because preliminaries day number 2, we've seen so many matches here. Everyone's trying to strive their way in towards the top 3 to make it towards the global finals here. We have seen a total of 10 games throughout the course of 2 days has been played. There's 2 more going to be coming in here. And once again, my name is IcyBaby12. He is Online 24 from Mega Conquer, and this is the PUBG Mobile Club Open 2019 Fall Split Preliminary Stages, day number 2. We're gonna see you guys in game number 5. So, see you guys in a bit.
I feel like a piece of chicken meat on a grill under the blazing sun. Everyone hates desert because they get lost here. But there are some interesting people here, like that hip-hop kid. You know, the one on top of the car. He always has the strangest stickers. Supposedly, they're trophies he got from other players. You know how it is, kids and their toys. Oh, and that guy standing by the wall has a really good aim and is supposedly an assassin. Why is he dressed like that in this frackin' desert, though? As for that lady over there, she values her gun more than her own life. That's about the only thing you can trust around here. Me? Who am I? Ha! Everyone knows the Lava Barret. Shh! I think we have guests.
It's broken again.
Bird's been following us. Does it think we're rabbits?
No, you're more like a bug. A really lazy bug. Watch out!
Take cover!
We're surrounded!
Fly fast, I'll race you. Time to wreak havoc. Let's go! You could join us, little sidekick.
Companion. Let's go!
Hey! Wait for me!
Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile Club Open 2019 Fall Split Prelims, brought to you by Tencent and PUBG Corp, and also the title sponsor. Well, it's this guy right here. Well, not you, but it's who he's wearing. Who are you
Look at
wearing?
this.
Seven, tell me, who are you wearing?
I'm wearing Vivo Hero outfit, which so you can actually see some of the players wearing it in the game as well. It's pretty awesome, and you can actually get this outfit by being able to get it on the website or on Vivo stores.
Looking fresh. I'm extremely jealous. Show them the inside, man. Come on.
The inside? Ooh, ooh.
This is handmade.
Look at that. Oh my gosh.
Ooh, that's a good look.
Is that real gold?
I don't know. I don't want to find out. I know I know how much this is worth, and I'm making sure when I eat, I'm like very far away.
Is that
from
why
the
there's a security guard over there, like watching you the entire time to make sure you not walk away?
Yeah, he's keeping an eye on me. They put a GPS on me.
Well, it's awesome. Obviously, Vivo, title sponsor, making this all possible. But we should look towards our next match here, guys, because it's on Vikendi, and my eyes have to go towards Bigetron, because that's where they made their big stand. 23 kills. They won it last time. They're the kings of Vikendi. Could they do it again here, Dave? Mustache
No, I don't think so. Maybe a second or third place, but Mega, they are just on fire right now. Their map awareness, their team comms, their SynerGE, everything is just coming together, in my opinion, for the team. Their individual gun skills. I mean, there's nothing else that they can add to it. I don't think other squads have an option to just let it happen. Just let it happen. Mega's going to be taking the chicken.
I think it's going to come down between Bigetron and Mega.
Yeah, I was going to say.
It's pretty much like Megatron because they're just destroying this past 2 games, man.
Icy's a little bit happy that he got you saying that, isn't he?
It's Icy's fault. Let's be real.
Yeah.
It is.
But let's talk about this, though, because it's a factor we really have to pay attention to, is the fact of, is it too late for teams? Do you honestly feel like it's too late for teams right now to get back into this?
No. All they need to go ahead and do, as we were being able to mention, I think from 3rd place to 6th place, all they had was like 10 points.
Right.
If they're able to go ahead and get a win with some kills, they're gonna have a very, very good standing. But they need to get the win in high kills too. They need to go ahead and pop off, kind of like Bigetron and Mega were able to go ahead and do 20 plus kills plus the win. If they can do that, then they're in it.
I mean, I like that you're a believer. I'm not. All right. I mean, we got 2 more games to go today. Yes, SWAT 69. They did a little better this last game. They're in 16th place. There's nothing, in my opinion, that they can do to get into that top 3. That's why I like to see them trying new things at least. Maybe throw a wrench in some of these
Maybe
players.
if they put on the Vivo hero outfit in the game, they'll go ahead and get that 20 kill win.
I think it gives you like extra accuracy, if I'm not mistaken.
I can jump a lot higher.
Plus
Extra
5
damage.
HP.
Plus 5 HP as well, very important. But obviously, if you guys are in the area, I'm going to say it once again, there are still tickets available. We have the Global Finals kicking off the 29th of November, going till December 1st, where we find out who's the best team in the world. Head over to pmco2019.info/myticket. Pick up your ticket now as we head into our commentary team once again for Vikendi, our second to last match of today. It's Alex Byfield and Icy Baby 12.
Yes, that's right. 7 is going to be the Megatron Southeast Asia special, ladies and gentlemen. But all things considered, we got to be neutral here, Alex.
Of course,
Oh, yeah.
always. But then again, you know, Bigetron did win it last time, 23 kills, so maybe there could be some bias there on this map alone.
Okay, you know, we're going into their favorite map, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be the map of Vikendi. I've talked about it off camera and also on that as well. They were previously the kings of Vikendi during the PMCO Spring Split, but coming to here, we saw a dominant performance coming from the yesterday's game with 24 kills, I believe.
Well, 23
kills.
Exactly.
And today, it might be their second time here to try potentially maybe, you know, hit the record here, but at the same time here, a lot of teams here did watch the VODs. Like, I think Jason did mention as well, watching the VODs is super important. They may figure something out here to try and take down the guys from BTR.
Yeah, but as Dave said as well on the desk, the fact that Mega have looked so strong. Yes, Dave, I did say your name, MustacheDave_ on Instagram, don't you worry. They've looked so strong so far that, look, if they can try and make it 5 chicken dinners, then they're going to be walking away with a basically cemented first place finish here going into the Global Finals.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here you are watching game number 5 from day number 2 here in the PMCO preliminary stages here. We are going to see the flag path starting off from Dobro Mesto, passing towards Goroka and Coal Mine, ending towards the outskirts of Trevno. So this is going to be a northern path here. And the circle...
This is so bad for teams like Party Gaming, and even for Bigetron as well, because with the circle being so northern, if you have teams that want to drop so southern, as you obviously know, they have such a reduced amount of time to loot up and then rotate northern.
Yeah, definitely. And at the same time here, you know, a lot of these teams are going to benefit from the northern section here because they had a pretty early drop as well, especially for teams from DeToNators who's currently on Dobro Mesto themselves. So when they drop here, they are going to be having a smooth sailing. However, they are actually getting contested from the guys from Victory 5 here. So they have to be a little bit careful here, or maybe you're trying to wrap things up here. It seems to me we are starting to see a lot of these teams trying to contest the drop spots once again. We have seen the previous game with SynerGE and also Asterion here, but this time it's going to be DeToNator and V5.
Yeah, it could be potentially because of the fact that the plane was so northern and then instantly that circle was straight towards the northwestern side. Teams dropping out early, as you said, going to be overlapping at some points of the map. But it seems like, well, RED Esports or even RED Canids as well at the center of Goroka may have the centralized positions here going forward because with how much water is there towards port inside the circle already, the circle should be shifting downward, which could be perfect for teams, as I said before, Orange and RED Canids as well. But once again, Terrence, we see SynerGE locked in to early action, as it seems like they may have caught wind as to the fact there's more teams here.
Yeah, Austin is all by himself here, and Party Gaming, they kind of have, they found themselves a straggler here. They're going to call in reinforcement and try and get this easy kill. They know he's all by himself, and SynerGE, I don't think they are in any position to try and help him out here, or maybe they are going to try and set this fight here. It seems to me it is going to be a commitment here coming from Party Gaming.
Yeah, commitment is maybe an understatement. Austin X is going to be on his lonesome here as 4 players going to be swarming around this compound. Look how far away the cavalry is as well. Survey just locked in at the complete wrong end of the map. And just like that, Survey's going to be exchanged there. 1 for 1. He did down her, but very easily going to be revived back up. So first blood going in favor of Party Gaming.
Yep, nice start here. And SynerGE, they were a little bit too far off to actually provide any kind of assistance here. And because of that, Party Gaming, they will come on top with 1 easy kill. And as soon as they know they've lost them here from the side of SynerGE, they immediately back off here. Like you said as well, Survey was a little bit too far off. However, in this outskirts right here, right now, from the Podvosto, we see Insidious also going to be contesting against Tempo Storm for this route right here.
Yeah, and this is actually quite important as well to see who wins this battle, simply because of how many teams are towards the east of them. Whoever it is going to be INS or the fact of Tempo Storm. If they take it, they have such a strong position in denying rotations and scouting out information from the teams rotating. As it seems like INS are actually just going to be conceding it. They're going to be falling back instead. Tempo going to full reign here.
Definitely going to be a smarter choice here, just because they're still on the outskirts of the circle. They don't exactly have fully looted items here. They may have to concede to try and find other loots here. In this case, Mount Crestnik is kind of open for grabs here. Not many teams actually opted to go there as well. So Mount Crestnik does have one of the best vantage points in this game as well. Smack middle of all and highest point in terms of vantage for vision control. So this time we may see a lot of teams hitting there here. But however, those who are in the circle, they're going to be very comfortable as of now, because as you can see, Mega Conqueror, they want the latest to actually exit towards the plane and also heading towards the outside of the circle. So there's going to be a huge swing and rotation here coming from Mega Conqueror. So I'm looking forward to see how they tackle this situation coming from them.
So tough, isn't it? Because, I mean, obviously we have 2020 vision. They could simply go through Castle, cross the bridges and get through. Not many teams actually play Castle at all, really, so it should be free. Maybe they could try and expect that, because that river just splits off 2 halves. We have south of Volnova, and then we have south of Podvosto, as you said, where we have 4 teams either side, both rotating towards the northwest.
Yeah, and unfortunately to say, port is kind of empty for all these teams as well. So the northern section here is pretty much clear highway here from any of the teams who takes a northern approach, especially for the guys from Omen Elite. And at the same time, GSK, you know, Goskilla, they're going to be taking Cosmodrome for themselves from the nukes here. They may carry a couple of nukes, but off the kill feed as well, we see Chica getting taken down here. Apparently in Temple Storm, they're actually committing this fight against the guys from GSK.
Yeah, Goskilla maybe going down instead and giving away Skrilla to Tempo Storm. Orange as well going to be rotating past the action, but I don't think they've realized as of yet that there is going to be some firefights going down just at the edge of the circle. But it seems like Gonzo is on his lonesome, and we've seen it time and time again actually from Goskilla, where Gonzo is that first player to go down, maybe getting too aggressive in terms of scouting out for information. They haven't found him just yet. But yeah, there we go. Tempo Rain should have seen him now, and he will be eventually finished off there by Nico. So another kill going in favor of Tempo Storm, as now we're going to be seeing the next zone coming up shortly as the blue zone starts to constrict the play area.
Yeah, I agree here. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade coming in from Tempo Storm as well as Goskilla. They both each lose their scouts in the team here. Chica is pretty much out of the game here from them, and because of that, they will lose a little bit more positioning later stage of the game here. But fortunately for them, they are still inside the circle. They can gatekeep anyone who tries to pass this bridge here. Do a lot of damage here, and not to mention, especially teams coming who may or may not use this bridge as a rotation pathway, coming from the guys from Mega Conqueror, Insidious, IND, and also SWAT 69 potentially, who may or may not take the eastern approach here, considering that they are outside of the circle.
Omen Elite doing a smart rotation as they were at Trevno to start looting up. Instead, they're going to be going all the way across the northern coast and crossing that bridge there just west of Zabava. And that way, they're actually going to avoid tackling those 4 teams towards the east. However, Goskilla may be there as they are rotating out of Cosmodrome, so we could see some action happening fairly shortly. But for now, it seems like the typical meta here for Vikendi, where teams try and get into the center of the circle as fast as possible, take control of the compounds, and then play the waiting game.
Oh, Orange Esports, they find themselves a lucky kill here from the side of FUTBOLIST. FUTBOLIST here, taking out the guys from Lovazin. They were smack middle with all, and because of that, Stalker will get himself the kill that he needs here. And because of this, RED Esports, they've given away the position here, a little bit aggressive, making a lot of noise here. And it seems to me, smack middle of this vicinity here, in the span of about 200 meters, we see a lot of teams, and DeToNator as well, going to be committing this fight against V5. In Dawn, going head to head, gets taken down instead from Nanyi, and Nanyi, he's going to go even more here, and Pop off the QP as well, going to go for the trade here. How will they do this here? Feka is going for the sprays, he's panicking from the second floor. They can see the going over wrap around here, and Manor will knock him down with the Uzi at the outside.
Yeah, it seems like quite an even exchange so far here as Victory 5 are going to be trying to finish off the players that they did down earlier on versus DeToNators. Always it seems to be DeToNators or DeToNators, excuse me, in that early action here on every single match they do end up playing. Bandage is going to be coming up as well as they are starting to heal themselves, while both these teams realize that still situated in the same compound as the grenades, the Molotovs all start sailing in, and actually that could finish off a few of the players here as it is going to explode. However, on the other side of the door, but no, 3 grenades go in and eventually they will connect. And now with this Victory 5 as a 4-man squad, all going to be locked and loaded going in together. This should be a very easy trade kill for them. On to the final remaining player, but they are inside their own Molotovs. So eventually they are going to do some team damage, but DeToNators are going to be going out in 16th. Easily going to be able to revive Nanny as well. And just like that, 4 players still alive for Victory 5 as they take 4 kills and flush away DeToNators.
Oh, fortunately for Victory 5 here, they committed so much knockdowns because of that here. Because of they get 4 kills, but it's still early in the stage of the game here. You got like 2 members knocked from the side of Victory 5, and this is not looking too good here because you are going to be playing the battle of attrition later in the stage of the game here, and because of that, having 1 less knockdown is not going to be favorable for them in the later stage of the game. However, RED Esports still middle of it all. They heard so many rotations coming in, and in this time, Goskilla is going to try find the best spot as well. Fortunately for them, they will find this vicinity on top of RED Esports.
Yeah, but it is still very central, so for them it's going to be strong. And we said it already just moments ago, the fact that there's so much water in the northern side of the circle, so it should be going southern, and that's going to be perfect for teams such as Party Gaming and Bigetron as well, who are there just south of Goskilla. So, as well towards Cosmodrome, we're seeing in the vehicles is MEGA. I mean, you mentioned and touched upon it earlier in the matchup. How are MEGA going to deal with these rotations with how unfortunate the circles have been for them as they were towards the north of Hot Springs at the start of the matchup, looting up as well towards Cement Factory. But now instead, in vehicles, they're going to go all the way around Cosmodrome and actually follow the exact same rotation we saw from Omen Elite, who are now inside port.
Oh yeah, nicely done here. And we talked about how the north side here is pretty much clear grounds for all these teams here. Like you said as well, 30% is inside the water. But MEGA Conqueror, they have been known to play the edge of the circle for quite some time, just because of how the meta is from all these teams. Look at this. From almost every single game, we see teams prioritizing the center of the circle instead of the edges here. But now we see INS also going to be playing the same thing here. But on the main feed here, we see BTR getting off the guys from 69 here and taking down 1 knock onto the guys from Lord.
Yeah, shot's going to be rattled off there by Luxy into Servi in the vehicle. He is going to be completely fine there as he does get away scot-free. Party Gaming as well, going to be able to hear all the ruckus and cacophony of bullets just going on around them, but they can't actually capitalize in third party on it just yet, as it is going to be players just shooting onto vehicles. And we are going to be seeing the new zone coming in just a few seconds as more action is being upholded by SynerGE, as they're still going to try and make their rotation inside the circle. But yeah, it's still going to go slightly northern, but inside the center is going to be Goskilla.
Now we have RED Canids on this perspective here. Kavitsky almost made it into the kill leaderboard once here so far in today's game here for the first time. Instead of seeing the usuals, MEGA Conqueror, BTR, RED Esports, Stalker, he is the one here with one of the highest kill feed next up in line to call into the kill leaderboard. But right now, they have this vicinity. They're going to try and contest the guys on the outskirts here, and you see SynerGE here getting knocked from the guys from Orange potentially there.
It's been so awkward so far for SynerGE. Did they play too passive? Did they play too aggressive? It seems like they're always caught between a rock and a hard place, or on Vikendi, a rock and a few compounds.
And at the same time as well, Stalker, he gets his backs exposed as well as Goskilla. They want to repay the favor. Like I said as well, early into the game, RED Esports, they have been making so much noise, and because that everybody knows they are. But I can understand the meta they're playing here as well, playing super aggressive, pushing everyone to the edges of the circle. It's kind of like the game plan to set up for the next falling circles, and I'm not sure is it working or not, but we shall see. But as of now, INS, they're still in the outskirts of Coal Mine. They haven't exactly made it in the circle, so they may or may not go into the towards the circle kind of blind, so they have to be very, very careful here considering how concentrated the smack middle of the circle is actually.
Tempo Storm going to be using some tense here. Pitch one themselves and just relax as they are in the center of the circle, but they need to find their footing and their stronghold to eventually claim going forward. And at this point, actually, Terrence, do you think it's worth it if they try and crash a compound that they think is actually valuable going into the later zones?
Well, it may happen, but at the same time, is it worth it here? Just because how big the circle is, there's still a lot of room to work with for all this compound. Crashing compounds, if the compound is super important or it's super value in terms of positioning advantage point, it's great here. But in this case, Tempo Storm, they have this small tent to work with. They cannot play this super aggressive just because there's so many openings for any teams who may or may not snipe them from multiple angles. So they have to be extremely careful. So crashing compound is a great idea, but is it worth the risk considering how early it is? 30 minutes with very little information and economy to play with.
Speaking of risk, Omen Elite, they're at the top of the circle, just at the precipice of the water as well. So for them, this is brilliant. All they have to do is worry about one angle, 180 what's coming out in front of them. The only issue that may arise is the fact that the circle does go more southern. They are going to be forced out into the open, into the terrain, and that's where things will ironically go south for them as well, not just in terms of their rotations.
Ooh, Bigetron RA here, they've picked themselves a really nice compound into outskirts of Kuroka here. It's pretty much the only compound that's pretty much open with a lot of open field here. So in terms of natural terrain, not many people can push them just because there's not much cover to work with. So they have to force them in towards a full dive crash here if they want to contest guys from BTR. However, it seems to me they're going to be expanding their position here, trying to make sure and push everyone outside out in the open if the circle forces them there. But at the same time right now, Circle 2, not much to work with. There's still so many compounds to work with here. It's all about the ninja game as of now from all these teams. V5, however, will get the outskirts of the Mistos here all by themselves uncontested. So let's take a look here where the circle may go here, Alex.
TeamIND, Team India on our screens currently. And what's been surprising for me, may have a much better idea on why this is, Terrence, is the fact that these Indian teams coming into the prelims, I was expecting to be performing far greater than they actually already are. Obviously, we know how strong the Chinese region is. You know, Victory 5 have been doing fairly decently, but it's all really been in the favor of MEGA. But why is it that, do you think, that the Indian teams or the South Asian teams coming into the prelims here, playing versus the global stage, why have they struggled, do you think, when it's such a popular game in that region, so big, it's a cultural phenomenon, they have so much pressure on the shoulders to perform?
I think it comes down to the region itself as well, because it's hard to actually play with other regions' gameplay here, where Southeast Asia, we have a lot of teams like Indonesia, we have teams from Malaysia, we have teams from Thailand. It's easier, in terms of distance, in terms of latency-wise, it's easier to go in for the screams, whereas India, they can only play with their region as well, because any other region is a little bit too far off in terms of latency. It's not exactly the best place to scream as well. So even for Southeast Asia teams here, they want to scream with the Chinese teams is a little bit tough because of latency. So setting up boot camps in towards their country is going to be very helpful, but it's very expensive at the same time.
So the idea is that teams from the Southeast Asia can scrim versus a variety of different metas, styles, and play styles, whereas for India, it's all really just groupthink, where everyone is playing the exact same game. So they do come into the global stage, they're not really used to switching things up, as that's really what we've seen from SynerGE, just constantly struggling to find their position versus aggressive and passive. And as we mentioned, the Indian teams, INS going to be losing out Bhishma.
Yep, at the same time here, all these teams, like I said as well, the concentrated one, they are trying to shift their way into the circle here. And based on the circle in the pattern here, we still see about a good solid 20% still inside the water here. Omen Elite has one of the favorite positions that you talked about earlier as well, saying that they have only one direction they need to focus on as well. And because of that, a lot of teams here are going to be pit against each other, the insides of the circle, where they may be pincered between Omen Elite and the rest of each other here. In this case, Tempo Storm trying to contest it, and 249. Omen Elite sees this here, and Rain will get knocked here from Carnage.
Yeah, G360 going to be taking out Rain, getting greedy there for the saw. Must have saw the play coming out from Lunatic from Asterion, so it makes sense as he wants to go back for that, but instead going to be caught off guard by a few of the players here from Omen Elite, and we know the rivalry that these North American teams have against each other. So they may actually try and finish off the job here, as he knows exactly where he is. Yeah, he's going to get the points for the kill, and actually with how far away Tempo Storm are, he can get away scot-free with that fullback. and Tempo Storm left with the damage to clean up.
Yeah, seems to me Omen Elite, they're very happy this year. They took 1 kill and they're gonna back off here just because they are lack in terms of information as well. Omen Elite, they want to take this supply crate, and not to mention they're still out in the open here. They haven't exactly checked or cleared the padding into southern section here coming from Omen Elite. They have Wi-Fi's all the way into the southwest corner of the edges here, scouting hit for Omen Elite, but they have to be very careful here because the next phase of circle is going to be popping up very soon here. However, BTR, they've shifted position here, pushing a little bit outskirts of Goroka once again here. They're spreading the territory here, making sure to get as much information from them, but
the V-shape
it's not
of the vehicles? The V-shape as well, the vehicles, your favorite?
Oh yeah, we see the guys from BTR setting up the V-shape in terms of barricade here. It's kind of like a mini outpost for them, for any teams who tries to hard push them here. So it's very similar to Gun Gale Online's concept. I'm not sure if you guys watch anime a lot, but Gun Gale Online, they have this one big dude who has this really strong armor in front here, who's the sniper of the team there. And it's great here because not many people can actually push through that kind of defense, whereas can go for those kind of safe long-range pokes. But seeing how this is here, Luxy, he is one of the famous snipers in towards the tournament here. He's going to be holding the Car 98K, and he's looking for a lucky headshot. Or maybe in this case, using his famed skills to get a couple of head pops.
Yeah, he was one of the players talented before we actually came into the game actually commencing, or the tournament actually commencing, about the player to look out for from Bigetron, and they have a very good position right now. Inside the circle, just to the eastern side of them, is going to be Goskilla, who actually for them are outside of the circle, so they need to get inside it. Same as well for Party Gaming, so we might see a massive cluster. You can see towards the southeastern side, IND, Bigetron, and also Goskilla. But actually for IND, they're just going to be on their merry way in their vehicles. But the G360 here from Luxy, unable to do any damage, although Bigetron may not be expecting another team to be coming in from just behind them, which is Party Gaming.
But as of now here, this rotation is coming in. BTR, they've got their first information to work with here. They scouted out 2 teams, so they're going to try and use whatever information they work with to try and make the next move here. But Luxy is still looking to pop a couple of hits here to try to deny away some utilities in terms of the weaponry or armory department here from some of these teams. But not much has happened since then here. It seems to me this game, everyone is trying to play this as passive as they can. But as of now, you can see every compound is slowly getting tighter and tighter here. Like a friendship bond being made by all these friends. Like ourselves as casters as well, right?
Just like the animes.
Oh, yeah.
So
what? Why not?
What do you mean? I said just like the animes, or do they all just hate each other?
I
don't watch anime, so I don't know. I can't comment.
Nakama,
no comment from me.
Nakama.
Other forms of entertainment are available, of course.
Anyways, here from SynerGE Conqueror, he had to be very silent for quite some time. We talked about how far they need to rotate in here. Now, by 4th phase here, they finally made into the circle. They've stocked up a lot of meds here, so we know they have been inside the zone for quite some time to loot up so much, and because of that, they're pretty much fully decked out to play the battle of attrition later on. But now, another supply crate here is going to be provided from M249 here. It is in the grasp of BTR, but do they want to contest this? Because right now, it's very risky here, considering that it's smack middle of the circle. Omen
Elite, yeah, they're in a good position, actually. They can actually see all the way just north of them, or excuse me, west of them, to Goskilla, as actually Satsura is going to be going down very shortly. No one near him as well to actually get the revive. You can see on the left side of our peripheral vision just how far away the rest of his team is, so they will be going down. 20 minutes remaining, and there's still 51 players in the server. Just goes to show how much more passive teams do play here on Vikendi.
Oh, they have to be very careful here because this right now, Omen Elite is the first time here getting forced out of the zone, and because of this, they have to push in. They don't exactly have the advantage considering that they have been hugging the shorelines for quite some time, and now V5 is going to be the first team going to be in their way, and BTR, they're still middle of it all from the south side here, and they will scout our guys from Party Gaming, attacking teaming with MEGA Conqueror.
Yeah, 2 players going down immediately there from Party Gaming, and it seems like more as Bigetron are going for the big plays. They made it happen last time with 23 kills, and oof, just the booty sticking out there for Hunt. Rodfiet trying to go for that shot there with the M4 at range, maybe not the best weapon to have in this situation.
Uh-oh,
inside the smoke, yeah, he's going to be going down as well. So more players out, and actually, in fact, it's going to be all the players out for Party Gaming as they do exit in 15th. Remember as well at the start of the matchup, DeToNators going out first versus the likes of V5, who are actually getting more kills as well towards the east.
Well, Alex, welcome to the Megatron combo, but for the first time ever, we see Mega gonna be picking a fight with BTR. I'm not too sure if they know that they're the same boys here, but BTR, they got a couple of shots. It looks like they will concede and try reposition themselves here. But like you said as well, V5 secure the compound. BTR knows this. They wanted to travel into this compound, but at the same time, they're in the outskirts here. However, another Southeast Asian team here, RED Esports towards the northern section here, is gonna be going head-to-head potentially with the guys from IND.
Yeah, very easy as well for INS to try and go for the third party if they wanted to. Although we have seen such more passive players coming out from them, whereas when we saw them play in the South Asia Regional Finals. Orange, though, strong position here with such a high advantage point. They can look down onto just the compounds, which are actually inside the center of the circle. Trying to use the vehicles as well from behind in terms of cover, and then have the smoke as well to shroud even more vision. Looking at who's alive, all the way at the bottom there, FUTBOLIST with 1, Tempo Storm with 2, Goskilla with 2 as well. Apart from that, the rest of the team's looking very healthy. And at the top of the board as well, it's Victory 5 with 5 kills and 4 of those coming against DeToNators.
My oh my, this is going to be a scary push here from RED Esports if they want to push down south, because right now they're pinned between the guys from IND on the eastern shore, INS on the western side here, and down south as well, we see Asterion is also inside the compound blocking their entry point here. RED Esports, they have to tread this very carefully here. As you can see, the zone, they are on the slow end of the circle, so they can take and miss on the chaos coming from the western side before coming in here, but we start to see kills coming in here as Popov open things off for IND.
Does indeed, and the question is though, is Orange going to be going down and into the compounds here at Grikas, as the zone is inside the center of it? It seems like Orange are actually just outside of it, so they're going to have to go down. And yeah, moments ago we mentioned only 1 player remaining for FUTBOLISTs, and they are going to be going out in 14th. So poor match for them so far, as Stuka takes out the wheels of the vehicle, meaning that IND can't get away scot-free, and it's going to be so awkward as well for them now to rotate out of this situation because they don't have the vehicles to use. And we might see Orange actually just apply more pressure, realizing how vulnerable Team IND really are.
Yeah, nicely done here coming from RED Esports. Deny the mobility away here, and they're going to be repositioning themselves here to form another barricade in another edge here, because RED Esports, they know Asterion is down below them, and Asterion, they heard all these gunshots here. IND going to be applying the pressure as well, because Cartoon will knock down Soccer at the edge of this cliff here.
Yeah, just a stalemate between these two teams, but in terms of pressure, it's going to be far more in the favor of IND because they have to move out of the zone in just 9 seconds. So that's going to be the fight to look out for all the way towards the northern side of the circle. And actually, Terrence, there's no teams apart from Mega. Once again, Mega in the best position. How does this happen every single game? No one towards the southeastern side apart from Mega. SynerGE outside of the circle. They have to come into the circle versus the strong compound of Mega. So once again, they have the advantage in that scenario. And here we see IND with 2 vehicles left over. Going to be able to rotate down the side of this hill. But again, they're going to be walking into yet another team, which is Mega. And the question is there going to be action going on straight away? But no, not just yet.
This is going to be a tough battle for all these teams here because they have to fight across this terrain, the next terrain with 2 dividers across the roads. Like you said, Mega Conqueror and IND in one end here, but at the same time now, Goskilla will pin off the guys from SWAT 69 and the southwest corner with the circle at their backs from them. And Aldic will finish off both here.
Yeah, both players going down there. And now Satan, just the last player for SWAT 69, as his other teammate is down, but there's no way they can revive, and he will go down as well to the play zone. Satan as well made us try and survive by using his med kits and first aid kits to try and get some more placement points, but eventually he's going to be dealt with as well. And all the way in the side, Victory 5 can be caught in the open by Bigetron. As we can see from the bird's eye angle, Victory 5 now gathered up as a 3-man unit, but from behind it's going to be Omen Elite. In front of them it's going to be Bigetron, and Orange still going to be using the hill to their advantage. 69 go out in 13th, as now at 25 minutes, this is where the action should really start to heat up. As SynerGE again go out in 12th, this might be them out.
Man, oh my, this is going to be a chaotic fight as well. SynerGE getting knocked off here by BTR, going to be holding the southern section of this circle. Orange Esports on the northern section as well. He's going to try and pin off the economy here. You can see Leon going for those taps here. BTR, they've lost the vehicle, but they still want this barricade from the state of UAZ just because of how much cover they're going to be giving here. And you can see bit by bit they're making their edge here. V5 going to be stopping their way through. Zuxi be the first one in front now. As V5, they're pretty much blinded in their smoke.
Yeah. Yeah, it could be perfect. The vehicle blows up as well. Ooh, the grenade actually going slightly too deep there. Hung should be able to revive here behind the rock, but look at Bigetron coming in, but also to the side. Players from Goskilla as well could try and third party this one, get the kill points, and try and take out one of the favorites for the whole entire tournament into this matchup. As both those players are going to be taken out by Ryzen. 11th is the final placement here for Victory 5 in Game 5. So the question is, does ZynerGE, do the players from Bigetron realize exactly where Nicola is from Goskilla? Using the painkillers right now, going to be preemptive here as he's expecting the action about to heat up here. ZynerGE going to be going for more against the players from Omen Elite, who are currently going to be suffocated by the smoke. Sute as well is going to be low HPs. He's going to have to be revived by Spring. Nicola as well is still alive. 20 seconds left remaining on the zone. So if he just stays alive here, maybe more placement points.
Oh, look at this, yo. Nicola is still by here. BTR, little did they know there's a surprise attack coming in. 4 kills from side of Goskilla here. They may bring havoc to the guys with BTR because right now they don't know he's there. But they're pulling out the guns here. They're going to go full aggressive. If Nicola plays his cards right, things may go south for the boys in red.
Oh, Spring going to be turning into Summer instead for him as he's going to be dispatched off. And that's going to be Omen Elite going out in 10th.
The circle coming in now. Nicola, he needs to push in here, but will they scout guys from BTR now? Ryzen, he's looking at the wrong side here, looking up north. How will they position Nicola?
Here we go. This could be the play of the tournament so far. We saw Lunatic try and have his best in the last game, as Nicola just going to be slowly shifting and ruffling himself over the snow. And he's behind 2 here, actually. Make that 3. But the problem is that with the Uzi, it's not really the weapon you want in hand. They still haven't spotted him out just yet. Ryan's going to be healing up as well, so he's going to go to 60% HP, and they still have no idea. I think for Goskilla, they just play the long game here. They're going to be telling his teammates, just play this one out.
Yes, be careful, be quiet. BTR is kind of like protecting him here, but he cannot get scouted out. But Nicola, oh, this is nerve-wracking for me, Alex. And BTR, they're going to be picking a fight here from the eastern side here. IND gets knocked here from the side of Microboy.
Yeah, they do indeed. TeamIND should be an easy revive there onto Slayer. Trance is going to be doing that one. To the eastern side as well, we can see Asterion just sitting tight and waiting things out. But it seems like RED Canids versus Tempo Storm could be the big play because we see that they're the ones inside the circle currently. As Bigetron rising, we go for some action here versus IND, applying the pressure. Is this the moment when Nicola strikes? Try and go for the third-party action, get some more points. Going in favor of his team as McBoy goes in for the McPlay here. As he comes in close to G360, he's going to have 2 players as well just in front of him. Tempo Storm go out in 7th in the midst of all of this. And players going down as well for Team IND, as it's going to be Ryzen as well to try and help out McBoy, who's currently downed, as Kratos and Daljit are going to be behind the Jeep.
Oh, like you said as well, Microboy getting knocked here. IND, they split up in 2-2 here. They're kind of out and open here from side of Kratos as well as Algi here, but he gets knocked out from the guys from Ryzen, and he's always have here. Kratos getting snubbed. Pinsert here as ZynerGE will finish off the boys from IND. 5 teams left alive, make that 4 here, and BTR.
Mega round 2. I mean, this is more and more placement points being garnered here by Nicola as he's just chilling, relaxing, and having a good time. And so are Asterion and RED Canids. 5 kills for them, 4. Oh, there we have it. Out in 4th for Goskilla. Amazing performance there from Nicola just to try and stay alive and buy as much time as possible. But here we have it. Bigetron, Asterion, and RED. 4 players alive for both RED and Asterion. But look at this. 13 kills once again for Bigetron.
Oh, there's going to be this top 3 here. Like you said as well, Nicola, he played his best abilities here. Asterion, they are on a high ground potential. There's a lot of smokes. Looks like they are going to go for the prone here. However, for the boys from Bigetron RED Aliens, they are going to go full aggressive. There's so many smokes. They're going to try and spray through as well. They'll get a lucky tap, but RED will get the guys from Asterion instead. Pozo will get taken out.
Let's see, the more action going to be commencing here as we enter into phase 8. The circle going to be so small here as ZynerGE comes up close to Uzi, takes down Levi. Going to be more here coming out from RED. It's just going to be caught in the crossfire and the crosshair of that micro Uzi. So good up close, but eventually going to be taken down. Netoso trying to see if he can trade back a few kills here for RED Canids, as it seems like he's trying to work out where the hell they're all coming from. And just like that, Bigetron take it again on Vikendi.
Well, they're kings of Vikendi for a reason here. 2 chicken dinners from the map of Vikendi. They stormed their way through, they destroyed everyone. That fantastic performance coming from ZynerGE and Luxy. You saw how they were backing each other out. They were picking fights against IND. They were picking fights against RED here. But I like that play from Goskilla. The Nicola was like, ooh, that was
that was an amazing play. Definitely the MVP for me in that game. We're going to be seeing lots of it as well, I imagine, in the replay here commencing just now. But we saw he was 1 player alive for Goskilla when there was 9 teams left, and then he managed to finish 4th for them, which is a plethora of more points in terms of placements for them. Yes, he didn't get any kills, but it's not about that. It's just more points secured for them as they were 3rd coming into this 5th game, and now as well the 4th point finish, they're going to be staying around that top mark.
Oh yeah, Mega Conqueror, one of the few teams here. Unfortunately, they didn't kick off too much here. They got themselves 4th place, but at the same time, they were one of the furthest rotate in here. They were playing very cautiously, and I think Online 24 was the one who was outside the zone here, playing the healing game, and because of the healing game, he was able to put himself top 4 position, a little bit more points from Mega Conqueror, whereas the rest of the teams here, you can see they were struggling to push into the circle, but eventually Bigetron RA standing out open. They had so much map control, was the victors in this place here, but this clutch from Zuxi was insane here.
2
that
kills,
Uzi.
yeah, 2 kills with that micro Uzi was so strong, but who's also strong? That's Jason Kaplan.
What a game. My goodness. What a game.
Yeah, that
by
was an
Bigetron.
amazing game. I mean, I didn't think they could pull it off, but they did.
18 kills. Hey, I mentioned it. It's going to either be between them or Mega.
Welcome
One of
back.
those two.
Yeah, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. That was game number 5 for Kendi. Bigetron going to be taking the chicken dinner. What are your thoughts on that game?
Amazing. Finally, they're going to go ahead and interview Luxy again, which is passing by behind the camera. And I want to go ahead and see. I want to hear what he has to say, right?
Yeah.
I want to see if he's gonna like. They need to go ahead and be consistent. That's mostly what I'm looking for. Bigetron has been able to get the kills, but they need to go ahead and be consistent.
Exactly. I couldn't agree more.
Jason?
Oh, I can talk now. Okay. All right. I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure about that one. So I'm going to go back to the beginning. Kings of Vikendi, proving they can do it again. Talked to him in the elevator coming down today. I said, how much would you pay to get Vikendi played more times? They said the entire prize pool. You know what? They did it earlier on our angle. They're able to do it yet again. 100% win rate on Vikendi. See if they can keep it up tomorrow. But let's take a look at the standings, though, from that match and see how many points they did get from it, because they got a hell of a lot yet again, and they are really looking to solidify a lead here into the top 3. And 18 kills, 20 points for the chicken dinner. That's another 38 added to their tally, but we are seeing a couple of new names in there towards the top.
Yeah. RED Canids. I don't think we ever seen them in the top 3, so that's good to see from South America, too. I love that. And then Goskilla being able to go ahead and stay within at least the top 4 points. TeamIND starting to recuperate a little bit. And Mega, even though they didn't get the win, they're able to go ahead and stay between the top 6.
Yeah, it was interesting. I mean, Mega, they were playing Edge for the entirety of the game. They actually were able to gatekeep SGE, but then somehow Mega, we saw they got stuck out in the blue, and they ended up going down to the blue. Very interesting. Maybe Vikendi is just not their map.
I want to give a little bit of credit, at least to Tempo Storm, because they lost a player really early on, going for the care package, and they were still able to like hold on and get a decent placing out of the entire thing. And I think that was kind of their entire focus. They realized their contention for top 3 is starting to slip out of their hands as other teams are starting to take these victories more and more. But let's take a look, though, at 9th through 16th and kind of see what teams are currently over there. There's, again, going to be some names that we're expecting to make it through. We got Party Gaming there again. We got FUTBOLIST there again. Even Omen Elite, unfortunately, not doing too well. And Dave, we're still seeing a lot of the South Asian teams just not be able to perform.
Yeah, I mean, SGE, they were telling us they need to focus on confirming those kills when they do get the knock, you know. But they got to also focus on getting placements. They went out in 12th place this previous game. Not something you like to see. Also, Party Gaming, that is Icy Baby's Dark Horse. I feel like they did a little bit too much pre-gaming today. I mean, I've been there, done that. They went out in 15th place this previous game, so they're losing their league as well.
And then SWAT 69, one of the teams that you wanted to go ahead and start doing better. They had a semi-good game in the previous game, but then in this one,
yeah,
they're not looking so hot.
FUTBOLIST as well. They're starting to continue to fall out here. Unfortunate for them because they were doing so well within the first days of matches. But let's take a look, though, at the overall standings and see currently who's in first place. I think we can guess exactly what's going to be with 4 chicken dinners. MEGA Esports still holding on to that top position. But Bigetron, let's just focus on one thing here, gentlemen. No, forget the kills. I mean, yeah, that's impressive, too. Let's look at the point difference between 2nd and 3rd place at the moment.
Ooh.
76 points between 2nd and 3rd place. If you're MEGA Esports and Bigetron right now, you're feeling very comfortable to be into the global finals.
The duo, Megatron, currently going to go ahead and take first place and 2nd place if they keep up like that. And Goskilla, I'm actually enjoying that Goskilla is currently in 3rd place. We saw
Dave's happy about that, too.
Very low. And even though FUTBOLIST hasn't been that consistent, they're currently able to go ahead and stay in the 5th spot. And Tempo Storm, at least within striking distance, still to that 3rd place. They can go ahead and get a nice win and some more kills, which we know they're able to go ahead and do. they're going to go ahead and move up to that 3rd spot.
Exactly. I mean, we got one more game to go, and realistically, I feel like the teams that are in 4th through 8th definitely have a good opportunity to get that number 3 spot tomorrow. But like you said, Jason, 1st and 2nd place, they are just, you know, every
Miles
single
ahead.
game, continuing to just widen that gap between the placement. And as we know, only 3 teams out of the 16 will be sent to the finals.
It's so funny because it's supposed to be a battle for the top 3 spots, you know, in the prelims.
Yeah.
But right now, it's just a battle for 3rd place.
One spot.
Yeah,
pretty
every
much.
team just trying to get that one spot. And again, we're going to see what IND in there. Unfortunately, not doing too well at the moment, even though they're starting to improve. They're starting to, you know, work their way up the rankings. But the big team for me, still, I have to say, it's Victory 5. Like, we heard so much talk about them being one of the teams you have to watch out for. And we saw that in the first 2 games of day 1, but they have just, I don't know where they went. They're not here. They have to not be here because they are not performing.
I think they just haven't been able to get it together. They haven't been able to be in the same page. And whenever they are on the same page, it just doesn't work out for them. Whether it's rotation, maybe they're rotating too late, or they're not able to go ahead and win the gunfights at close range, mid range, or long range. Nothing's just working for them. So what I'm hoping they do is they start changing it up. Because up to now, it's not working. We're past the halfway through. We need to go ahead and see a lot better from them.
Yeah, and they did mention that there is a lot of pressure riding on their backs here for the prelims. Is the pressure too much? I mean, every single game you do poor, the pressure just builds. From there, how do you change that slump? Like, how do you come out on top of that?
It kind of, for me, is really similar to a certain team we saw in South Asia Regional Finals, Fnatic. We talked to them. They said they had the pressure of having this massive Western organization, you know, now being a part of it, and they felt the pressure from the players. They felt pressure from the audience, and they crumbled, unfortunately, and didn't make it through to today. And now maybe we're seeing the same thing here. But again, Megatron, all top in there.
Yeah.
Well done by, I mean, pretty much every player on the team is just doing exceptionally well. I think Luxia, I saw as he saw that coming through, was a little bit sad he wasn't in the top 5. But hey, their team is like easily in 2nd place.
I mean, Zuxi at the end with the micro Uzi trying to save the day, getting one of the knocks, and then a 3rd party actually coming in, helping the squad. But like we said, what are we calling them? Megatron?
I mean, yeah, we have to Mega Conquerors and Megatron. Like
Megatron, the kill leaders in the lobby. I mean, you have to recognize
it. Was it 87 and 86 kills?
It was. Yeah. It's just one off. It's pretty much the chicken dinner that Mega has that currently has them above Bigetron.
Okay, well, you know what? That's enough from us on the desk. Let's go hear what Luxi has to say with Icy Baby.
Hello. It seems to me, once again, the Kings of Weekendy are here to fight. They got 2 chicken dinners from Weekendy, and seems to me, here with me, I have Luxi with you guys, and we're pretty much excited here to show you what the Kings are going to be doing here. And Luxi, how are you feeling now? Good. Yeah, keep doing that. Yeah, why not?
I'm tired.
I like that here. Luxi, always a familiar face, always a fun one here. Luxi, I gotta ask, you know, it seems to me that you were not too happy about this chicken dinner. Why is that? Like, you came in here, it's like you're feeling kind of down. What's up in you?
I was dying early.
You were what?
Die in early match.
So you're angry because of that?
Yeah, a little bit mad at the enemy.
Why? Mind telling me what happened here?
I focus on my behind, so suddenly Victory 5 coming up to me.
So you're mad at Victory 5?
Yeah, I'm not enjoying the match. I just watching, spectating. It's not enjoying the match.
Okay, so you know you talked about competing among your members here. Luxi, earlier today here you were one of the top in terms of kill leaderboards now, and Ryzen, your boy Ryzen, 27 kills now, and he's topping the kill leaderboard here. What are your thoughts on that?
I will beat them, the top rank of 5.
All 5 here, the Megatron combo?
Yeah, all of them.
You want to make it to bigger Conqueror?
Yes.
All right, Bigetron Conqueror here apparently. So, Luxi, last things first here. You know, any advice here, especially like this one is a little bit more strategic here. Can you share me a little bit here on why you guys are so good in map with Weekendy?
I don't know. Maybe Tansen give me a lucky is in this Weekendy.
I like that. Very smooth, very clean. You're excited, aren't you? So what do you think towards the last match is going to be happening here before this game? After this game? In the map of Faringale, anything you could be expecting here?
No, nothing.
Really? Nothing?
Nothing.
Okay. Anything you want to say towards the fans?
Thank you for supporting us. Southeast Asia #1.
All right, Luxy has said here and is still keep going. Tired. Okay. Anyways, guys, for those of you watching here, I'm pretty sure you guys are excited to see more games here. He's tired, but he's gonna be going even more games here. I would like to see him up here with me in the interview stages here. And once again, this is the PUBG Mobile Club Open 2019 Fall Split preliminary stages here, day number 2. And my name's ICBaby12. We're gonna be having one final game right after this, so stay tuned, keep watching, and remember, Luxy, anything you wanna say?
Bye bye.
Okay, see you guys in a bit.
Like a piece of chicken meat on a grill under the blazing sun. Everyone hates desert because they get lost here. But there are some interesting people here, like that hip-hop kid. You know, the one on top of the car? He always has the strangest stickers. Supposedly, they're trophies he got from other players. You know how it is, kids and their toys. Oh, and that guy standing by the wall has a really good aim and is supposedly an assassin. Why is he dressed like that in this frackin' desert, though? As for that lady over there, she values her gun more than her own life. That's about the only thing you can trust around here. Me? Who am I? Ha! Everyone knows the Lava Barret. Shh! I think we have guests.
broken again.
Bird's been following us. Does it think we're rabbits?
No, you're more like a bug. A really lazy bug. Watch out!
Take cover!
We're surrounded!
Fly fast, I'll race you. Time to wreak havoc. Let's go! You could join us, little sidekick.
Companion. Let's go!
Hey! Wait for me!
Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile Club Open 2019 Fall Split Prelims. Jesse Kaplan, 7, Mustache Dave. We're here to bring you all the action over the course of the entirety now of what we have to offer in the Fall Split. No more Icy Baby on the desk. He's doing all the interviews, doing all the casting, and he's not getting paid for doing all the extra work. So we're going to give him a little bit of a break here. Though we did love having him on the desk. He actually found his way back on here another time. But anyways, moving into now our final game of the day. Erangel. Bigetron with 2 chicken dinners. Can they pull off a third? Will Mega be able to get another? Will another team be able to finally be able to do it besides Goskilla?
I'm going to want a different team to go ahead and win. It's been pretty much dominated by the duo.
Yeah. And if I had to make a bold prediction,
do it.
Asterion. I mean, they've been pretty consistent today. I believe they got a second place, a third place. We constantly see them in the top 5 here today.
It's true.
They're on the brink of a chicken. I can smell it in the oven. It's fresh. They can smell it. It's juicy. They're ready to get a chicken, their first chicken here.
Can you smell what Asterion's cooking?
I'm cooking it. They smell it.
Okay.
We got an oven bit.
Can I make a bold prediction?
Go for it.
I'm going to channel my inner Illustrato here from the South Asia Regionals.
Yeah.
And I'm going with INS.
Oh.
Come on.
Okay.
Yeah, they're cheering. They agree.
No, that's FUTBOLIST. I hope they do come back, though. FUTBOLIST needs to go ahead and be back in the top 5, hopefully.
So, okay, let's actually discuss something really quickly. Because this is something that just popped into my head, right? The top 2 teams, I think the gap between 2 and 3 was around like 70 points, right? if they keep winning these chicken dinners and keep winning first place or second place over and over again, then that battle for third place becomes even more interesting because kills are going to be super extra fantabulously important when it comes to that, right? So teams need to start looking at like, well, what can we do? If we can't take chicken dinners because they're going to keep getting them, then how do we get that third position?
You're just going to have to go ahead and start hot dropping. I'm pretty sure it will be perfect, right? Because they're going to go ahead and be able to go back to their room, be able to watch some footage, see where everybody's landing, and tomorrow try to go ahead and just surprise them maybe on the first game.
No offense if I was in 4th or 5th place, SWAT 69, where you at? I'm coming for you. Right out I mean, because you brought it up, hot dropping. Who are you going to want to hot drop? The teams that are performing the best or the teams that are like, hey, thanks for showing up.
And if they do hot drop, you are going to go ahead and see that, right? Teams hot dropping maybe SWAT 69 or SynerGE or teams like that. So it'll be interesting.
But that's the thing, right? Do you want to take that risk of dropping on them and potentially be knocked out when you're so close to taking that third position?
I think you have to.
You have to?
You have to. Yeah. Especially with only one spot like we're talking about that's open.
Right. Well, history does favor the bold. That's it from us on the desk. We're going to head back to our commentators for our final game of day 2. Alex Byfield and Icy Baby, kick it off.
Thank you, Jason. And we're here in the final game, Game 6 on Erangel. What are your thoughts going into this one, Terrence?
Yeah, I definitely agree here. Maybe Asterion does have a really strong chance. I'm looking forward here at the desk as well. And not to mention as well, the Megatron combo has been proving to be a huge factor in this tournament.
Yeah, well, I guess you want to coin the name for them. Obviously, you saw WorldStar Gaming kind of take that a little bit from you, but it's all good. It's all good. It's all good.
I like that. But at the same time as well, I agree with what the desk is saying as well. Top 1 and top 2 currently, they're like a 70-point gap.
Yeah, there's a big difference in the way they play, the way they fight, and even in the standings as well, it shows it. They are just leaps and bounds ahead.
Well, anything can happen in PUBG Mobile, and we know in PlayerUnknown's Battleground here is always going to be unexpected here. And I'm looking forward to see a little bit of a submarine meta here. Like Chinese teams were very famous for it back then in PGI. And
submarine?
Yeah, submarine strategy.
Submarine. What's that? We get on the boat and you go around with the rotation.
Okay,
let me hear it.
Basically, submarine strategy is basically you put your car into the water and you take turns healing inside the water. Yeah, just out-tank the circle.
Well, then again, like we can see the train, Oof, maybe in another game.
Oh, yeah.
See the plane path going from south to north, obviously at the end, at the apex of it being a shooting range. Not really going to be an issue here for these teams to try and go inside the water. The only water right now in the circle is basically between military base and then the actual island itself, and then of course the river going from Rosshok all the way to Yasna.
Yeah, anything can happen here. I'm looking forward to see that here. Maybe at the same time, I would like to see a little bit more of a bridge camp or maybe even a military-based game fight here. I would like to see how they will be able to tackle on this turf here because not many teams has experience playing the military island themselves.
Well, IND have just landed here. I hope that they don't actually stay here because, I mean, even when we were casting back in South Asia regionals, they were going to Ferry Pit at the Lighthouse every single time. Maybe Slayer was a bit preemptive there, or maybe from watching the VODs back from earlier, they realized actually some free loot here at the northern side of military base, which you can see as now Victory 5 have landed here as well.
Yep, at the same time as well, we see military base, like you said as well, is going to be contested as well. The circle is my favorite towards the western shore, but pay attention to the map as well. Remember how the desk was also saying that, hey, will SWAT 69 contest either the best team or those who's like, you know, thank you for showing up teams here from Dave. But it seems to me SWAT 69 is also contesting Bigetron and Novo themselves. But hold that thought for now. V5, they're heading their fight say against Red here with 0 starting off here as Red. They've got 1 knocked as of now. And V5, they're going to be keeping up the aggression here with Wuxian on top of this rooftop.
Yeah, 4 teams have dropped off here onto military base. And if we include the 1 player as well from IND Slayer, that's going to make it 5, as RED Canids is going to be maxing inside the compound here. Can't quite go for 1 and a done. Instead it's him himself who is going to be done and finished off. And just like that, Victory 5 take the first blood, and a player already taken out the server from RED Canids.
Yep, nicely done here coming from Victory 5. Will they be able to continue here? Levi from the side of RED Canids here is a little bit low in terms of mats here, and Kawhiski is going to try to loot up a little bit more and try and provide the assist here, but Levi, he's going to try be left alone here to stall V5 in this vicinity, but no, he's got the information to work with. They may actually try and push this out. Even 1 good spray, he's going to be able to take down the members here. He's going to wait on the call here coming from the rest of the members from RED Canids.
Yeah, so much information as well he is gathering, which he can relay back to his team. He is behind them as well, so they can go for that pincer movement. The problem is, though, Wuxian at the rooftop of the compound means he should be able to trade the kill onto Levi very, very quickly. He has 1 energy drink to use in terms of HP. Besides that, that's his only real option, as Nani is going to potentially be walking and stepping on the tippy toes of this player Levi from Red Canids, but actually this is going to be fine here for now, and we shouldn't see any action take place just yet.
Oh, they have to be very careful here. I like the, Levi's nerves right here is super chill, super calm, super relaxed, and because of that, he's made no movements overall, and because of this, V5 is unable to spot him out, but well, little did they know here, if V5 decides to check every single corner here, he's gonna be in some trouble. So at the same time here, they need to be a little bit careful here. But unfortunately to say here, they don't exactly have enough loots here. So V5, they're gonna try and loot up a little bit more. But whereas the rest of the teams, they're gonna try make it to the circle into western side here.
DeToNator's getting a player down early. We see it time and time again, each and every matchup. They just seem to fall short in the first 5 to 10 minutes of the game. Has been a very poor showing for them so far in this event. Potentially tomorrow they can try and show a better face, but it may be too late at that point. And then Victory 5 here on our screens towards military base. The zone is still in their favor, so they're going to be fine for now. But these teams, 4 currently on military base, have to rotate if they do go inside the center of the circle very shortly through TeamIND at the ferry pier, playing at the lighthouse, which they have been famous for over in India.
Well, Bigetron RA, that's a surprise factor right there. They actually bailed off Novo, not contesting against SWAT 69, and they are going to be going right towards the second base in the farm vicinity to stock up their economy here. But now from the screen, we see Pochinki Tempo Storm uncontested right now. They're going to be the first to make a move before the first phase of the circle actually closes up in towards the entire stages of the circle. So they are going to reposition themselves. We see a lot of teams like INS already smack middle of the wall towards the vicinities of Gatka. TeamIND going to be doing their usual strats here. Ferry Pier Quarry and also the western bridge of Erangel map.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we can see the circle now on our screens. It'd be interesting to get your point on this, Terrence, where should you be staying towards Gatka, where it's open fields, open terrain, where if you do have to rotate, if the circle doesn't go in your favor, you're very, very exposed? Or should you play potentially north of Quarry, where there is those compounds which you could use, and then try and play for that later game by rotating at the edge or at the end if it does come to that situation?
It's definitely going to be a tough call here, but like I said, information is key. So you want to be at a spot where you can actually gather information here, especially for the scouts. And I feel like smack middle of Gatka don't exactly give you that information just because of how open field it is. You don't exactly have an advantage to actually scout out any teams who may or may not push up north or south here. But V5, seems to me, they finally know where Levi is. He doesn't have loads. The Kobe, does it connect? It does! Hang. That's Yao Ming right there.
Yeah, game over there for Levi. Is going to be dispatched up as well by Nani. Maybe seeing the tippy toes just stepping out there from that tower. And as well, Hang spots out more players from Red Canids, but they've fallen short again here. That's 2 players out for them. Only just 6 minutes into this final game.
Yep. V5, fortunately for them, they stocked up all the loots here from Silent Military Base. RED Canids, they have to concede here, and because of that, they are left in a position where they don't exactly have loot here. And look at this, Nitoso, he doesn't have mats, he doesn't have weaponry to work with. They have a UAZ, they have to find a backup plan here to try and stock up some loot. And this is going to be a tough one here from RED Canids, considering how the first circle has started to shift it. And you can see they are going to be trying to make a way towards Novo to try and loot up a little bit more, who may or may not find some loots, because BTR and SWAT 69 did also contest Novo. But fortunately for them, if they're very lucky, they may find a couple of compounds that is pretty much left untouched to try and salvage this fight here coming from the guys from RED Canids.
Yeah, but obviously that's the best case scenario. And, well, on our screens just moments ago was INS, who are in a best case scenario in the center of the circle. As well, joining them is going to be Party Gaming, Goskilla, FUTBOLIST as well are in the center of the circle. FUTBOLIST as well in the last game doing extraordinarily well in that Potter Tower. Ooh, Victory 5 maybe towering over a few more players from Red Canids as they've had such an unfortunate game here so far. I don't think actually they actually have spotted out that player. Kawiski going to be taken down here. He's on his own once again. His teammate has just rotated away. They're going to be hunting him like a pack of dogs, like a wounded animal, as they're going to be chasing him down this compound, playing like a scare maze at this point. Which corner is he going to be lurking in? As again, he's going to go for the 1-for-1 trade, but again, just goes down easily. Finished off there. More points going in favor there for Victory Gaming, now at 3 kills, Only one player remaining for RED Canids, and that's going to be NeToSo.
Merciless play here coming from Victory 5. They really held on their grounds here. They forced RED Canids out, even with a little bit of glimmer of hope from RED Canids to salvage this fight here. They finish off 3 guys just like that. This team here from Victory 5, they are merciless here, and because of this, right now the chances are so slim for RED Canids to actually crawl a little points here. It's all hopes on NeToSo, but fortunately for them, it's not over yet, because we know how placements points do help out in the overall run here. But can NeToSo clutch this here? Because right now, look at this, he's got no meds still.
Oh, and actually he's going to be rotating just behind MEGA, and Pons is just behind a few of the players from MEGA, so he should be the one to eventually hear the car coming in this vicinity, and he is going to be using the ridgeline to cover himself just slightly from, I believe it was stoned from MEGA. Oh, but here's the action that we were waiting for. TeamIND being the gatekeepers here on this bridge, and it's going to be on lock as more players from SWAT 69 are going to be taking the count. Just like that, Buffer goes down. Lord as well is there at the end of the bridge, but he may be wanting to just turn right around so that his chance in the final game of today doesn't end as well.
Well, IND have been doing this for quite some time, and seems to me they finally reap their rewards here, as SWAT 69 forgotten completely, considering that how they have been playing the northern section for quite some time. So this is the first time I see SWAT 69 contesting the southern approach here, and because of that, they did not expect this roadblock here. So maybe a little bit of mishap here, or misread here, but NeToSo, once again, he finally makes it a circle. He's running for his dear life here.
Gosh.
He doesn't have meds as well. Oh no.
Yeah, a bit of Tokyo drift there as they're going to be just driving past each other.
Uh-oh.
Thankfully for him, though, there's only one player in each of those vehicles. They didn't have someone else there, a co-pilot, just to peek out and shoot and get some shots down onto Neto. But he is going to go inside Pachinki here, maybe try and loot up and find a med kit, find a first aid kit, find some bandages to try and get a first aid here against a very poor performance so far in this final game of today.
Well, IND, as of now, they're still holding their grounds here, and Godsend definitely provide them a little bit of loot crate for them here to stock up even more utilities here. So IND, this is going to be a heavy fires coming from this bridge themselves, and V5, they have not crossed the bridge yet. So if they cross this bridge and did not expect this movement come from IND is going to be able to secure themselves even more points. We saw how SWAT 69 had to ditch a vehicle and actually cross towards the island here using the ocean approach here, and fortunately for them, they only lose one member, but I don't know if V5 knows about this here, or maybe IND will actually rotate into a circle rather early here and just give up on this defense.
Yeah, it's strange because IND drop here every single time, but we don't see too strong in terms of placements for IND on a wrangle. Maybe the fact that they rotate too late, as you said, from Ferry Pier north and inside the center circle.
And no, as of now, Bigetron Red Aliens, remember how we said that they were contested from SWAT 69 on the Nova region here. They went to farm, they glued them themselves here, but at the same time, SWAT 69, they just crossed the ocean here. They are actually very close here. If you guys don't see it on the map here, they're about like a close 300 meters away from each other here. They may go head to head against each other. In this case, Ryzen, they are going to try to make a little bit of vantage point, try and climb up the rooftops, but they do spot out a supply crate. They may try and contest it, considering it's only the second phase of circle.
They'll be healing up as well, so we will be fine for now. Orange Esports versus INS. Again, they're in the center of the circle. There's just no reason to risk this and go for a crash. They both have strong compounds to utilize into the final circle. So for now, it's just going to be a test of authority. Who's going to rule the roost here in the center, but they're not actually going to go and try and crash one of those compounds. But Party Gaming, Janchi, going to be taken down eventually by Chica from Tempo Storm. So another player gone from there.
Yep. IND will be the one to secure the second loot crate once again here. Seems to me they have 2 supply crates, drops, and Februaries on from side IND. They're going to be packing some heavy firepower into this stage of the game, and because of that, they are going to try and storm into another compound, or maybe even try and pick early aggression fights. It's just because they know how strong they are. But like you said as well, Orange Esports, they found themselves compound. They're engaged with multiple teams here. They have to be careful because right now, fire is pretty much tagged low, and they are their mobiles are pretty much getting exposed here, and IND going for shots here.
Yeah.
ETR.
They are exposed though. There's no cover around them besides this crate, which they have just looted. Not sure actually what was inside. Obviously, wow. The vests, the backpacks, the helmets, etc. is going to be pivotal going forward. Maybe an AWM could be the difference maker and pay dividends later on if it was that. Well, what is now is going to be SynerGE seeing that Bigetron have rotated away. They were very south in the circle, maybe rotating more inside the center, but there's still a cluster of 4 teams: Orange, Esports, INS, Futbolists, and Asterion, which is Dave's favorite underscore.
Oh, and look at this here. At the same time, we see the circle here. It's pretty much open fields here, and IND, they have the N249 in hand. This open field here, if they play their cards right, they're going to be able to shred a lot, do a lot of damage to all these teams economically here, just because they can take out those vehicles relatively quickly. But as of now, we've not seen too much at BTR. They find themselves a nice little compound on the south side here with a little bit of angle shots here. You can see, Luxy, they're going to pre-find the guys from on the loot crate here. However, 69, they're going to be fighting against IND now.
Let's see then what's about to happen. SWAT 69 lost the player early on the bridge to IND. Maybe Satan and SWAT 69 could try and get payback for losing, I believe it was Lord. No, excuse me, it wasn't Lord, but losing that player early on. Grenade goes in. It should be perfect, and it looks like it landed as he got the full med kit in. Maybe just exposed himself too much, lobbing that grenade there out against Slayer. Does take some damage. Although, for now, going to be a stalemate here. Both these teams going to be resetting, rejuvenating, healing up, and waiting to go for more action.
Yep, SWAT 69, they're going to go head-to-head here. They did a little bit damage for the guys from IND, but they do not want to drag this out here. But IND, they have the M249. They're trying to save Kratos right now here. They've lost one vehicle, but you can see Interest is slowly making a way, trying to outflank the guys from SWAT 69. But unfortunately to say, they're getting pincered as well from the sides with Moha down south here to make sure that Kratos doesn't exit this place safely.
Moha trying to see if he can shave off a Mohawk off of someone if the bullets are precise enough. But he is so far split from his team, which can be used as an advantage or as a disadvantage, because if IND do push onto the remaining players, Lord and Satan from SWAT 69, then he's going to be exposed. And yeah, here he is now. They're just going to be funneling down, trickling down the mountain to try and finish up the job. It's a 4 versus 1. Moha is easily going to be finished off, and down he goes. 2 players now remaining for SWAT 69.
Oh, Moha, you know, he's got a really great shot here, but IND, they've reset in the fight here. You can see we have the AWM in the sights of Daoji there, as he's going to try and make those shots count. But Satan, he has a level 3 here. If he doesn't know that IND has an AWM, he's going to get his head popped off. He needs to be very careful. However, another fight here. BTR going up against V5 once again here after the interview as well. Luxy said they really are very, very angry against the guys from Victory 5. And this time, once again, Luxy getting knocked from V5.
Maybe they could try and release some of that anger by releasing shells and bullets in their vicinity. 4 versus 4 here, as both these teams are going to be exchanging bullets here in the firefight that we have in the center of this circle. Bigetron going to be healing up here as one of the players. Luxy is down. That grenade, no, it's not going to finish off the job. It was close. Seems like it was a smoke. No, it wasn't. Just took a while to eventually explode. But look at the flank here as well from Mana. If he does eventually get revived, it could be extremely strong and potent going into the later stages of this firefight. Nanny is still alive. They're not sure how. As it's going to be McBoy coming here from the side. Zuxi as well is going to be healed up because Smoke Grenade going to be going in, allowing for the revive to happen onto his teammate. And look at this. Easy pickings here for the players from Bigetron to finish off the remaining 2 players that are downed. It's going to be Wuxia just alone here out in the midst of the smoke. Takes down 1, but there's going to be players that are crawling around trying to spot him out as they do see him, but decides not to pull the trigger. This is so strange. In the background as well of all the action, we see DeToNator's going out in 16th. And look at that. Hand goes out as well. Screams coming out from the side of the auditorium as Victory 5 are out in 15th. More action though going down as Party Time. They're not having a very good time at all. Orange going to be dispatching them as well. Party Gaming out in 14th.
Very nicely done here coming from Orange Esports. But at the same time, just now, BTR, they're still not over here. They've drawn this out long enough here. They clean out the guys from Victory 5. And because of this, they've made so much noise. They exposed their position here. Look at this. Omen Elite, they want to try and contest this. Zuxi, he's pretty much low in terms of mats here. It seems to me they are going to let Zuxi all by himself out and open here. They're not going to contest this. And Microboy gets picked off from Temple Storm.
Took so long to finish off Victory 5 that more teams have joined the fray. Tempo and the coalition over from America, Omen Elite, are going to be doing more damage against Bigetron. They're just going to be falling back here. 3 players have died now. It's going to be Luxy all on his lonesome here. Let's see if he can pull and Nicola and try and stay alive for some placement points on his Lone Wolf mission. But again, it does seem unlikely with how this zone is shaping up. There just isn't that much space. There isn't that much cover to be used as the grenade from Spec Goes over the top, but it explodes just prematurely.
Oh, a little bit too long here in terms of cooking the nades coming from Tempo Storm. X-Back, he knows that Luxy is there, but Luxy, he heard the nades here, he immediately backs off. But like you said, they are going to play the placement points, but we know Bigetron RA are the team here to make miracle plays, but will he make it though? Because right now, they've got 4 kills. Luxy is going to be playing the edges of the corner here to try and find a nice spot to prone his way through. But fortunately for him, the outskirts of this field here, he can actually prone his way, or maybe in this case, snake his way into the circle. But seems to me, he's still deciding his next move here. But Goskilla is going to be the next one here to spot things out. Will Luxy get picked off here?
Seems like it should be so. It's going to be sandwiched between 2 teams. Gets inside the ditch, crosses it actually. Woof, that was quite the jump. Showing a sign for the NBA with those kind of moves. But inside the compound, he will survive for a moment's notice. Goskilla and RED Esports still in a bit of a ruckus here, but look at this from Satsura. They're going to try and turn Luxy into a Satsuma and consume him, as with that Molotov, he's priming something. Surely a Molotov or a grenade is perfect! And just like that, Bigetron go out in 11th.
What a play there coming from Satsura. Like you say, that's going to be some cooked sashimi all the way through. But
sashimi isn't cooked.
Aliens, well...
That's sushi.
Oh yeah, good point. Yeah, good question. Yeah, I didn't know that. Hey. Oh yeah.
I didn't know about the anime stuff. So
anyways,
listen, mate, every day's a school day.
Yeah, that's pretty much it here coming from them. And at the same time, as we're 10 teams left alive, MEGA Conqueror is still alive as well. Omen Elite, they stepped it up here. They're one of the key factors in pincering down the boys in red. And now they're gonna be looking pretty happy here. I'm pretty sure they saw the kill feed. A lot of guys here from the side of Bigetron are pretty much taken down. But we know it's gonna be a battle of the top 3 here, because as of now, you can see the circle is going to push towards the facilities of where Tempo Storm is going to be. Sorry, TeamIND, my bad.
The problem for IND as well, they're in like the bottom of this ditch where both these teams can shoot down upon them. Ooh, Chica is going to be onto his knees, so can be revived because of the cover there, and they're so far away, unless Omen Elite try and pounce on them while they are vulnerable. Slayer is one of the vehicles getting away the location here from IND, but they're going to be fighting back fast. Kratos managed to get the down onto Zute. Should be revived though as he's behind the tree. Has some come to work with as Wi-Fi goes for the reload. Slayer jumping around. Actually going to stay alive for now, but the car does explode. But not quite close enough to the facility to finish off the job there versus Slayer. And Wi-Fi may have to throw down a smoke here and go for the revive. Or just chucks in the grenade into the chaos. Let's see if it does land.
Oh, does he connect? Ooh,
yes, it
he
does.
gets one. Does he going to be more here? Oh, no, doesn't connect here, but it's fortunate for them. IND still going to be surviving this here. But Carnage, he's going to spray through the smoke here, hopefully to get a couple of lucky taps here. But the damage has been done from the guys on IND. This is going to be the opportunity for Tempo Storm to push in. Will they do this here at Omen as well to actually pincer these guys from IND?
FUTBOLISTs out in 10th. As Cartoons is down, Bishop's down as well. Asterion going to be wiping the sleet clean here of Team INS. But look at this, Wi-Fi still isn't finished yet with the team from India, Team IND. As they're going to be getting ever so close. They know exactly where they are. The smoke going to be coming out as well, trying to throw in a few spanners into the works, but actually goes up for the shot. Was prone, stands up, exposed himself, and will be finished off so quickly. SynerGE again, another very average result for them going out in 9th. Asterion have joined the fray though. As we said before, they took out 2 of the players from INS. Maybe they can try and get the flush draw here and make it 4. As Nicola is down right next to Smokey. Smokey going to go for the kill points with the M4 with the silencer up close. And look at this, darting around the car. He's still alive. The reload comes in. Maybe he's bought enough time here as Goskilla. The cavalry has arrived. Nicola is still alive, but eventually the car explosion will finish the job, but they know exactly where Smokey is. Goskilla, 2 players about to join this action.
But at the same time, Goskilla, they're outside the circle. They have to push in here, and little they know, RED Esports, they were smack middle of the compound with so many teams surrounding them here. They take a late approach, and now they made their way to the southwest corner of this next circle. Fortunately for them, they do have smoked up here. They have vehicles, and they have so many utilities to work with. They're going to be playing southwest corner, where the southeast corner here on this facility, Omen Elite. They force IND back here, and now they're still applying the pressure, and they get Kratos from IND.
He goes down, and so does INS out in 8th. Goskilla, 2 players remaining for them. Asterion are doing so well in this game. My God, is it a fluke there from Davis? They are looking strong into this game. Asterion at the top there, joined by RED Esports. 4 kills, 4 alive for both of those teams. Tempo Storm 3 alive and on 5 kills. MEGA 3 alive and 8 kills for them. So looking strong and sharp going forward. And actually another kill as well to add to the tally. So Zute going to be going down. This action here still against the likes of IND.
And Omen Elite here getting flushed out from Mega Conqueror here, who's just joined the party. Now they heard the gunshots from side of IND, and they are going to make sure that Mega stays outside the circle, because the circle is going to be closing in 5 seconds here. Mega Conqueror, they have to get the heck out of there here. And IND, they're making sure they do not get there, because they are the gatekeepers from this eastern end. Mega Conqueror, they started their smokes here, but the circle is closing in. Daojin is still proning on the ground with the AWM. How will they fight this here? Online 24 gets scouted out from Slayer. Oh my goodness.
No.
Here comes the push from Mega Conqueror and IND.
Yeah, online, more like on the floor now as he is down from Mega. Still, though, they are going to be going out in 6th. I was going to say there's one player still alive, but Rodfia out immediately. Just as I say that, IND going to be down to just 3 players now, as one of them was taken down. Tempo still going to be here with 3, as we mentioned just moments ago. But at the top, still 4 alive for both Asterion and Orange. And this is the moment where things start to cool down. We're waiting for the zone to restrict these players. They're all inside the circle, apart from one of the players from Goskilla. That should be them. Satsura going out fairly shortly, leaving us with just 4 players remaining.
It seems to me the Megatron combo has been taken out here. The Southeast Asian team, we have Orange Esports still in the game. Asterion here, like you said as well, from Mustache Dave, he said that he may predict Asterion to actually go in for the win. But it seems to me they are in the northern section here, and now from the perspectives of Stalker, one of the previous top kill leaders in this tournament here, for this preliminary stages here, they are going to be keeping Tempo Storm in check. They are inside the circle. Asterion, Goskilla and Asterion going to be fighting on the northern section here in this circle, and Satsura, he's going to tag the circle to play the healing game here, where Asterion, he's going to gatekeep him.
Issue though for Goskilla is no one's actually taking fights right now, so trying to survive for the time and trying to survive for the placement points. Unfortunately, it was a valiant effort, but it was futile. It doesn't work out in their favor, but they do end up in 5th, and that's fair play. And Satsura did stay alive for such a long amount of time. But speaking of which, we're about to enter phase 7, and we can see a scatter of teams all across different ends of the circle. No one really going to be stacked on top of each other just yet. So where does Circle 7 end up? Who is it going to be favoring?
This might be a full commitment fight coming from all these teams, but as of now, Orange Esports, they're going head-to-head against Tempo Storm, and they need to push against Tempo Storm. They know that Orange Esports is there. They are going to be in some trouble, whereas now, Fire getting knocked from Lunatic from the northern section here. Asterion going for the push. They get 1, they get 2. Popov is down as well from Orange Esports. Tempo Storm, they're pinning up against Orange Esports. They can't do this. And how will they continue here? Temp Chica is looking for a target here. He has a lucky tap. Stalker, he's gonna get finished off, and no! Orange Esports gets taken now. A Tempo Storm will be on the top 3 here. Nice shot there coming from Chica, but unfortunately he doesn't have mats. They may consider contesting the economy now. Ladies and gentlemen here, Alex, we're down to his top 3 now.
We are down to the bottom 3 as the circle favors Team IND and Tempo Storm. Asterion have to put their foot onto the pedal as they have to make their way inside the circle. They're going to be running out of time as it is starting to push in now. And it's going to do so much damage as we are into the 7th circle. IND going to be exploding their vehicles, which means it's not going to be used against them. Poser as well from Asterion going to be using the tree as some additional cover fire. Whereas IND in the open, in the pretty much best position in the circle we have here, because Tempo are going to be sandwiched between one of the teams from either side, either Asterion there from the east, or it's going to be Team IND from the west. But they have got 4 players alive. They're the only team with 4. That is Asterion as they start to slowly crawl their way, using the smokes to their advantage. Spec can't quite see anything just yet. But with the zone being inside 2 of these teams, Asterion are eventually going to be inside the iron sights of Tempo.
Well, Asterion now with the most numbers advantage with 4 men alive, but they're still outside the circle. They're trying to prone their way in with the snakes here. Tempo Storm Nico, he has the perfect angle to work with. So much information, but whereas IND, they're still also crawling from the sides. But look at these movements from IND. They're so spread out. They're trying to cover more angles, but Asterion Prolog gets a nade on Spec.
Yeah, Spec goes down. 2 players now remaining for Tempo Storm, as the zone is about to reach its crescendo. Nico is still prone. Maybe he'll get a good angle onto the players from IND, but actually facing more towards the players from Asterion. Zone comes in. Now where's going to be Circle 8? Who's going to be Lucky 8? Let's take a look.
Oh, this is going to be a tough one
wow,
here.
Actually it's fairly central, so it's not going to be the biggest issue. 45 seconds left, and the game actually may reach its apex before that.
Tempo Storm, they've lost 2 members in the process because of the needs coming from Prolog, from Asterion here. And it seems to me, Dave, the dream is alive because Asterion is has the numbers advantage here, and DeToNator will open things up here, knocking the guys from Nico as well. Tempo Storm, they're down with X-Train with the last man standing from the side top, Tempo Storm. And IND, he scouts out X-Ray here, goes for a tap. DeToNator, can he finish bomb here? Rain is going for a pre-fire, but whoa, get finish off from IND. Ladies and gentlemen, down towards the top two, we may see a new chicken dinner winner here. IND going up against Asterion now, 4v3. Alex, what a take is this?
What do I think? I think we're in for a treat here. 4 players for Asterion, so they have the man advantage, so potentially they can try and take that one. Or through the precipice there of the grass, just seeing through the blades of it, he gets one. And that's going to be an equal affair now, 3 versus 3 in terms of players who are standing on their feet. But ironically, everyone is prone. Trance going to be getting that kill as well. So 3 versus 3 now in terms of who is alive. Lunatic at the corner of the smoke as well, as they're all going to be shooting through the grass, hoping to maybe get lucky. Lunatic trying to go for some deja vu in terms of a massive 1 versus 3, but actually going to be taken down there immediately by DeToNator. There's no time here for a revive as well, as it's going to be a battle of the pros. Oh my goodness, it's all going in favor of IND. Opposed to the DP28, can't quite make it happen. IND finally make it happen though. Chicken dinner for them. It took a while, but finally the team from Southeast Asia make it happen.
Sorry, South Asia in this regards here, but at the same time, IND, it's their first time ever, and not to mention they've got high kill volumes here, Alex, and seems to me, I don't know, like IND, like they seem that they're much more composed, and they took advantage of the supply crates early on, and finally their strategy has worked out in this game, finally taking the chicken dinner. I'm looking forward to see what they have to say here, because they are the first South Asia team to get the chicken dinners throughout this entire preliminaries.
Yeah, just seeing the highlights now. Early action from RED Canids, or should I say against RED Canids. This grenade was so perfect.
Ooh, wow.
Finishing off the job versus Levi. This as well was such a good position for victory 5. They saw like a gun barrel sticking out of the door. They just hunted them down. And yeah, obviously we said before, Team IND are the king of that military base bridge.
At the same time here, we're talking about the Bigetron fight, right, against V5. They took this fight so long, gave away so much information to work with, and because of that, they left Luxy all by himself. But I love this nade coming from the guy from Goskilla. Like, Satsura with the nades, perfectly timed, was just fantastic watch. Finish off the Bigetron boys here, and as the game progressed, you see all these teams were kind of struggling out in the open here, but I like how composed IND was. They had so much information to work with, and because of that, they were able to take out everyone in this fight. And everyone was just playing the prone game, but eventually the circle kind of favored IND all the way through.
Yeah, it's true, but they did do well to actually win that in the end. I think it was DeToNator who got that first kill onto Lunatic through the grass, and then it was a 3 versus 2. But yeah, I mean, it is going to go in favor of Team IND. We were waiting for a chicken dinner for one of these teams from South Asia. But yeah, let's see what Jason has to say.
I think Team IND have shown us something that a lot of people out there haven't realized just yet. If you're wearing the Vivo hero jacket in-game, you're more likely to get chicken dinners. That's just a fact, as we just saw right there. Team IND finally able to get a chicken dinner. Finally, a team outside of Megatron to be able to pick up one here. And what a good game it was for them.
Man, a team that's actually was, I believe, 29 points away from 3rd place. So it's good for them to go ahead and get that win. Hopefully they can carry that momentum into into the last day.
Yeah.
And DeToNator, just that finish. My man.
Yeah. Not only that, it was 4v3. IND, they had 2 over there to the north. They sent one all the way down to the south to wrap around and get that off angle. Victory right there.
Well, let's take a look at the standings from that last match and see how many points in total they were able to pick up, and obviously where the other teams were around there. And one thing we've been heavily criticizing IND about is that they're a team that likes to get placement points but not kill points. But look at that, Dave.
Yeah, I mean, popping off this game, 15 kill points. I mean, this is their highest kill per game throughout the entire tournament. We're 12 games in. I called for him, though. We see him in 2nd place. I mean, I called for a chicken dinner, 2nd place. So it's okay. I mean, consistency is key, so I'm not going to, be too disappointed on that. But I got to say, Lunatic is my MVP of the day from the squad. Asterion, because the M249 1v3 we saw earlier, they almost got a chicken, I believe, on Sandhawk with the ring around the rosy kind of rock play. So I'm looking for that squad tomorrow to also get a chicken dinner, but great game from Team IND.
It is, and it's good to see MEGA Esports there in the 3rd position with points, because they're going to be they're being consistent all day. And I love seeing that, especially because they know more than likely they're going to go ahead and make it to the global finals. And hopefully they can carry that momentum into the global finals as well.
I just want to bring up one point really quickly again about IND before we look at 9 through 16. Is that they had 15 kills there, and why we're still saying that's like so important for them is that was one match, right? 15. It took them 18 games to get 52 playing in the qualifiers.
It's a different game.
Like that's a massive difference, and they need to carry that momentum through to tomorrow. But let's look at 9th through 16th and see a couple of names we were getting used to seeing there. Unfortunately, SWAT69 there, a DeToNator there again. Party Gaming, unfortunately, having a rough time. Maybe the hangover's kicking in. But Victory 5 having a little bit of a better showing, we can say.
It is, and it's one team that kind of caught us by surprise with the performances they've been showing. So I'm happy to see them starting to at least pick it up a little bit, even though they're currently in 3rd place. And FUTBOLIST at least not being 15 or 16. SWAT69 being in 16th place, dead last. I want to go ahead and see what they end up doing tomorrow, because at this point, more than likely, they're not going to be able to qualify to the global finals. So do they want to go ahead and just go a little bit crazy, challenge some of the teams at the top, and maybe give them more kills, or maybe make a name for themselves?
Yeah, one thing that I found interesting, though, if you can refer back to Luxie's interview the last time they got the chicken dinner, Luxie was extremely furious with Victory 5, saying how they're continuing to just get into skirmishes with this squad, happening once again this previous game. Luxie's nerves, I mean, I can only imagine how the fumes are just around his head, and then going out with the bang that game, literally by a grenade kill.
Well, let's take a look at the overall standings, because this is where we really want to keep our eyes on, considering now there's only going to be 6 more matches to be played until we have our 3 teams. And look at that. Asterion Myth have been able to sneak their way in, albeit by 1 point.
And not only that, TeamIND now moving into 5th place. Are we going to be able to have 3 teams from India? Boy, do I hope so, because that will be awesome. And it's good to see that, as we mentioned, they're now starting to get the kills. We know they can be a consistent game. Can they continue to get the kills? That would just be something amazing to see. They're currently within 4 points. If they can get another win tomorrow, maybe the first game, that will be a great, great start to their day.
Yeah, I mean, tomorrow's going to be interesting when it comes to that 3rd place spot. My dark horse, Goskilla, so close, only 1 point behind. But then I have to root for North America. We got Tempo Storm right there in striking distance still. FUTBOLIST, you know, having an off day, but definitely up there.
And actually, before this game, Tempo Storm was actually 16 points away from 3rd place, so they were able to go ahead and secure some extra points by being 3rd place, also getting some kills. So great game by them. A lot of the teams that didn't perform well throughout the day, kind of in the last day, decided to show up a little bit more or even get the win, and that is great. It's just a great way to go ahead and finish the game.
So real quickly, we had 3rd place being 124 points, 8th place being at 100 points. And you can still see how close things are. I mean, Party Gaming at 99. Like, there's still so many teams that are in contention for that 3rd place. In your guys' heads, let's start off with you, Mustache Dave. Where's kind of that cutoff point that you see, all right, well, there's really not a good chance unless those teams pick up, like, multiple chicken dinners tomorrow? Like, what place are we looking at the moment?
Well, one place I know for sure, let me just give you a quick number. From 3rd place to 16th place is 83 points of a difference. So SWAT 16, I mean, or SWAT 69, we keep talking about it. We got to see something tomorrow. Hopefully they could come out and shine. But to answer your question, I'm going to, you know, confidently say probably 12th place. But if I am in 10th place, even better.
Yeah, okay. I think 12th place would be the cutoff for me.
Well, again, Megatron going to be the top kill leaders of the course of 2 days over 12 matches. And I mean, that's what we've been seeing out of them. I really am curious. I think Luxie, maybe he's going to be at 24, maybe 23, but there's still a lot of players on Bigetron and, of course, Mega Conquerors as well, like just outside of that top 5.
Yeah, I also, you know, I'm curious to see where Lunatic is. I mean, we saw Lunatic popping off in the kill feed today, so I got to assume they're around that 20 mark as well.
Yeah, they're probably very close, and all they need is just one game, maybe start going their way, get some kills, and they'll be right there on this leaderboard.
Yep.
Well, that pretty much does it for us here on the desk. But before we go to the interview, I want to remind you guys that the Global Finals are kicking off on the 29th of November, going till the 1st of December, and there still are tickets on sale. So make sure you guys head over to PMCO2019. I want to make sure, info, because you guys don't want to mess up this URL, /myticket right there on the screen. Pick up your ticket, head on down, say hi to the talent here, say hi to the players, of course, and make sure to root on your favorite teams. Make sure to do that. If you're not there, I gotta ask you, why aren't you? Especially if you're in the area. Let's head over to an interview with our winners. IND finally getting some limelight on the camera here. Icy Baby, take it away.
Thank you guys so much for having me. And of course, here with me, I have the winners for the final match of today. We have Team IND, Mr. Kratos. How are you doing, man?
Good. What about you?
I'm feeling okay here. It seems to me you're having a little bit of a godly moment right here. No? God of War descendant coming
Not
down
really,
here.
But it's fine.
I'm sorry?
Not really, but it's fine.
Okay, so I gotta ask this here because right now you guys are the first South Asia team here who actually got their first ever chicken dinner. And currently, because of the chicken dinner, they skyrocketed you guys into a top 5 position in overall scores. What are your thoughts on that?
So actually we were getting really difficult yesterday. We had a tough day, so you couldn't do it better. But last night we practiced and we studied the opponents and tried to do better today. So we had this energy in the beginning itself. The first 2 games we came to top 4, but unfortunately we did not get the kills as well, and we were getting 3rd or 4th position. So for now it's finally that we have chicken dinner now. We are confident enough for tomorrow as well.
Okay, good, because right now you're in the top 5 here. You are in the running to fight towards the top 3 here. At the desk as well, we were discussing like right now, Mega Conquerors and BTR, they seem in a very, very huge gap in the top 2 position.
Yeah.
It might be a fight for the top 3 here.
Yeah.
And seeing that the points are kind of close for you guys. And can you tell me a little bit more how you guys are coping with this entire preliminary stages here, especially for your team?
So yesterday, since I told you that we had a tough day, and it was very unfortunate for us that we kept dying early. But also we tried to, made new strats. We made in one night only. We had to make new strats, new rotations. No, it turned out to be better now. So I think that's what is helping us now to get those positions.
So
and
speaking of
points.
which, do you feel the big difference in these preliminary stages compared to South Asia qualifiers?
Yeah, it's very, very difficult, obviously, because these are the top-notch teams which couldn't come top because of few points only. So here they are obviously trying for the first position because they also want to go to the global championship. So yeah, it's difficult, of course.
Okay, last but not least here, Kratos, you being the first South Asia region here representative from India as well, TeamIND taking the first chicken dinner. Now you're here. You got to be, having a little bit of bragging rights, right?
Yeah, we are really excited about it because we were not expecting it. The moment the match started, the last one, it was very difficult for us to rotate since we had an early fight as well. But somehow we managed to survive that and we managed to get the chicken dinner. So we're really happy about that.
Okay, for the first time ever from you guys here, is there anything you want to say to the supporters or fans all the way from India who's supporting all the way through here? Is there anything you want to say to them in particular?
I would just say to my to Indian fans that after playing the 3 matches, we had a break. We went back there and saw the streams, and everyone were really supportive, and we wanted to do this for them as well. So this chicken dinner was for you guys.
Oh, you want to speak in your language as well?
No, it's totally fine. They get it.
All right, they get it here. Of course, that's pretty much it here, coming from today's matches here in the PUBG Mobile Club Open preliminary stages here. Ladies and gentlemen, for you guys watching here, it's going to be a tough call here for who is going to be representing the top 3 here to make the final 3 tickets to head into the global finals. We shall see, because tomorrow we're going to be having more matches to come here. Remember to stay tuned and watch here. Same time as well, 4 p.m. local time. And Kratos, last but not least here, you sure you're good? You think you're going to take it?
Yeah, I think we're going to do it better.
All right,
tomorrow.
we may see a little bit more here coming from IND. Be sure to watch the PMCO preliminary stages here. See you guys tomorrow as well. My name is ICBB12, and this is PUBG Mobile Club Open. See you guys tomorrow.